Welcome back, guys. This is your friend, the fanfic guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Had Pocket Dimension Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. If you could run away from all your problems, would you? Most 7-year-olds would tell you that the world is a pretty great place to live. It's not perfect, sure, but it has a lot going for it. The world has sunshine on your skin, candy in your mouth, friends by your side. The world has parents who welcome you home, ask you about school, feed you dinner, then give you a hug and kiss goodnight. The world has 7-year-olds with big dreams who grow up and become amazing heroes for future 7-year-olds to admire. Deku is not one of those 7-year-olds. If you asked him, he might say the world is great for all those other kids, but not for him. For kids like him, all the good is covered up and blocked by all the terrible, like a beautiful shoreline obscured by piles of garbage. Every time you think you see something nice, you look slightly to the side and all there is miles and miles of ugliness. He turned away from the Dagaba Beach Park and continued his walk home. He really should stop philosophizing like this. Deku trudged through the streets automatically, left, straight, right, as his body followed a path it knew instinctively and left his mind to continue its musing. Why was he going home? How was the route so ingrained in his muscles he couldn't possibly stray from it? Should he even call that place home if it doesn't feel like one? That last thought lingered in his mind as he snapped back to reality. His feet had stopped in front of the apartment door. A deep breath in, a deep breath out. He grabbed the string around his neck and slowly pulled the key from its resting place against his chest. He steeled his nerves. He's not home yet, he thought. Won't be home for another few hours at least. Not like it makes much difference whether he's here or not. The key slid into the lock, and with one twist to the right the door opened. Empty. Silence was the only greeting he received as he stepped into the dark apartment and removed his shoes, instead of leaving them in the entryway. He picked them up and tiptoed to his room. His steps were silent as always, and not even the darkness could impede him as he made his way with practiced ease. The shoes were laid in the closet while his black backpack was emptied before being set next to the shoes. If there was one thing he had learned in the last 2 years, it was the less evidence you leave of your existence, the better. Who knew what his Fahasashi would do if he was reminded of Deku's presence? This way, he'd be more likely to just ignore him, or even better, forget him. Now if only I could get Kaken to forget me. He found a clear spot in the cluttered room and sat on the floor to do his homework with the contents of his bag next to him. His schoolbooks, a pencil that was left in the classroom last month, a beat-up notebook he bought on sale last year, a small flashlight he'd found in a drawer downstairs, and a sandwich he swiped from the cafeteria when no one was looking. He leaned to the side where his mother's stuff was stacked high on metal shelves, and moved a vase and some old books off a plain cardboard box. Opening the lid, he pulled out an armful of dusty clothes and eyed his stash before adding the plastic-wrapped sandwich. He was still doing okay on snacks, but running low on meals. He'd have to hit the cafeteria harder tomorrow. Or maybe he could go to that one convenience store down the road, the one without any cameras and a few blind corners where he would be unseen from the register. He used to not like stealing. It used to scare him and make him feel bad. But stores and other people have a lot of stuff. They'll be fine if a little bit goes missing and probably won't even notice. It's better than stealing from Hisashi. Once the box was put away and everything replaced on top, Deku began on his homework in the dark room. His night vision had improved drastically over the last 2 years, and he could use the flashlight if he really needed it. The light in the room hadn't been turned on since Hisashi moved all of Inko's stuff into what used to be his bedroom, declaring he never wanted to see any of it ever again. And if he did, he would burn it to ash. His old nameplate was still in here somewhere, with All Might's colors and signature hair and Deku written on it. Afternoon turned to evening and evening to night before Hisashi returned. The front door had been slammed shut and footsteps echoed down the hall, making Deku wince with their volume. He doesn't have to hide from anyone, his brain supplied, so he doesn't care how loud he is. Deku liked the quiet, as quiet meant safe, so he made sure to always be as quiet as possible. When the footsteps neared the door of the room, he held his breath. If Hisashi were to come in the room, there would be no evidence Deku had ever been there. All his things had been put in the closet, and Deku himself was well hidden under what used to be his bed. He supposed it still kind of was, seeing as he slept under it now instead of on it. Sleeping on it would make him easier to see, so everything that had been under the bed he had moved on top. Now the hero-themed sheets hid him and his old stuff joined his mother's out in the open. Better all that get burned to ash than him. Hisashi's feet thankfully didn't stop, and instead continued on, allowing Deku to slowly, softly exhale. Seems tonight he was in the clear. He pulled his blanket over himself and fell asleep, dreaming of a kind woman with dark green hair and eyes much like his own, a smile on her face. He dreamed of a red-eyed blonde who was his friend. laughing as he declared that they would play heroes and rescue the civilians while beating up the bad guys. Deku got to play the hero. Deku never looked forward to school. He loved learning. His two favorite activities were reading and thinking, so naturally he liked to learn. School was not something he liked. School was always loud, so loud, it's too loud. Kaken yelling, classmates laughing, Kaken exploding, teachers lecturing, Kaken threatening, bells ringing, Kaken attacking. Kaken was always loud. It made Deku's ears ring. Maybe the noise wasn't the problem. He could survive with Hisashi's loudness, so the school should be fine too. Maybe it's because he can't hide at school like he does at the apartment. If only the teachers didn't have to take roll, he could listen to class from the cabinet in the back. Once more in the dark, surrounded by stuff nobody wanted. That would probably make school a lot better, but it still wouldn't be great. What was the problem then? Look, it's Deku. The quirkless freak is still alive. Why does he even come to school? Don't touch him, you might catch his quirklessness. Did you know? He wants to be a hero. Really? Him, a hero? As if. Useless. Worthless. Deku. 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 Why am I a Deku? A resounding bang went off behind him, making him jump and skitter around to face familiar red eyes. Kaken. The blonde scoffed. Stop shaking, you D-nerd. You're in the way. Now move before I blast your ugly face off. Deku scrambled away as Bakugo Katsuki shoved past him, all the other students in the hall laughing at the short, skinny boy. They all filed away to their classrooms, a few going out of their way to push Deku until he fell to the floor. He fell quietly and curled into a ball, a smaller target with his head protected. Only once silence returned to the hall did he stand up and shuffle into class. The teacher berated him for being late. The class laughed. He mouthed the words "I'm sorry" and slid into his desk. He couldn't hide at school, but he sure could run. He always made sure his black bag was packed before the lunch or final bell rang so he could dash out the classroom as soon as it did. Then he would sprint through the halls hoping to lose his bullies. If it was lunchtime, he would run to the cafeteria, since they can't do any real harm to him if there's too many others around, and he can hopefully lose them in the crowd. If he did, he could go in line for food, pretend he was pulling his money out of his bag, then stuff the food inside and leave when no one was paying attention. He had been caught before, but the last time he had been caught was over a year ago. He was getting really good at stealing. When the final bell rang, he would run straight to the school gate, hoping to get to a public street before Kaken reached him. Sometimes he made it, and would run all the way to the apartment. Sometimes he didn't, and he wouldn't be running for the rest of the day. It seemed like this was a no more running day, as Deku had just been tackled to the ground mere meters from the street. Where do you think you're going? Sighed Deku. Hot hands wrenched him to his feet and dragged him around the corner, away from prying eyes. I asked, where? A punch. To you. A kick. Think. Punch again. You're going. An explosion. Loud. So loud. Stop being loud. Pain racked his body, and he knew if he didn't speak it would only get worse. He opened his mouth and bid himself speak, but the words died in his throat. If you speak, he'll hear you. You must never be heard, lest you be burned to ash. Come on, man. You know he won't answer you. Freak hasn't spoken all year. Yeah, the teachers don't even ask him any questions anymore cause he just stands there gaping like a fish. Huh, what a stupid Deku. Bakugo's friends continued to jeer at the bruised and burned boy while the blonde glared in ever-increasing rage. Even still, Deku dared not talk, dared not even whimper. Even as tears streamed down his face, his body shook with silent sobs. Kaken only got angrier. Since when are you a mute? Ha! Can't even answer a simple question, you stupid, quirkless bee. You really are worthless. Why don't you do everyone a favor and just disappear? No one would miss you. Right now you're just taking up space. A few hits and blasts later, Bakugo and his lackeys finally left. Deku laid on the ground, slowly bleeding, silently breathing. His tears had stopped a few minutes ago, and now everything was quiet. His brain told him to move, to hobble to the apartment and use those stolen bandages and finish his homework so he can hide before Hisashi returns. His body told him to lie there, let it rest. Why do you even want to go there when you can stay here and bleed out alone? With himself at a stalemate, Deku thought about what Kaken had said. Disappear. It sounded so nice. He didn't even have to die. If he could disappear, he wouldn't have to run. He wouldn't have to hide. He wouldn't have to stay quiet, always quiet, because he would simply be gone. He closed his eyes. I wish I could disappear. And Deku disappeared. I wish I could disappear. The moment Deku thought that, he felt a strange sensation. It started as an itch on his foot, then a tingling like his legs were asleep. Next was pins and needles up his back, goosebumps down his arms, and a brain freeze at the top of his head. Finally, a full body shiver melted into pleasant warmth, like a hot bath on a cold day. The whole thing lasted no more than a second, though the warmth lingered a bit longer before fading away. He thought it was the most peculiar thing he had ever experienced, until he opened his eyes. Gone was the school, the street, and even the cold concrete he had just been pummeled into. Instead, he found himself in a vast, white void that shimmered like crystal in the noonday sun. He wasn't even on the ground anymore. Not that he had risen up, but rather the ground had vanished and left him behind. Or, perhaps, he is the one who vanished and left all the world behind. He found it an interesting thought, so he continued to ponder it until he thought something else. It would be nice if I could find the ground and get my bearings. Suddenly he was standing on an invisible plane and felt the familiar pull of gravity. Odd. But now that he was no longer concerned about the absence of ground, endless questions came to his mind. Where was he? How did he get here? Why was there no ground then suddenly an invisible one? What was this strange, crystalline void with distant edges that seemed to roll and twirl, fractals shining like triangular stars? Was this his quirk? Izuku had gone to the doctor with his mother when he was 5, just a few months before she, and the doctor had said he had a quirk factor but no signs of activation. It was possible, though unlikely, that he had a quirk. He tried telling Kaken and the other kids that he might have a quirk, but they called him quirkless anyways. He became Deku not long after that. This is confusing. If only there was someone who would explain everything to me, like Mom used to. His attention was caught by a group of fractals that had faded into existence in front of him, shining brightly as they grew and morphed into a nostalgic shape. He watched as a female silhouette was formed, slender and petite with long green hair tied up in a bun. The features became more and more detailed, just like he remembered. And once they were perfect, the familiar face turned up into a smile he had sorely missed. Mom, hi, sweetie. It's good to see you. But am I really? I'm right here in front of you, honey. Deku had been told that Mom was gone and never coming back. That was why all her things were piled up on shelves in the room. So if she was gone, then who was this? An imposter? A fake? This smile was more reserved and almost sad. Am I a fake? Don't you want me to be real? What would make me real to you? A real mom would be at home. The familiar scenery of the apartment appeared around him. A real mom would give me a big hug. The woman kneeled down and embraced him. But most of all, a real mom would. Teachers called him Midoriya. Other kids called him Deku. Hisashi called him good-for-nothing as Stain. But there was one name he wanted to hear above all others, the one that he was called the most before 2 years ago. A real mom would call me Izuku. Izuku. The maybe mom pulled away from him and looked in his teary eyes. I've missed you, baby. Things have been hard since I left. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to leave you alone. Moisture gathered in her green orbs as it began pouring down his cheeks. Could this really be his mom? She looked and acted just as he remembered her. She called him Izuku. Am I even still Izuku anymore? If this was really his mom, then she knows best who he is. He looked around at the apartment, but it seemed different. For one thing, the lights were on, and he hadn't seen the apartment like that in a year at least, but that wasn't all. What was it? Over on the mantel was his mother's favorite vase, filled with flowers. On the shelf were all her books. There was the old couch, the one that was now pushed up against the wall and covered with stuff in the room that used to be his. This is the apartment 2 years ago, just before she went away. Back when it was home, just how he remembered it. No wonder it didn't feel out of place to see her here again. This was where she always belonged, back before she left, and it all changed. Did I travel through time? He walked into the bathroom, Mom following patiently behind him, and looked in the mirror. He was still wearing his elementary school uniform, and he could see the bruises and burns Kaken had given him. He could feel them too. He should probably why don't we treat those wounds? He snapped out of his haze to see his mom walk around to the cabinet where he knew the medical supplies were kept. He understood what was needed, and his mom did too, it seemed, as she pulled out everything they needed without asking what injuries he had. Burn cream and bandages, as well as ice packs from the freezer. She set down the burn cream and bandages, before turning to him, saying, "One moment, sweetie, I need to get the ice packs from the freezer for those bruises." She caressed his injured cheek and left for the kitchen. If he was still injured from his bullies, and his mom knew about it, he must not have time traveled. He also couldn't see Hisashi anywhere, though he was fine with that. He wasn't very nice even when Mom was there, so he didn't care if he was gone. And what was the deal with that strange, crystalline void? He didn't want his mom to go away, and he needed to treat his wounds, but he wouldn't mind exploring that place more to find some answers. He watched in awe as the bathroom melted away, revealing the wide, shining expanse he was in earlier. Except this time, the first aid supplies were there next to him, and his mother walked up with ice packs in hand and began tending his wounds. She seemed completely comfortable with the fact that their home was gone. At least there was still the invisible ground. Once he was bandaged up, the first aid supplies vanished as well, leaving a confused boy and his calm mother. He suddenly remembered why he had wanted to see her in the first place. She had always been good at explaining things, so maybe she could explain this place. You're curious about all this. That's my baby, always ready to learn. What do you know about this place? She had sat down next to him on the invisible ground, and they watched the shimmering fractals in the distance as he thought, it's not a dream. It's too realistic, and I just had real wounds treated. You're not dreaming. It wasn't time travel. Though she's here in the apartment was how it used to be. She knew about my injuries and wasn't surprised I was in elementary school. Plus, Hisashi's not here. You didn't time travel either. I know what's happened in the last 2 years, and Hisashi isn't here. Do you want him here? His mom had turned to him with a raised brow, asking him the question though she seemed to know the answer. He shook his head anyways. She smiled and turned back to the void. Let's try something else. What happened when you first got here? I wanted to disappear. Then there was the strange feeling, and everything was gone, even the ground. I wanted there to be ground, and there was. I wanted Mom to explain, and she appeared. So far everything has happened because you wanted it to, Izuku. The pieces clicked together in his head. Everything happened when he wished it to happen. No, perhaps not even that. He had a hypothesis, but he needed to test it. He looked down at the invisible ground they were sitting on and thought the ground is no longer there. The moment he thought it, they were no longer sitting, rather floating. The ground was gone. He kept thinking, we are standing on a hardwood floor, and glimmering fractals formed beams of wood beneath their feet, supporting their weight. Now it is a sandy beach, and the wood glowed and dissolved into fine grains of sand, while from the void an ocean bubbled up, waves lapping at their feet. I didn't even have to purposely think of an ocean, just a passing thought was enough. He looked to his mom only to see her beaming at him, eyes full of love and pride for her brilliant son. He couldn't help but smile back. It must have been hours since he first entered the void. There was so much to learn and discover, and he could do it all with his mom at his side. He could have spent all day changing the scenery with nothing but the thought of it should be this now, going from the beach to a city street to a grassy field to the top of a skyscraper. He was enjoying it so much, he went through location after location until he stopped. What else can I do? What would you like to do? His mother asked. He remembered his dream from the night before. I want to play heroes. His imagination sprang to life, given form by the crystals around him, shimmering and shining before becoming buildings, pedestrians, cars, streetlights. He and his mother were standing before an opulent bank, tellers and customers visible through the windows as they flitted about. Then, a massive explosion, loud, too loud, a much quieter explosion ripped through the building, sending everyone around him into a panic. A bank heist. It was a little too realistic. Once all the people had been turned into cartoons, and all the objects had a hand-drawn look to them, he felt much better. He saw the dastardly villains moving people into the corner while they showed off their quirks and weapons. This was now a hostage situation, perfect for a hero. Oh no, what are we going to do, honey? I need a costume. No sooner than the thought crossed his mind and his uniform was overlaid with his old All Might onesie, complete with upright bangs. There's still something missing, or rather, someone. There you are. Kaken was running up to him. He flinched, but then realized there had been no anger in his voice. His crimson eyes held no malice, no promises of pain, just like they did before he got his quirk. This was not the Kaken he knew. If this void only gave him what he wanted, then maybe this was a different Katsuki, one who was his friend, who didn't use his scary quirk to hurt him, who didn't call him Deku. Izu, I'm so glad you're here. We gotta beat the villains and save the hostages. We're the best heroes around, after all. The smile on his friend's face was emphasized by a pop 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 in his hands, as opposed to the bang and boom of real Kaken. This Katsuki's quirk was more akin to party poppers, complete with bits of confetti coming out every time he used it. Oh yeah, this was way better. It's not too loud. This Katsuki was so different from the real one, he supposed he couldn't call them both Kaken. That felt like an insult to this new, better Katsuki if he had to share a name with the other one. Maybe he'd like Katsu. Katsu, dear, are you going to help Izuku? My, you're both so brave, but you're missing your costume. Mom had a good point. So once Katsu was dressed up in a power loader costume, they told her to wait where it was safe while they go save the day. Then they ran across the street and into the bank. Halt, villains. Izu and I are here to stop you. Katsu jumped over to the duck villain and began to fight. Every punch accompanied by a pop and a flurry of colored paper. The cow villain turned to him, the great hero Izu. You may be the best hero ever, but we won't let you stop us. Ha ha ha. We'll see about that. Wait, how will I fight? You're wearing All Might's outfit. Why not use his power? Katsu shouted to him, before blasting confetti in the duck villain's face. All Might's power? Huh, I can work with that. He looked up to the cow in front of him, pulled his fist back, and smash. Once the villains were defeated and everyone cheered for Izu and Katsu, he let the scene fade away, leaving the two boys and his mother in the void once more. He had never had that much fun in his short life. All the thrill of being a hero without any of the scariness, and the whole time he knew he could change it if he wanted, and he would never ever lose. The civilians were all safe, he and Katsu were uninjured, and everything was back to normal with a simple thought. This was the best quirk ever. He brought back the beach from earlier, this time with a purple and orange sunset over the horizon. He sat down, followed by his companions, and felt the sand beneath his fingers. Katsu was the first to speak. You certainly got a sweet quirk, Izu. I bet all those other kids would be jealous. Who else can go to a world they have complete control over? His mother laughed. That's true, but what should we call your quirk? Something like void won't do it justice. A void is empty, but this place has endless potential. Endless potential? Huh. A memory surfaced in his mind. Mommy, is there something wrong with me? Everyone else at daycare has theirs already. What if mine never comes? Well, I think it's great that yours hasn't come yet. You know why? Why? Because those other kids already know what their quirks are, but yours is a secret. At this point, it could be anything. Right now, you are boundless. Boundless? What does that mean? It means you have an endless potential. There's nothing your quirk couldn't be, so there's nothing you couldn't do. There are no limits to the possibilities open to you. That's what boundless means. I think it's okay I don't have my quirk yet. What do you think it might be? Well, let's see. Did you think of a name? Izuku. Yeah, you gotta tell us. I bet it's a great name. Come on, tell us, Izuku. And for the first time in a long time, Izuku spoke. It's boundless. Izuku had never felt so alive. He was talking and laughing with his mom and Katsu in a way he hadn't for the last 2 years. The boy who was always either harassed or ignored found himself lavished with attention. Everything he did was praised, every word listened to attentively. For once, he didn't feel the need to be quiet. Why should he be quiet if no one was going to burn him? Mom and Katsu seemed so happy he was talking. He talked with them until, long after the crystal sun had sunk below the sparkling ocean, he gave a massive yawn. It was his mom who suggested he get some sleep. Where should I sleep? You can sleep here if you like, sweetie. Yeah, but he left his backpack in the real world. He's gonna have to get it for school tomorrow anyways. That's true. I have some things to drop off in my stash as well. Of course, there's also lots of things we need to test about Boundless and how it interacts with reality. Well, duh. Why don't you go back for the night then? This is your quirk, so you should be able to come back whenever you want. Yeah, that's true. I'll do that then. He bid them good night, then wondered how exactly to leave. Well, I got here by thinking I wanted to disappear, so do I just think I want to reappear and I will? At that thought, the strange feeling he had before returned. Itchy foot, tingly legs, needle-y back, goosebumpy arms, frozen brain, shiver then warmth. But this time, he opened his eyes to the school, where he could see his backpack lay forgotten. So it worked. Though, strangely, it seemed to be early evening now, when he could have sworn he'd been in Boundless for so long it should be night. Maybe it wasn't as long as he thought. Oh well, at least this way, if he rushed, he should still be home before Hisashi. He snagged his backpack and ran all the way home. He made it back no, not home, she's not here, to the apartment and into the room with only a few minutes to spare. He had barely put his food, new ruler, and backpack away when he heard the telltale sound of the door and heavy footfalls. He quickly grabbed his homework supplies and flashlight before pulling them under the bed with him. He hated doing his homework laying down, especially since under the bed was too dark without the flashlight. That meant he'd have to use it a lot and wear out the batteries faster. Fresh batteries were hard to come by. He really needed to hit that one store again. Once his homework was done, he thought of his quirk. What do I know about Boundless? It seems to be a place where every aspect is controlled with thought. Is it just my thoughts, or would anyone else be able to control it? Can I even bring other people there? Where exactly is it? Is it another dimension, or inside my own consciousness maybe? It didn't behave like any place on Earth I know of, but we haven't done much geography in school yet, so I could be wrong. When I reappear, can I choose where I am? When I came back I was a little ways off from where I left. Did I really leave though? It certainly seemed like it. I'll have to test that later. And what about the bandages? I had my uniform with me in Boundless, so I suppose I can take objects from the real world there. But when I returned, the bandages were gone. Though my wounds still looked like they'd been tended and felt a lot better. So objects from the real world can come and go with me. But anything formed in Boundless has to stay there, though the effects on my body remain. What would happen if I ate there? Would I be hungry when I returned? Would my body still be nourished? Can I even taste anything in Boundless? He thought himself to sleep that night. He saw Katsu on his way to school the next morning. He was about to go up and say hi, when burning red eyes spotted him. What's got you so happy today, Deku? Was yesterday not enough of a beating for you? The words died in his throat. This wasn't Katsu. This wasn't Boundless. No one called him Izuku here. Here he was useless, worthless, quirkless. He was Deku. Once more the jeers of his peers drowned out his quiet steps. Everything was the same as it was all those days before. Yet why did it feel so different? Was it because he had a quirk now? When they called him quirkless, he could tell them about Boundless. But even if he gained the courage to speak, would they believe him? No, they'd just think I made it up. Besides, what would that accomplish? Kaken would still hate him. Maybe even more so, and Hisashi would still pretend he didn't exist. Everything was different, and yet nothing had changed. Or perhaps he was the one who changed. Once again, at the final bell he was already packed and sprinting out the door. This time, he did make it to the street in time, a wildly cursing Kakin hot on his heels. He could tell the moment it was too populated for Kakin to risk attacking him, as he heard an impressive string of swears for a 7-year-old before one last promise of death, a scoff, and a turn away. Deku let out a silent sigh of relief before he too walked away, though his destination was not the apartment. He was running low on supplies. The small green had hit 3 different stores that day and made quite a haul. From the grocery store, 2 bags of chips, 6 candy bars, and 3 individually wrapped rice balls. The electronics store yielded new batteries and a watch, and finally from the department store came a new shirt and shorts. He knew he was pushing his luck then, and was ready to call it a day when he saw them. Bright red sneakers. He didn't have any other shoes than the ones on his feet, and they were getting small. But those were expensive, and there were a lot of people around. There was no way he could get them and escape unseen. He really wanted them. He told himself he'd be fine without them. He told himself he could come back another time when it was less crowded. He told himself he had a huge haul already, and if he got caught it would all be taken away. But something else told him he had to take them. He couldn't resist. "Hey kid, what are you doing? Stop." And of course he was spotted. They were going to arrest him. He would go to jail. "They'll take all my stuff." He needed to disappear. Todoroki Shouto was tired of shopping. His old man said he needed a new training outfit, and they were currently in the shoes section when commotion broke out. Another shopper was yelling at some kid, a shoplifter apparently, and Shouto turned to see startled green eyes staring back. The once viridian eyes became a glistening emerald, fractals scattering the light into a spectrum of color, and then they vanished. Deku was even better at stealing now. After the fiasco with the sneakers, Deku had learned that Boundless can be used as some form of teleportation. He could enter it from anywhere, and exit it wherever he liked. His new shoes also confirmed that real objects can come and go freely. Now anytime he got the urge to take something, he could just walk up to it, check no one was looking, grab it and disappear. He should start wearing a disguise. Employees were starting to recognize him. Why couldn't they ignore him like everyone else? Izuku had also discovered by accident that Boundless can store real objects too. He had returned to the real world without his backpack one time, and nearly had a heart attack. All his stuff was in there. He had immediately gone back to Boundless, but it wasn't there. However, the moment he wished he had it, it was brought back, and he was able to take it out of Boundless with him. He's learned that if you look closely, the fractals of a boundless object are faintly visible. Real things don't have them. Currently, Deku was sitting in the corner of the school cafeteria at lunchtime, thinking about his next experiment. I should figure out how events in Boundless affect my real body. That first time, though the bandages weren't real, their presence did help heal my injuries. What exactly are the properties of a boundless object? I should give those a name. Boundless object is too long. I guess I can just call them fractals, since that's what they're made of. But how exactly do they function? How do I find out? Deku looked around him. No one was sitting anywhere near him, but he could still see them huddled in their friend groups, laughing, chatting, eating. I wonder. At the end of class, Bakugo Katsuki was ready to go. The D-nerd was up to something. He just knew it, and he was going to find out what it was. Fur had somehow managed to escape him every day for the past 2 weeks, way too long since his last beatdown. That means Deku was definitely up to something, and Katsuki was gonna put him in his place. Useless Deku probably thought he was better than him. Why else would he never bother to talk to Katsuki or any of the extras? When the bell rang, Deku was up and out like a shot, but Katsuki was too. He wouldn't get away that easily. Both boys raced down the hall when Deku took a turn. Stupid. That hall led to a dead end. Katsuki smirked and followed, expecting to see the nerd terrified as he approached. The hallway was empty. What the F? Where'd he go? Izuku and Katsu were laughing up a storm. Man, I wish you could have seen his face. I bet Kakin took personal offense to you disappearing like that. Haha, yeah. It's even funnier since it was his idea in the first place. But you and Mom need to help me run another test. Said Mother appeared. The food test, correct? Should we make it instantly, or do you want me to cook like old times? Why don't we try both? There might not be a difference, but it's worth checking. Good idea. You're so smart, Izu. What should we eat? Well, I'm thinking we should have something I'm familiar with, and something I've never tried, since the fractals seem to base themselves on my memories unless I specify unrealistic properties that might affect the taste. That would make sense, sweetie. So how about katsudon and hamburgers? Katsudon was your favorite when you were younger, and you've always wanted to try a hamburger. That's perfect, Mom. And that's how Izuku ended up seated at the table at home with Mom. Katsu, 2 bowls of katsudon, 1 Izuku summoned and 1 his mom made, and a plate full of American-style hamburgers. With a quick thanks for the food, he dived in. Both bowls of katsudon tasted just like his mother used to make. But when he bit into a hamburger, there was nothing. No taste, no texture, nothing. So I was right. I didn't have any expectations for taste. And no memories of it, so the fractals were unable to create those qualities. But what if I eat it expecting to taste like something else? He thought of the sandwiches he often stole from the cafeteria and took another bite. Though it still looked like a hamburger, the taste of the sandwiches met his tongue. Interesting. After their makeshift dinner, Izuku felt stuffed. It had been a long time since he had his mom's katsudon, but he knew that as soon as he left Boundless, though he might still feel full, his stomach would be empty. He'd have to keep stealing food to stay nourished. He couldn't actually live off his mother's cooking. And that thought hurt. The three of them were at the beach again. But this time Izuku had sat them on the pier, his bare toes dipping in the water as he mindlessly changed the ocean's property. From cold to thick like oil to warm to bubbly and back again. It only served to remind him why he was so down in the first place. No matter how amazing Boundless was, how much fun he had, how great his mom and Katsu were, the moment he left it was all gone. None of it was real. Is that really true though? Are we definitely unreal? Of course. You vanish as soon as I leave. You're made up of my memories, thoughts, and desires. I'm technically talking to myself right now. Sometimes I can't even tell who's speaking. But is that really such a problem, Izu? You might subconsciously be telling us what to say, but we're still saying it. Well, yeah, and you can still interact with everything here. I give you a hug and a kiss every time you see me. Yeah, and it shouldn't matter I'm not the real Katsuki because I'm way better. Haha, you definitely are. So what's the problem then, dear? Does it really matter if we don't exist outside Boundless, when in here we do? Is it that important that we're real to everyone else, when we're real enough to you? Izuku looked to his companions, nearly invisible fractals lining their form. The friend he never had, and the mother who never went away. Constructs of his mind, thoughts, emotions, and memories. But those existed, didn't they? Isn't his desire for Kaken to be nice just as real as Kaken? Aren't his memories of his mother as true, observable, and tangible as she had once been? Everything in Boundless was thoughts made real. And maybe, Izuku decided, that's real enough for me. It's been 3 months since Deku discovered his quirk. 3 months of trudging through life in the real world. Go to school, run from Kaken, steal stuff, hide from Hisashi, until he gets a chance to go to Boundless. Then he'll spend hours upon hours playing heroes with Katsu or reading with his mom, eating her cooking, and generally having the time of his life. He loves Boundless. The real world is pretty lame. Reality does have a few things going for it though, mostly new things. The fractals can only create things from his memory or imagination, so it's not very good with things he hasn't experienced and doesn't want to make up. Like when he wanted to watch some All Might movies with Katsu. The ones Izuku had seen before played on their TV with no issue, even if it had been years since he'd watched them. But when he tried to watch the new one that just came out, it was nothing but static, so he watched a made-up movie and told himself to pick up a copy when he got the chance. Reality's good for that kind of stuff. Not much else. Deku didn't even bother to roll out from under the bed this morning before he disappeared. He found it so much easier and better to get ready for school in Boundless. He could take a shower, brush his teeth, tame his hair, and get dressed all without worrying if Hisashi was still in the apartment. He even started eating breakfast. As long as he had his watch to keep track of reality time, he could do whatever he wanted until right before school started. While other kids were walking to school, Izuku had ridden a roller coaster with as many loops as he wanted, which was 8. His watch alarm beeped, telling him he had 5 minutes before class starts. With one final wave to Katsu and Mom, he thought, I will appear in the second-floor boys' bathroom of my school, 3rd stall, before walking out of the empty restroom and into the hall towards his class. The early July sun was warm on his skin, though he could only think how much better it would be if he could make it a little warmer, a little stronger, without the window in the way, on an open field with a cold drink and Mom's homemade cookies and Midori. Pay attention. Deku flushed in embarrassment as the class laughed at him as always. Why did the teacher even call him out? Other kids get distracted all the time, and they often end up talking with each other. At least when he zones out, he doesn't disrupt anyone else. Then again, the teacher probably likes tormenting him. He's a useless, quirkless Deku after all. Except my quirk is way cooler than even Kaken's. Katsuki was absolutely livid. He was always angry, but today he was out for blood. The old hag had told him yesterday he should start looking for a birthday present for the nerd. As if, just the thought had his rage boiling over, ready to blow at any minor offense. Deku had somehow gotten really good at escaping him too, but not today. He'd already told a couple extras to block the door as soon as school was out so Deku would have nowhere to run. The hag wants him to give Deku a present. Oh, I'll give him a present all right. Sure enough, the moment the bell rang the nerd had bolted for the door, only to be stopped by the extras. Katsuki took his time packing his things, waiting for the teacher to leave the classroom so they could have it all to themselves. Once everyone else had cleared out, he had the extras wait by the door so it was just him and Deku. Perfect. He was gonna enjoy this. Deku knew he was in trouble when Kaken's lackeys stopped him at the door. He could see the blonde preparing for what could only be pain and misery for him. Escape plans ran through his head like a marathon. I can't push past them, they're too strong. I can't go through the window, this is the second floor. Besides, Kaken would stop me before I made it. I could disappear, but that would only make things worse since he would know I have a cool quirk now. Fight my way out. No, I'd get beaten easily. And with my luck I'd be the only one to get in trouble too. I'm screwed, aren't I? He was indeed. Soon the class was empty save for him, his tormentor, and the backup by the door. Kaken grinned sadistically and began warming up his quirk, every blast sending waves of fear down his spine. So, Deku, you must think you're so clever to get away all the time? Huh? You think you can escape me? You think you can actually accomplish something? A burning hand seared his shoulder. Well, newsflash, you D-nerd. You are worth nothing. You'll never amount to anything more than a pile of S. You can try and try, but you'll always be a useless Fin Deku for the rest of your S life. And he led with a right hook. Every blow burned his body, while every word branded his heart. Each punch, every kick, each explosion hit its mark with deadly precision. Deku could do nothing but lie down and take it. His left eye was swelling shut and he could taste the copper of his blood. His uniform was in tatters, with holes burnt through straight to the skin. One more harsh kick to his side and a sickening crack resounded in the room. A barely conscious Deku thought he saw a brief flash of guilt and fear on Kaken's face, until it schooled itself into malice once more. That should teach you to know your place, Fin Deku. Nobody likes you, we all hate your guts. Nobody in the world would care if we never saw you again. We'd probably throw a party. A no more Deku party. Doesn't that sound nice? Maybe he's right. This isn't worth it. Oh yeah, the old hag wanted me to get you a present for your birthday next week, so here. Kaken spit on his blistering cheek. Happy early birthday, you waste of space. I hope you die. The sound of the classroom door slamming shut barely registered in his haze. Every inch of him hurt, pain radiating through his body with every shallow breath. Even still, he thought, who would care if I just left? The teachers wouldn't. The other kids wouldn't. Heck, Kaken would be over the moon. And I doubt Hisashi would even notice. I could just take whatever I needed from reality and live in boundless. I wouldn't get hurt anymore, wouldn't have to run and hide anymore, and wouldn't take up space anymore. Everyone wins if only I disappear. It was now July 15th, and Hisashi couldn't care less. It was that D-brat's birthday, but he hadn't even seen the S stain in months, maybe even a year. For all he knew, the kid was rotting away with all of Inko's trash. Serves him right for being so D-worthless. Couldn't even manifest a quirk. What a waste. He came home a bit early and went to grab the first aid kit from the bathroom, only to find it missing. So the brat was alive. It's been a while since anything's gone missing from the house. At least this would make a good excuse to beat the living ass out of him. He'd have to actually go in that room though to get him. But then he could let all his frustrations out. And maybe this time the kid really will die. A knock on the door interrupted his excitement and brought back the irritation. He pulled his hand down his face with a heavy sigh and answered the door to an unfamiliar man. What do you want? Ah, Midoriya Hisashi, I presume. What's it to you? My name is Tsukasa Shinkuro and I'm the principal at your son's elementary school. It's come to my attention that Midoriya hasn't been at school in over a week, yet we've been given no reason for his absence. Might I inquire as to why that is? So now the brat was skipping school. He didn't really care, but he could get in trouble if the kid was a truant. Besides, this is just another reason to vent his frustrations later. I thought he was still going to school. I'll talk to him. If he doesn't show up tomorrow, just give a call and I'll set him straight. That would be wonderful. Thank you for your time. Once the portly man was well out of earshot, Hisashi closed the door and made his rage known. Boy, you D-brat, get your down here before I burn the house down. When there was no reply, he proceeded to storm up the stairs. Hey, that means now, you insufferable bee. Still nothing. When he reached the door of that room, he hesitated for only a moment before kicking it open, only to stop in surprise at what he saw. Or rather, what he didn't see. The room was completely empty. Midoriya Izuku was officially declared missing on July 18th. He wouldn't be found for the next 6 years. Todoroki Shouto did not like to shop. It was great to get out of the house, and served as an excuse to miss training, but that was it. It didn't help that the only thing he ever shopped for was supplies for said training. And his old man always came with him, to ensure only the best quality for his legacy. That legacy could go die in a hole for all Shouto cared. Yet here he was, pretending to peruse the exercise pants while his father was angrily ranting to a terrified employee, demanding to see the higher quality goods. The number 2 hero endeavor terrorizing a poor part-timer. What a great example of heroism. Not. He turned back to the pants only to nearly jump out of his skin. The extensively trained teenager had not noticed the other teen walk up beside him, looking in the smaller sizes. His footsteps must be almost inaudible for me to miss them. The other was wearing a plain t-shirt, shorts, and a baseball hat over fluffy green curls. In other words, he was completely unremarkable. But for some unknown reason, Shouto felt something was off about this boy. He seemed to be simply shopping, like he was, but he had been forced to hone his instincts for years, so Shouto wasn't about to ignore them. He put back the pants in his hands and sauntered over a couple racks, close enough to observe, far enough to be discreet. The strange boy seemed to hold up the tag to his right, checking the price, before then looking at a sign to his left. He's acting like a regular shopper, but he's actually checking his surroundings. Pretty good. Shouto watched as carefully as he could without giving himself away, which was why he didn't believe it at first when the pair of pants in the other boy's hands vanished. Did he see that right? It wasn't until the third article of clothing disappeared without a trace that Shouto accepted what he'd seen. This kid was a shoplifter, apparently with a quirk very suited to stealing. He needed to stop him, but the teen didn't seem bad enough to sick a hero on, so he decided to try and apprehend him himself and bring him to the police. That sounded good. He waited until the shoplifter had walked a ways away from the service desk before approaching. "Excuse me." The boy flinched noticeably and turned to him, keeping his head down. "Is there a reason why I've watched a pair of pants and 2 shirts vanish into thin air while you were shopping?" The greenet's head whipped up at that, giving Shouto a sight of vivid green eyes that proceeded to dart left and right. They were alone, yet still the other made no move to speak. "If you don't want to tell me, I'll just have to take you to the SHOOOUUTOO. Now it was his turn to flinch. Why couldn't his father just leave him alone? "TCH, my father's looking for me. Come on, if I don't hurry he'll throw a fit and make everything worse." He grabbed the boy's wrist and turned to walk away, only to feel a light tug. He stopped and looked to his companion with a raised brow. The silent teen glanced around them again, before smirking and raising a finger to his mouth. "A secret?" The boy nodded and looked to Shouto in expectation. "Sure, I can keep a secret." A bright smile took the place of the smirk, before Shouto's other hand was grabbed. Then a strange feeling that started as an itchy foot and ended with a shiver melting into warmth washed over his body. Shouto and the mysterious boy disappeared. Izuku had no idea what he'd been thinking. He'd gone to reality to do some shopping to sate his itch more than restock supplies. He didn't need clothes. He could wear fractals just fine since his thought control was so much better now. But the thing is, every now and then he would get this urge, a strong desire to take something, and it would drive him mad until he did. He really didn't want to visit reality if he didn't have to, but he'd tried simulating theft and Boundless and it just didn't satisfy him like he wanted. It's not as exciting when there's no risk of failure, and the things you took disappear with a passing thought. That's why he'd been in the exercise section, next to a bicolored teen looking at pants. He didn't need sweatpants, but he definitely wanted them. When the other boy had left, he continued the innocent shopper charade, picking up a couple shirts as well. But the boy found him out, and was about to take him to the police, or try to, at least. Deku would have vanished long before they reached the station. But then an angry shout carried through the store, and the look on the other boy's face. Deku knew that look, the look of a cornered animal facing its predator. He used to wear it, so he helped him escape. Izuku didn't know what emotion possessed him to the point where he brought someone else, a real person, to Boundless. Sympathy, camaraderie, maybe. Haven't felt either of those in a long time. Whatever the case, there the red and white teen was, looking completely gobsmacked at the crystalline void. He considered immediately dropping the other off at some random location, before realizing the risk he's just taken was giving him a delicious rush of adrenaline. Maybe he could entertain his guest for a little while. Shouto figured the stranger had some kind of teleportation quirk, but this was not what he'd been expecting at all. His eyes had opened to a shimmering expanse, like the sky was a broken mirror and he was falling through it. Or maybe he was floating. There wasn't any gravity from what he could tell, so floating seemed the proper term. He turned to the one who brought him here, only to see the strangest expression. He seemed scared and excited and utterly amused. Great, he's making fun of me. I just know it. The scar over his left eye itched, but he resisted the urge to scratch. He decided to gather some intel instead. Excuse me, but what just happened? The other boy watched him a moment before proceeding to burst out into laughter. Ha ha ha. Sorry, it's just snort your face. Ha, I've never brought anyone else here, so. And where exactly is here? The boy stopped laughing finally, though he seemed even more excited than before. Oh, this is my quirk. My name's Izuku, by the way. Well, and here it is. You met me as Deku, but you can call me Izuku while you're here. It's been so long since I met someone new. What's your name? It took Shouto a moment to process the high-speed words of the other. Izuku, he thinks, and Todoroki Shouto. This is your quirk. Izuku nodded at his introduction, before plowing on with his monologue. Shouto, can I call you Xiaochin? Gosh, Mom and Katsu will be so happy I made a new friend. I can't wait to introduce you. Oh, I should do that right now. Shouto could only watch in awe as the shards around him formed into a cozy apartment living room with all the furnishings and 2 people appeared in front of him before gravity returned and he immediately toppled over. Oh dear, are you alright? I guess Izu should have warned you about the incoming ground. But how was I supposed to know he'd lose his balance like that? Well, it makes sense that he would be disoriented. He's likely unused to the feeling of weightlessness like you used to be, and to suddenly feel weight again without warning. The rapid-fire conversation was making his head spin almost as much as the change in scenery had. Sorry to interrupt. Mom and Katsu, I presume. He pointed to each in turn, but I am still incredibly confused as to how me apprehending a simple shoplifter turned into this. All 3 turned to him simultaneously, before sporting an eerily similar smile. Of course, allow me to explain. I can't tell you exactly why I chose to bring you here, but I can tell you this: my quirk is the world, scrubbed of all the bad and with the good amplified tenfold, where thoughts become reality, and the only limits are your own imagination. Welcome to Boundless. Having Shouchin around was interesting. It had been a long time since Izuku talked with someone other than Mom or Katsu, and it was quite strange. Since Mom and Katsu are fractals, they already know what he's thinking and he knows how he'll respond, but Shouchin was real. They'd been conversing for a while now, and already there have been several times he expected a certain response from his new friend, only to hear something completely different. He sometimes forgot real people can be unpredictable. I know I used to live in the real world, but now this feels like a brand new experience. Shouchin was so curious about Boundless. He would ask question after question and Izuku would answer. Then Shouchin would get this look of wonder and amazement before it would return to curiosity and he'd ask another question. Suffice it to say, Izuku was having fun. So, you can send things here whenever you want, and store them, and pull them out again later. Yep, it only works if I'm touching them though. I act as the gateway between Boundless and reality. Objects can only come and go through me. As far as I can tell, Boundless functions as a pocket dimension anchored to my mind. It exists in an intersection between the infinite planes of space and time, which explains why I can manipulate the space-time in here to my liking. I have no idea what any of that means. Really, basically Boundless is a dimension of infinite size where I control both space and time. It's simple higher dimensional physics in mathematics. Oh, wait, how do you know higher dimensional physics but don't know a thing about World War III? I thought that was standard for middle school history. Shouto thought it was a valid question. He couldn't remember how the topic had come up, but it seemed that Izuku was an unparalleled genius in some areas, while completely clueless in others, like history. He had seemed so happy talking to Shouto about incredibly confusing physics, but the moment school came up, he immediately shut down. Izuku seemed to ponder a bit, twiddling his thumbs and biting his lip, before he answered, I haven't been to school in a long time. What? This boy knows math and science far beyond his years, and he doesn't go to school. Calm down, Shouto, or you'll scare him off, just like your father. He took a deep breath. Okay, then how did you learn about interdimensional physics if you don't go to school? Izuku seemed to warm up at his acceptance. Well, I don't go to school, but I like to learn. Sometimes when I go to reality, I pick up a few books and subjects that interest me. I've always been interested in my quirk, so I tend to hit the maths and sciences pretty hard. History is not really my thing, so I kinda skipped it. That would explain the unbalanced intellect of his new acquaintance, if he only studied subjects he liked. Enough about that though, I'm getting hungry. Let's have a picnic, Shouchin. Shouto decided to follow the obvious change in topic, much to Izuku's apparent delight, and nodded in agreement. Great, what should we have? I always pick, of course he does. His only companions are manifestations of his quirk, so you can pick this time. You can choose the location too, and I'll make it happen, to celebrate my new friend. Were they friends? Shouto never asked for a friend, but he supposed it couldn't hurt to humor him. Can we have cold soba then? It's my favorite. I don't really care where. Izuku scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. Sorry, I've never had that. I could make it appear since I know what it looks like, but it would be tasteless since I have no memories of its taste. Is there something else you want? That actually made a lot of sense from what Shouto knew of his quirk. He nodded and continued, then how about takoyaki? It's been a long time since I've had that. Izuku lit up like a Christmas tree in glee. Perfect. And we can have it in my favorite scene too. Shouto didn't think he could ever get used to watching the world morph around him. It always made him incredibly disoriented and slightly dizzy. He would admit, though, it was quite fascinating to be on a living room couch one moment, then have his feet dangling off a pier without even getting up. The artificial ocean glistened beautifully under the faux sunset, and the non-existent takoyaki smelled delicious. Yeah, this was weird. It broke every law of physics Shouto had ever learned. But he guessed Izuku was the expert on that around here, so maybe this was normal in those infinite planes he'd been talking about. Either way, the takoyaki tasted just as good it smelled. Izuku had his suddenly bare feet immersed in the water that kept changing colors. He was significantly shorter than Shouto, but his still-shoed feet were dry. The water level was almost to his knees, but there was an unnatural dip right where his feet were. It was strange to see, but quite considerate really. How's the takoyaki? It's good. Great. I'll bring out some real food too. Make sure you have some of that so you stay nourished. Oh, but I can bring out the supplements too if you'd rather have those. Real food. Supplements. What do you mean? Izuku's smile dimmed slightly. Well, since I don't inherently know how food nourishes us, I'd have to specify for the fractals to provide every single nutrient for them to actually sustain us, which would be near impossible and a pain to deal with. But as long as you eat real food or take supplements every now and then, you'll be fine. The price stickers on the food and pill bottles reminded him how he met Izuku. That's right, he's a shoplifter, a criminal, a villain. He doesn't seem much like a villain. Shouto had a problem. He was thoroughly enjoying talking with Izuku in this little infinitely sized pocket dimension. He honestly hadn't conversed this much with anyone in a long time. Izuku didn't seem to mind his awkwardness, or didn't notice, and had a lot of interesting things to say when he wasn't off on a tangent about the science of his quirk. But then he remembered how they met. This strange, cheerful teen with a mind-boggling quirk was a shoplifter. According to his father, that made him a villain. The old man was wrong about a lot of things, but stealing was still a crime. Izuku didn't seem like a criminal, so why was he breaking the law like one? Hey, Izuku. Yes, Shaochan. Why were you stealing when I met you? Izuku almost couldn't find the words to reply. Why would Shaochan ask something like that? They were just starting to get along, so why risk ruining it? He won't understand. He just wants to arrest you. But what if he's just curious? What if he's trying to learn more about me in Boundless? What if he wants to? Are you gonna have me arrested if I answer? That depends on what you say. I should tell him. If he doesn't like it, I can just kick him out. It's not like he can come back here without me. Fine. It started as necessity. I couldn't get things like food and school supplies from where I lived, and the man I lived with wouldn't get them for me. That's when I started. I knew it was wrong, but I needed those things and had no other way to get them. I mean, I was just a little kid at the time. But then, where did that lump in his throat come from? It was suddenly getting quite difficult talking to Shaochan. It changed. I used to hate stealing, absolutely despised it. But then it was exciting, thrilling, giving me a rush I couldn't find anywhere else. I realized I could have nice things, not just necessary things, and then I started getting this urge to steal. It's an overwhelming desire for the danger, the risk, the reward. I go out into reality, face all those people who would never understand or never care, find something I want, and come back with the prize. It feels so good, I can't help it. I know it's wrong and illegal, but that doesn't matter to me anymore. Hasn't in a long time. Shouto wasn't sure what he was expecting, but it certainly wasn't that. Apparently, this had been going on years, and started because the man he was living with apparently couldn't deign to give his kid any food. Wow, I'm not sure even my father would stoop that low. He at least feeds me and my siblings. If that was the case, he supposed it couldn't be helped. There's little chance a young child would know where a food bank is or how to file a claim of child neglect. In that regard, he really couldn't blame Izuku for his theft. It was for survival. It was the next part he had issue with. Strong urges to steal, taking things for the rush. That was certainly concerning. He finally meets someone his age, and they're probably a kleptomaniac. Great. Good job, Shouto. In any case, Izuku was clearly not entirely right in the head. All the things he'd said over the course of the afternoon made more sense in the light of this new information. He felt like there was more to the story, but that would have to wait for another time. Izuku looked ready to disappear again with how long Shouto was taking to respond. He should probably do that. I see. Are you gonna try and turn me in now? Can we at least stop talking about my past? No, I won't have you arrested. Izuku perked up on one condition, and then deflated. What do you want? He mumbled. Shouto had to stop for a moment. He hadn't fully thought through his condition yet. Prison was definitely not something Izuku needed. He needed help. He wanted to help, but didn't know how. But he wanted to be a hero. And heroes help people. I want a way to contact you again. I'd like to talk some more, but I need to go home for today. Go home? Yes, back to the real world. But your father will be looking for you, and I can tell you don't want to be found. I don't mind if you stay here for a while. His father. Now that was an unpleasant thought. It's already bad enough, but if I don't go back it'll just get worse. I appreciate the offer, but I need to go once I know how to contact you. Okay, do you have a phone? Shouto pulled out his cell, only to stare in shock at the time. He could have sworn they'd been talking all afternoon. Yet according to his phone, he hasn't been gone for longer than 2 hours. Izuku started laughing at him, clutching his right side. Heh, I bet you're surprised at the time, huh? I told you, I control all of spacetime in Boundless, that's space and time. It usually runs at about half the speed of reality, though I can change that if I want to. Anyways, stop staring at it and give it here. He passed him the cell. There's no service here. That's understandable. And not an issue. Or at least, not one I can't fix. Izuku swiped through his phone for a bit before handing it back. No sooner had it touched his hand than the notification tone startled him. He had full bars now and a text message from, what in the? New message from, how's this? You surprised? Izuku, what did you do? He looked like a cat with a canary when he replied, yep. I just sent you a text with my mind. I had a feeling I could do something like this. All my research pointed to the possibility of creating my own network. Izuku, I'm not going to understand the science behind it. Summarize, please. Oh, right. Basically, I told Boundless to automatically send and receive cell signals to devices I recognize, which admittedly is only you right now, with my thoughts functioning as my device. So now not only will you have signal in here, but you can call and text my brain. Go on, try it. I want to see what it's like. That had to be one of the strangest things he's heard all day. And this was the weirdest day of his life. Oh well, he typed a simple hello and hit send. Boundless seemed to vibrate a moment before Izuku visibly shivered. Whoa, that feels cool. It's like the letters just flashed in my mind. But seriously, hello. You just texted someone's brain and all you can say is hello. You gotta be more creative than that, Shouchin. He shrugged. So, Boundless is an interdimensional cell phone now. Will this work outside of Boundless? It should, at least from your end. I'm unsure about if I'm outside Boundless. It could work or it could not. But you should be able to connect to Boundless, and by extension me, anytime. Oh, and don't share the contact. It won't work if I don't recognize the device anyways. Subconscious recall and all that. I'll take your word for it. Thanks. Izuku didn't know where his house was. So he dropped Shouto off on a nearby street and he walked home. Sure enough, the old man was ticked, but Shouto didn't really care. When asked where he was, he said he went for a walk and got lost. Todoroki and G spouted some stuff Shouto couldn't be bothered to listen to before he stormed out to go on patrol. After reassuring his sister Fayumi, he went to his room and turned on his computer. He spent the next few hours searching the web for how to help a friend with kleptomania. Izuku's brain buzzed. Can we meet up? I'm in my room. Text to Shouchin's phone. Sure thing. Be there in a sec. Now, I want to appear in Shouchin's room. Shouchin was still reading the message when he popped into existence. After a few weeks of friendship, Shouchin had finally stopped jumping in surprise whenever Izuku showed up. His face had been so funny every time, but it was good his friend wasn't startled by him anymore. Maybe he should try harder. He was starting to realize his quirk had incredible prank potential. That train of thought derailed as soon as he saw Shouchin. He was covered in bruises and burns, as well as a thick layer of sweat making his clothes cling to him. Another beating disguised as training. Why was a hero allowed to do this to someone like Shouchin? Because the real world sucks. That's why. He had no words to offer. He never did in reality. For some reason, just the thought of speaking here made his throat seize up and tongue stick to the roof of his mouth. But no words were needed when he silently offered his friend a hand and brought him to Boundless. Shouchin was quiet as Mom applied the real bandages before dissipating. Shouchin said it was odd talking to Izuku as three different people, so they usually talked one-on-one. That was fine though. This conversation was best held that way anyways. Shouchin, why do you let him do this to you? I don't have a choice. Of course you do. You can stay here with me. You know he can't possibly find you in Boundless. He sighed. I know Izuku, but it's not just me that's in danger. There's my siblings, Natsuo and Fayumi, and my mother too. If I just up and left like Taoya did, they'd be the ones to pay the price. Izuku paused. The risk he took bringing Shouchin here that first time paid off, but he wasn't so sure if it would for someone else. For Shouchin though, I can bring them here too if you like. They don't even have to stay if they don't want to. I can drop them off somewhere far away from Minji. He really hoped they didn't want to stay. One real friend was enough for him. It didn't matter anyways, because once again Shouchin declined. I appreciate that, Izuku. Really I do, but no. I want to be a hero, a real hero, and I can't do that if I stay here. I'm sure my family feels the same. Shouchin. Izuku frowned. At this rate, his friend would just keep getting hurt. Living out there only leads to pain. He put a hand to his side. He learned it the hard way. A small smile graced Shouchin's face. It's okay. Once I get into UA, he should back off. I'd need to be in good shape to do well in the heroics course, after all. He just wants me to be ready for the recommendation exam next month, so it won't be so bad after that. That's right, Shouchin was going to go to UA. He had wanted to go there a long time ago, but he'd need to leave Boundless for extended periods of time to do so. Maybe once Shouchin started going, if he still hadn't accepted his offer by then, he could tell him all about it. Then he could make a fractal UA and go there. Maybe Shouchin would like that too. He wondered if Kaken still wanted to attend UA. He'd definitely make it in, and he tried. His faded burns itched. Fine, you'll be a shoo-in for sure. Your ice is so powerful you won't even need fire. But when you get in, make sure you watch out for Kaken. I don't know if he'll apply, but I wouldn't be surprised. He should look pretty close to Katsu, only scarier. I haven't seen him in years, but I had Katsu age with me, so he shouldn't be too different. It would have been weird to be friends with a 7-year-old now that he's grown. Xiaochen nodded. I'll keep my eyes out. Thank you for the warning. But who knows, maybe he's changed for the better since you last saw him. He hadn't told his friend the whole story, but he knew enough. Kaken was a terrible person, like Enji and Hisashi. He doubted he's changed. They talked for a long time like that. Then Izuku wanted Xiaochen to have some fun today to make up for the training, so he made a massive amusement park full of rides and games just for them. They were on the Ferris wheel, fireworks lighting up the shimmering sky. When Xiaochen mentioned an ad for a park in reality he wanted to go there together sometime. Once they'd ridden everything they wanted, Izuku made a massive pool with water slides and a diving board and water that wouldn't get Xiaochen's bandages wet. They swam and played to their heart's content. Xiaochen asked if he thought Yue had a pool, and if they'd ever get to swim in it. Then Xiaochen said he had to go home, and that he'd text him later. Izuku sent him back to his room with a wave. Shoo, a perfect replica of Xiaochen materialized. Hi Izu, I wanted to have some more fun with Xiaochen today, but you'll have to do for now, especially if he starts going to Yue. If he does, he'll be too busy for me, so you're just gonna have to be my friend instead. Once I get a better understanding of Xiaochen's personality, you'll be the perfect substitute. Then it won't matter if Xiaochen wants to stay in the real world, because you'll be here. They both smiled. You're so smart, Izu. If Xiaochen wants to leave, that's fine. I won't ever leave you. Yeah, now, let's go to the arcade. If real Xiaochen won't stay, I'll just make one that will. It was almost time. Shouto was already changed into his workout gear, ready for the physical part of the recommendation entrance exam. The knowledge test was fairly straightforward. He'd been studying for weeks, so he was quite confident in his scores, especially math and science. Izuku had tutored him in those. Compared to the doctorate level stuff he kept trying to teach him, the topics on the test were beyond simple. It also helped that time ran slower and boundless, so even though he'd really started preparing a few weeks ago, he had a couple months' worth of studying under his belt. Suffice it to say, he'd pass no problem. But now it was time for the physical exam. He knew he shouldn't be nervous. His skill with his ice was admirable, and he was in good physical shape. When he wasn't trying to teach Shouto multivariable calculus, Izuku would help him train his body too. Endurance runs along an endless beach, lifting weights that would get progressively heavier, target practice against real villains. But now, he would be facing off against real people with real quirks. Would his skill be enough? It'd have to be. For Izuku, he listened intently as the test was explained, an obstacle course race. He'd be grouped with 5 other applicants, and they'd be scored on criteria like power, creativity, and time to complete the course. Seems all that endurance running would come in handy. He looked at all the other applicants, and noticed one staring at him. That's a lot like how Izuku looks when he wants to say something. But he's too nervous. Maybe he is too. I should help him out a bit. Mind made up, he turned to the taller male and gave a small wave. The other's face went from nervousness, to shock, to excitement as he waved back and began to approach. It was then that his group was called. Seems he's in my group. Oh well, guess we can talk after. His father was giving him his favorite don't disappoint me face. But Shouto honestly didn't care. Enji's opinion didn't matter, as long as he could help people. People like Izuku. Shouto lost to the other boy by a slim margin. That just meant he'd have to work harder in the future, and probably avoid his old man like the plague until he calmed down. If his angry grimace was any indicator, he should probably text Izuku ASAP to pick him up after the test. But that would have to wait, because the other boy was approaching him again. Hey, that was a really good race. You're Endeavor's kid, aren't you? Now that stung a little. Shouto wanted to lash out in anger, and he probably would have, if this boy hadn't reminded him a bit of his friend. Ever since they met, Shouto had been researching all kinds of things religiously, anything to help him help Izuku. He studied compulsion disorders, unhealthy coping mechanisms, and lots of communication tips and tricks. Turns out, there's not much he can do without a psychology degree aside from talking with him. He calmed himself down and recalled all the things he'd learned. Stay calm, speak the truth gently without sugarcoating it. Be polite, do not be accusatory. Know when to stand firm and when to compromise. Speak clearly with concrete terms to avoid ambiguity. Be considerate of their point of view before presenting your own. You can do this. Hello, congratulations on your win. I'll have to work even harder to try and win next time. My name is Todoroki Shouto, and I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't compare me to my father, please. The other boy seemed stunned for a moment before replying. Oh yeah, sure thing. I'm Yurashi Inasa. Good to meet you, Todoroki. I hope we become classmates. Shouto gave him a small smile. Nice to meet you too, Yurashi. Call me Inasa. I insist. That went well. His father seemed to be raging even harder with Shouto's ignoring him. But he could yell at him later as they were being led back inside for the interview. This made him very nervous. He may be better at communicating than he used to be, but he still had a ways to go. Plus, I only really practice with one person, and he's not the best example of the average conversation partner. If they were just asking questions and judging answers, he'd likely do okay. But if they were testing for charisma, he can kiss his admission goodbye. All the examinees were seated in rows along either side of a hallway, next to the 2 rooms where interviews were being conducted. Once a student left the room, the next in line would walk in. One by one the hallway emptied out, until finally Shouto was a bundle of nerves at the front of his line. The girl in front of him left the room and he stood up. It's now or never. When he walked in the office, he was greeted by a scruffy-looking man who gestured to the empty seat in front of the desk. Shouto stated his name and examinee number when asked and sat down. Gosh, he was nervous. Then the man spoke again. My name is Aizawa Shouto and I'll be conducting your interview. My name is Aizawa Shouto and I'll be conducting your interview. Okay, calm down, Shouto. You are completely ready for this. I'm not ready at all for this. Hello. Thank you for your consideration. Just remember what you researched. Calm, kind, polite. I'm just asking you a few predetermined questions, then you can go. Wish I could too. I wasn't supposed to do these, but some meddlesome rodent decided I should meet my potentially new students. The scraggly man, Aizawa, said this while glaring hard at a corner of the ceiling where Shouto could see a camera. Oh, so this is being recorded. Wonderful. Fabulous. Now everyone can see my awkwardness. Aizawa sighed. Let's get this over with. Why do you want to go to UA? That was a surprisingly easy question. UA has the best-rated heroics course in the country, extensive amenities for student use, and it's close to home. And his father would never let him go anywhere else. But that was better left unsaid. A nod. Why do you think you should be admitted to the heroics course? Another easy one. I believe I am capable of handling the rigor of this course, physically and academically. I consistently score within the top 3 students of my year, and have been training my body and quirk extensively for many years. Again, because his father made him. But this, again, went unsaid. Tell me about your quirk. It's called half hot, half cold. I can produce fire from my left side and ice from my right. But in practice I really only use my ice. Aizawa looked up at that, with a wary gaze. I noticed. But if you think you can skate through this course using only half of your power, you're dead wrong. His sharp, black eyes bored into Shouto, who immediately felt both cowed and ashamed. The other seemed to notice, as he dropped his gaze and heaved another sigh. Why don't you use the fire side? Shouto's head shot up in shock. He's really going to ask that? He was met with a raised eyebrow, and no sign of yielding. Oh no, he really is. Crap. In my experience, fire only brings pain and fear. I don't want to hurt people or for people to be afraid of me. Horrifying memories came to him unbidden. His father's burning fist on his skin, his mentally ill mother pouring boiling water on his face, and, hey Shaochin, what's your quirk? Can I see? He produced a few small ice shards in his right hand, as Izuku watched in awe. I can also make fire. A small flame appeared in his other hand, and Boundless screamed. The shining crystals of purple and blue were replaced with the reds and oranges of burning embers, as 1,000 voices cried out. Shrieks of fire. Too hot. It hurts, echoed through his skull, until the voices united. Burning to ash, burning to ash, burning to ash. Izuku was curled up on the floor, sobbing. Shouto had never hated his fire more. Aizawa was frowning, but didn't say anything, thank goodness. Instead, he glanced down at the paper in his hands. One last question, why do you want to be a hero? That was complicated, but he did his best to explain. When I was little, I wanted to be a hero because I thought they were cool and inspiring. I wanted to be like that. After my quirk came in, I lost sight of that. Heroics seemed like the only path open to me, but my heart wasn't in it. That changed a few months ago. I have this friend, and he needs help, even if he thinks he doesn't. I want to help him, and I want to help others like him. That's why I want to be a hero, so I can save my friend from himself. He couldn't tell what expression Aizawa had. Surprise, maybe? It was only there for a moment, before the familiar don't give a crap look returned. That's all. You can leave now. We'll contact you with the results in a couple weeks. Thank you for your time. Shouto bowed politely and left. It's finally over. I need to text Izuku before my old man finds me. He first texted his father, saying he was going for a run and wouldn't be home till late. He didn't even read the reply. Hey Izuku, I just finished. Can you pick me up outside the gates? Izuku, be there in 0.5 seconds. Sure enough, as soon as he left the school grounds, his green-headed friend was ready and waiting. When he heard Shouto approaching, he turned and waved, a small smile on his face. Shouto knew that smile would turn big and brilliant the moment they were in Boundless. He wished he could see it in reality too. So, what did you think of Todoroki Shouto? He'll definitely be a problem child. Good. I'll be sure to put him in your class then. You can't just, ugh. Fine, but did you hear his interview? Of course, he seems a very polite and earnest boy. Not that. Some of his answers were concerning. Ah, you mean about his quirk and mysterious friend? We should definitely look into that. And by we, I of course mean you. Sigh, I figured you'd say that. This is going to be a long year. I'm exhausted already. Izuku really didn't like time right now. In Boundless, he can bend time to suit his needs, though he doesn't need to that often. But lately he's been slowing down the days when Shaochan visits so he can enjoy his company. That's not what bothers him. The thing about time, especially in reality, is that it's always moving forward. You can't stop it or reverse it or reroute it at all. No matter how much you beg and cry and plead, time marches on without a care. No matter how much Izuku wants Shaochan to stay with him, in a few months he'll be attending UA. Shaochan says it's not set in stone yet, but he just knows his friend made it in. How could he not? He's smart and strong and kind and so cool, UA would be foolish not to admit him. Doesn't stop Izuku from wishing they were fools. Shaochan was the first new friend Izuku made since before his mother went away. He's also the only real person he's talked to since he left reality. Hanging out with Shaochan is so different from being with Mom or Katsu, but he likes it a lot. With Mom and Katsu, they are either told directly what to do, or they act based on his subconscious understanding of their personalities. When he isn't directing them, Mom is sweet and gentle while Katsu is fun and energetic. Shaochan, though, is a mystery. Sometimes Shaochan will laugh when it's not funny. Sometimes he'll frown when it's not sad. Sometimes he'll smile when it's not happy. Sometimes they'll be having so much fun in Boundless, and Shaochan will mention the real world. He's always saying things like we should go there sometime, or I'd like to show you this, or you'd make a great hero. That one confuses him the most. Him, a hero. The world never cared about him before, so why should he care what happens in it? He had stopped playing heroes a long time ago, but there was no stopping Shaochan. He'd tried to convince him that it wasn't worth it, that he should just stay in Boundless with him. He wouldn't have to see his father, wouldn't have to be hurt, and wouldn't have to deal with all the terrible people out there. He even offered to set up a fractal city full of fractal civilians to save and fractal villains to fight if Shaochan wanted to be a hero so bad. But he just gave Izuku that same sad smile whenever he brought it up and said it wouldn't be the same. It would be exactly the same, just with less danger and no chance of failure. Suffice it to say, Izuku was getting frustrated. He'll just have to make sure Shu is ready before the new school year starts. Shouto was getting frustrated. He'd read online that helping those like Izuku would take a while. For some it was a lifelong battle. And Shouto was ready for that if that's what it took. He would have been fine to buckle down for the long haul. But there seemed to be no progress at all. Izuku kept asking him to stay in Boundless with him, and he kept declining. He knew he had to show his friend that reality was good too, but every time he brought it up Izuku would frown and change the subject. Their conversations kept devolving into this same cycle, each of them twirling around the other's offers in a strange dance. It seemed Izuku was just as stubborn as Shouto. It's hard to keep trying when nothing was visibly working. He was starting to relate quite a bit to the mythical Greek Sisyphus, pushing the boulder up a hill only for it to come rolling back down. Shouto could really sympathize with the guy now, but Shouto would keep trying. For Izuku. But gosh, was he frustrated? He was likely just stressed out from everything lately. He was getting paranoid. He'd never seen anything. And it was probably nothing, but he kept feeling like he was being followed. Aizawa had been following the Todoroki boy for a few days now. Nezu had said he should look into the teen, but apparently couldn't bother to lend a hand or paw, and left the matter entirely up to him, as if he didn't have enough work to do. All this was cutting into his nap time, which is only part of the reason he was so frustrated. Every time Todoroki left the house, which was surprisingly little, he was covered in new injuries that had been carefully bandaged. That in and of itself was concerning. The problem child had said he trained on a regular basis, but he shouldn't be getting this injured on a regular basis. What was really concerning was that Todoroki seemed to disappear for hours at a time. This usually happened when the kid left home. He'd be wearing a tracksuit and running shoes, presumably to go for a jog, and he would, to just outside the front gate of his home. Then he'd pull out his phone to send a text, wait for a reply, and jog around the corner. When Shouto would follow around the corner, nobody was there. But today would be different. He'd make sure. This time, when the kid left the house and sent his text, Shouto immediately went around the corner. This time, he was definitely going to find out where the problem child was going. A short, scrawny boy with a baseball cap was waiting there. He watched as Todoroki waved and happily greeted the stranger. He got closer. The old man's going to be out of town for a few days, so we can meet up earlier if you like. That also means I won't have to worry about his terrible training. The other boy smiled and nodded, while Todoroki continued. That said, I want to be in peak condition at the start of school if I get in, so do you mind if we work out together? His phone buzzed, and he pulled it out. The other boy didn't seem to mind. Once Todoroki had read the message, he looked back to his friend. Yeah, and more effective too. Plus, I get to hang out with you. Shall we? At that, Todoroki held out his hand. The friend grasped it, and they vanished. Dang it. So, how is your investigation going? Shouto quirked his eyebrow, giving the principal his best "are you kidding me" glare. It was his fault he had to stake out a kid in the first place. They couldn't launch a full investigation on the flimsy reason of he said some weird stuff without further evidence. Hence, why Nezu had set the underground hero on this unofficial case. Alone, Nezu sipped his tea, completely unbothered by Shota's nonverbal complaints. He sighed. He seemed to be doing that a lot lately, and resigned himself to his fate. I finally made some progress yesterday. I was about to follow him on his jog, to see what he was really up to. Oh, as I thought, he wasn't actually jogging. He was meeting up with who I can only assume is his mysterious friend. That seemed to catch Nezu's attention, as he set his tea down and leaned forward in his chair. Really, do you know who it is? He shook his head. No, I couldn't get a good look at his face, and he never spoke. He seemed to be around Todoroki's age, and was unbelievably nondescript. No visible mutations, plain clothes, features obscured by a hat. The best I could get was he's short and scrawny with dark green hair. He would seem totally ordinary to anyone else, but I could tell this kid was like that on purpose, and his ability to blend in was impressive. The principal nodded, clearly thinking through the possibilities. I see. And what happened when they met up? Todoroki was happy to see him, and they had an interesting conversation. Interesting how? The conversation played in his head again, as it had been since he'd heard it. Lots of ways. First, they both seemed rather excited about Endeavor being gone on a mission. Todoroki mentioned he wouldn't have to endure his father's, quote, terrible training. Shouto couldn't help but frown at that. Further potential evidence for your hypothesis, I see. He nodded again. He was asking his friend to train with him, so it's not as if he simply dislikes working out. There's something different about training with his father rather than his friend. And I suspect it has to do with the injuries he always gets at home, and never from his supposed jog. Nezu pondered this a moment, before agreeing it was a concerning revelation, one that would require further investigation. And what else was odd? I say conversation, but audibly it was entirely one-sided. The other kid never spoke a word. Interesting. It was, judging by that glint in the animal's eye. He was enjoying this. If only Shouto could say the same. Was it a form of telepathy quirk? Not exactly. Todoroki got a text during their chat, and responded to his friend like he had said something. I suspect the kid was communicating through text, though he never pulled out a phone. Shouto could tell Nezu was buzzing with ideas and theories, but he cut him off. I know what you're thinking, but that can't be his quirk. He didn't think Nezu could be more intrigued. He was apparently wrong. What makes you say that? Because once the kid took Todoroki's hand, they both vanished into thin air. The principal had stars in his eyes. That probably wasn't a good sign. The scheming rodent was up to something, and Shouto had a sinking feeling he wasn't going to like it. Xiaochin, I'm sure it's fine. I bet they just want to tell you in person that you got in, and go over your class schedule or something. Izuku, they called me, not my father, asking to talk in person about the results. What if they think I cheated, or my recommendation got revoked? Or they want to tell me how spectacularly I failed to my face? Izuku just gave him a quirked brow. Yeah, okay, so maybe he was overreacting. Sue him. I highly doubt you failed. You studied for weeks before the exam, came in a very close second on the obstacle course, and by your own admission the interview was just a standard questionnaire. Yes, but he specifically asked why I don't use my fire. What if that's enough reason to reject my application? It went back and forth like this for a while. Eventually, Izuku declared they were going to have a picnic in space to take his mind off the impending meeting. The swirling galaxies and colorful nebulae made an excellent backdrop for their piping hot taiyaki, shaped like stars, planets, and meteors instead of fish. Rather non-traditional, but it did help him relax. The next day came too soon. He once more stood outside the gates of UA, this time unaccompanied. He hadn't received a visitor's pass or anything, so was he just supposed to wait here, or? The gates opened to reveal the man who had interviewed him, Aizawa, he remembered, who somehow looked more tired than before. He didn't say anything, only jerked his head towards the school in a silent "follow me." Shouto obliged. They walked down the empty halls, Shouto trailing behind as he looked around. Aizawa stopped and entered a lounge-type room, complete with a couch and coffee table, a white furred, something that he recognized as Principal Nezu was sipping tea in the corner, waiting for them. Shouto took the couch while Aizawa pulled up a chair across from him. We called you here firstly to inform you of your examination results. Congrats, you passed. Welcome to the hero course. Shouto let out the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Now tell us about your father and your friend, and immediately sucked it back in. Crap. Now tell us about your father and your friend. Shouto's eyes darted around the room in his panic, from the tired-looking man in front of him, to the windows letting in the morning light, to the far too relaxed principal, to the tantalizing door he knew he would never reach in time. He was trapped, and these two seemed much too calm for having cornered him. Did they really have to ask about both of his biggest secrets at the same time? No need to worry. This conversation will not be recorded, nor will it affect your enrollment. Nezu began to try and placate him, while Aizawa picked up where he left off. We just want to make sure you're not into something dangerous. Does an abusive father and a mentally troubled friend count as dangerous? Shouto ran through his options. He could simply not tell them anything. It's not like they can force him to talk. Since his father was the number 2 hero, he figured if he told about that they either wouldn't believe him or would be unable to do anything about it, so best keep that to himself for now. But as for Izuku, he thought about the lack of progress. These are pro-heroes, so they might have a better idea on what to do. He steeled his nerves. Though Izuku had never outright asked not to speak of him, this still felt like a betrayal of trust. But if this could help him in any way, well, Shouto supposed even heroes have to be the bad guys from time to time. Okay, Nezu visibly perked up, while Aizawa's eyebrows rose almost imperceptibly. I can't tell you anything about my father, at least, not yet, but you can do this, Shouto. I could use your help with my friend. So the problem child was actually gonna talk to them. Not sharing about his father was unfortunate. But at this point, Shouto will take what he can get. He would never admit it, but ever since he saw that deliberately unremarkable kid, he was overcome with curiosity. Maybe now he can finally get some answers. All right then, fill us in. Todoroki breathed deep, closed his eyes, and began. His name is Izuku. I met him several months ago at a clothing store. He was stealing, and he was very good at it. I barely noticed. Anyone else would have missed it, but he'd casually glance around, and when no one was looking, the item in his hands would disappear. This caught Shota's attention, so it was a warping quirk or something similar. A very useful quirk for a thief, bad news for any law enforcement. He considered asking about it, but decided to let the kid continue. Once I'd confirmed that yes, he was shoplifting, I went to apprehend him and bring him to the police. But the reason why isn't important, but he decided to trust me and showed me his quirk. And what is his quirk? Apparently the principal had decided to not save questions for the end. Good thing Todoroki answered anyways. It's the most versatile, unbelievable quirk I've ever seen. It's called Boundless. I think he said it was like a pocket dimension linked to his subconscious or something. Nezu's eyes widened considerably, and it's basically an endless void that he can control with his mind. He takes me there all the time, so that's where he disappears to. It seemed a little far-fetched, but definitely not impossible. He nodded at him to continue. That seems like an amazing quirk, and it sounds like he's quite skilled with it. Todoroki nodded at the principal. He is, but not for good reasons. Shota's eyes narrowed. Explain. He hasn't told me everything, but from he has and what I've gathered, he didn't have a very good life. He was a late bloomer, and so was assumed quirkless for a long time. He's told me that the man he lived with ignored him, and the kids at school bullied him. I assume he was neglected at home, because I asked him about his stealing, and he said he had to start at a young age just to get food to eat. This story was sounding worse by the second. From what he could tell, the world turned against this kid at a young age, before he discovered what basically amounted to a wish-granting quirk. Geez, if Shouto had been in that situation, he probably would've. Oh no, his intuition was, unfortunately, spot on. Izuku said that. After a while, he decided reality wasn't worth it, and he now lives inside his quirk. The concerned look the principal had was matched with his own. That is not healthy behavior for a kid, for anyone, really. And that's what you need help with. A nod. I've done some research, and he has a lot of problems. To name a few, I believe he suffers from severe social anxiety, selective mutism, pyrophobia, and impulse control disorders like kleptomania. Well gee, what a lovely stew of issues. Nezu seemed to share the sentiment. I can see why you're concerned. This Izuku is clearly not in a good mental state, and has been avoiding the issue entirely, likely worsening it. How long has he been living in this other dimension? He never told me, just that he was in elementary school when he moved to Boundless. I want to help him, he needs it, but I don't know how. Shouto looked to the principal and had a silent conversation. Nezu nodded, and with his approval, he turned to Todoroki. It must have been hard, but you made the right choice telling us this. We're heroes, so trust me when I say this. We will do everything in our power to help save your friend." Todoroki looked to them with a small smile and pained eyes and whispered, "Thank you. Did you find anything on problem child number 2? "Yes, it took some digging in the police files. But once I traced back the results, Nenzu." "Ah, right. I believe our mysterious youth is none other than Midoriya Izuku, who was reported missing 7 years ago. Green hair, green eyes, freckles. That's the kid I saw all right. But 7 years. Dang. Relatives. His father is one Midoriya Hisashi, who was under suspicion for child neglect, seeing as he didn't even realize his son was missing until Izuku had been absent from school for over a week. Wow indeed. Though, with Izuku missing, they were unable to build a solid case to convict him. The police believe he then fled to America. Bastard. Anyone else? No one in the record? No. Really? What about his mother? That's just the thing. His mother, Midoriya, was hit by a drunk driver who ran a red light as she pushed Izuku out of the way. He watched his mom die protecting him when he was only 5. You did what? It had been a while since Izuku was this mad. Boundless was thrumming from his anger, and he knew Shouchin could feel it too. He made sure of it. Please calm down, Izuku. I understand you're mad, and you have every right to be. I did something that you feel is a betrayal of trust, and I'm sorry you feel that way. I don't want to hurt you. I just did what I believed was the best course of action given the situation. How is telling a bunch of pro heroes about me the best course of action? He was still seething, but he reined in his temper a little and leveled Shouchin with his best "you better have a good explanation" glare. At his stare, Shouchin sheepishly turned away and laid out his reasoning. They had me in a tight spot, Izuku. They asked about both you and my father, and I can't just say the number 2 hero is a domestic abuser without a plan and probably some evidence to back it up. No one would believe it. And if they did, they couldn't do anything about it. The man's got the public and the government on his side. One kid's word isn't going to be enough. So you told them about me to get them off your case. The words left a bitter taste in his mouth. How could he betray him like that? Shouchin looked surprised and vigorously shook his head. It's not like that. I didn't use you as an out. You mean so much more than that to me. If that's the case, then why did you tell them? I wanted them to help me be a good hero. That caught him off guard. What does that have to do with this? Shouchin sighed and took his hands in his own. I first mentioned you in the interview, honestly. They asked why I wanted to be a hero, and I told them it was because of a friend. His eyes widened in shock. What? Shouchin won't stay because he wants to be a hero. But if I'm why he wants to be one, then Shouchin won't stay because of me. He nodded. Reality was cruel to you, and you didn't deserve any of the pain it gave you. That's why I want to be a hero. I want to make the world safer for people like you. I want to make the world a better place for you. Oh, it's too late for that. Too far gone. Shouchin looked at their joined hands and smiled gently. I won't know unless I try. Izuku had no words for that. They stayed like that for a while, even as he brought back the pier and dipped his feet in the fractal ocean. This time Shouchin removed his shoes and socks, dipping his feet too. The water kept changing its viscosity. Izuku did that with little thought spared for it. The water changed temperature too. Izuku was not doing that. They want to meet you, you know. They do. Too bad for them. I'm not interested. Why don't you give it a shot? I think you'll like Aizawa. He's very different from me, Mom. And Katsu, he seems gruff and abrasive, but he's actually pretty nice and very understanding. And I've heard Nenzu is incredibly smart, so you two can talk about higher dimensional physics together probably. I don't know. You'd get to see UA too. I don't think my descriptions can do it justice. That would be cool, but they promise not to arrest you or anything. You won't have to talk, and you can leave at any time if you're not comfortable. I'll stay with you the whole time. It sounded good, but I know I wounded your trust by telling them, but please Izuku, would you trust me one more time? He looked to his friend, his first real friend, who was so different from him and confusing and interesting, as he pleaded for his trust. He'd hurt his feelings, though with good intentions, and even apologized to him for it. He wanted him to try something new, do something he was afraid to, and promised to support him through it. He'd never experienced anything like this before. Is this what a real friend is like? Shouchin looked so hopeful, so desperate. I really can't figure you out, but okay, Shouchin, I trust you. Shouto arrived at UA once again about an hour before the scheduled meeting with Izuku. There were a few things he wanted to go over with Aizawa and Nenzu beforehand, and he figured it might take a while to actually get Izuku out of Boundless, hence the early arrival. Izuku had put a lot of faith in him for this, so Shouto naturally wanted it to go perfectly. It also didn't help that one false move could send his friend scurrying back to his metaphorical den. Aizawa greeted him at the gate again, and led him to the room he had been in just a few days prior. When he saw the principal sitting in the same chair drinking tea, Shouto almost laughed at the thought of, has he even moved since I was last here? Once everyone settled, the preparatory strategy meeting commenced. Nezu set down his cup. So, you wanted to discuss with us before your friend arrives? A nod. Yes, Izuku will probably be rather skittish, and I'd prefer to not scare him off. To prevent that, I'd like to tell you a bit more about him and what he's like. A good call. Start with things we should avoid. Aizawa crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, but Shouto could tell he had the man's full attention. All right, first of all, avoid bringing up his old school, family, or kleptomania. If he's not comfortable with you, any of those topics will shut him down immediately. He's terrified of fire, sudden movement, and loud noises. He doesn't take surprises well. But if you approach him slowly, calmly, and quietly, he should be okay. So basically, approach him like one would a small animal. Ahem, I'm right here. Oh hush, you don't count. Nezu, still slightly ruffled from his employee's comment, eagerly returned to the topic. Very well. Now, how about things that may calm him down or pique his interest? Calming him down will probably work best if I do it. If he gets riled up, he'll probably want to return to Boundless, even if only for a bit, since that's the only place he feels safe. I think he may end up really liking your demeanor, Aizawa-san. You're very different from the people who hurt him. As for gaining his attention, Principal Nezu will likely have the best luck. Nezu will. How's that? Shouto put a hand to his chin and thought. He loves learning, but only in certain areas. I bet you'll find your status as a quirked animal fascinating. And even if that doesn't work, you could mention anything about math or science. He excels in those fields. He once tried explaining Boundless to me, and started going into doctorate-level physics, I believe. Ah, a young genius then. I'm even more excited to meet him. Aizawa huffed at the principal's clear interest, while Shouto laughed. Only in math and science. Ask him anything about history or English, and he's utterly clueless. His laughter stopped, and a melancholic feeling settled over him. He said he only wanted to study things he liked, since all those other subjects would be pointless. He doesn't plan on ever living in reality again. The meeting finished in the somber mood he unintentionally brought. Boundless was humming with the nervous energy of its resident as Shouto helped him prepare. What if I mess up? What if I make them mad? What if they don't like me? This had been going on since Izuku had brought him to Boundless from the school gate. It's going to be just fine, Izuku. You're going to do great, and they're going to like you. I guarantee it. They can't wait to meet you. Izuku was pacing around like a madman. How can he pace when there's no gravity? Shouto could only float and watch as his best friend stepped through the air, even going upside down at one point. Oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. What do I say? What do I do? What do I wear? Just be yourself. I'll be with you the entire time. And you don't have to tell them anything you don't want to. And as for your outfit, I think as long as you're dressed in clothes that won't disappear the moment you enter reality, you'll be fine. With his t-shirt, shorts, baseball hat, and red high tops on, Izuku was physically ready. Now, to get his mind ready, Shouto gently grasped his shoulders and looked him in the eye as he spoke. Okay, Izuku, we're all set. I want you to repeat after me. I can do this. I can do this. Again, I can do this. With feeling. I can do this. Good. Now, take us to the gates of UA. Shouto could see awe behind all the nerves in Izuku's eyes as they walked through the halls of the school. He seemed to be cataloging every minute detail as Shouto led him to the lounge. But once they arrived, the awe vanished, and pure anxiety was all that remained. He gently took his hand and grasped it tight to remind him of his support. Ready? A hesitant nod, and Shouto opened the door. We're here. We're here. Deku held his breath as Xiaochen opened the door. He'd been trying to distract himself the whole way here, taking in every detail of UA so he could recreate it in Boundless if he wanted to. He knew he didn't have to look so closely, since his subconscious recall would fill in any details, but he was trying to ignore his nerves in the hopes they'd go away. They didn't. Xiaochen led him into a cozy little lounge with a couch, a coffee table, and cushioned chairs. A plush rug was spread over the center of the room, and it squished under his shoes. It would look better if the color was a little bit brighter. Oh, and it should be round, instead of square, and be softer and have shorter fibers, and... Hello, you must be Izuku. It's a pleasure to meet you. Deku's head shot up from where he'd been staring at the carpet. He'd been spoken to by a... What was it exactly? It wasn't a mouse, or a dog, or anything Deku had seen before. There was also a dark-haired man with strange scarves around his neck and completely relaxed posture. The animal seemed very cheery, while the man had a calm, tired look about him. They're not like anyone I've ever met before. I have no idea how they're going to act. The white-furred creature spoke again. My name is Nezu, and I am the principal of this fine establishment. This is one of the homeroom teachers for the hero course, and a trusted ally of mine, Aizawa Shouto, pro-hero name Eraserhead. The man gave a nod in his direction, and Deku cautiously nodded back, showing he understood. Nezu smiled before continuing. Would you like to have a seat? We'd very much like to get to know you. Todoroki-kun is welcome to stay, of course. He didn't realize he was clutching Xiaochen's hand in a death grip until his friend gently squeezed it again. Before leading him to the couch, he never let go, even when they were seated side by side and Deku had leaned in close to the other. It helped a lot. Once everyone was settled, Aizawa was the first to speak. Todoroki has told us a little bit about you, but is there anything you want to ask of us? It's only fair we give you a chance to learn about us too. Deku pondered for a moment, then mentally connected to Boundless and thought text to Xiaochen's phone, asked them what their quirks are, and what type of animal Nezu is. Xiaochen was prepared and already had his phone out when it buzzed. He took a moment to read the message, then relayed it to the others who seemed fine with him not talking. He would like to know your quirks and what type of animal you are, Principal Nezu. My quirk is called Erasure, and it means I can prevent quirk activation in anyone within my field of view. I won't use it in this meeting unless you want to see it. Mine is high spec, and is an intelligence augmentation quirk that makes me far smarter than almost all humans. And as for your other question, not even I am fully sure what animal I am. Those seemed like cool enough quirks. He was about to text Xiaochen again when the principal addressed him once more. Now that you know our quirks, would you mind sharing about yours? I must admit I am quite interested in it. The hesitation must have been noticeable, since Xiaochen turned to him and said, "It's all right, Izuku. You don't have to tell them, but I know they'd appreciate it if you did." He nodded, and after a moment, the phone buzzed again. He says my quirk is called Boundless, and it's a pocket dimension fixed to my brain that I can control with my thoughts. Nezu's grin grew wider. Fascinating. Are the planes that form it finite or infinite? Is it anchored to your conscious or subconscious? Deku didn't notice Aizawa look at Xiaochen in confusion, who then shrugged because he was staring at the principal with his jaw hanging open. The repeatedly vibrating phone was enough to snap his friend back to attention. Wow, that's a lot. He says it's formed at the intersection of infinite planes of time and space. It's attached to his subconscious, but he can access the connection with conscious thought as well. He'd also like to know which text you learned from, and whether you agree with Ivankov or Lawton. Whoever they are, Shouto wouldn't deny that he checked out a bit when the Greenet and the principal started talking about highly advanced physics. He would deny that he felt a bit sorry for the Todoroki boy, who looked just as lost as him but was stuck reading out Izuku's replies. He didn't pity the kid at all. After several long minutes, he decided to spare the kid further misery. This is great and all, but how about you two discuss this another time? There's two of us here being completely left behind. The kid blushed, while Nezu cleared his throat. Yes, of course, please excuse me. It is just rare that I can hold such educated discourse with someone. Anyways, your quirk sounds incredibly versatile, and you seem to have excellent control. Have you ever considered becoming a hero? They, of course, already knew the answer. Todoroki had informed them his friend wanted to be a hero when he was little, but lost that desire when he left the world behind. He says he has, but doesn't think he's suited for saving people. The "since nobody saved me" was left unsaid. Shouto decided this was his time to speak up. If you could help someone who was being hurt by someone else, or living in fear for reasons beyond their control, would you? A pause, then a slow nod. Then you would make an excellent hero. The lack of a buzz from the phone showed that the kid was as dumbfounded as he looked. Nezu clapped his paws together. Yes, indeed. Now, you're aware that your friend Todoroki-kun will be entering our first-rate hero course at the start of the school year, correct? The kid looked sad as he nodded. The principal continued regardless. We have decided that we would very much like for you to join him. Well, that wasn't part of the plan. All eyes whipped to Nezu in surprise. You, of course, are free to decline, young Izuku. And if you accept it, there would be some work to do to ensure you're ready for the rigor of the course. However, I believe it would be very doable for you, and that you would find it quite fulfilling and worthwhile. I can also guarantee that you would be placed in Todoroki-kun's class. So Nezu was gonna foist another problem child on him. He really should have seen that coming. The Todoroki boy was looking back and forth from his friend to the principal, clearly wanting him to accept, but respectful enough to let Izuku speak for himself. Izuku appeared understandably pensive. Shouto stepped in again to alleviate the situation. We understand that this is a lot to take in so suddenly. If you need some time to think it over, that's fine. We won't change our minds anytime soon. Take a few days, think about it, and let us know one way or the other. Sound good? Both boys relaxed greatly at that. Then Todoroki read the next text. He says he'll consider it. That's all we ask. Once they were safely back in Boundless, Izuku finally released Xiaochen's hand. His friend turned to him with a proud smile and said, "You did great, Izuku. How do you feel?" "Exhausted. Relieved. Glad it's over." He laughed. "Yeah, I understand. I felt the same way after the interview. I wasn't expecting them to offer enrollment like that though. I know. I can't fathom what made them believe I could survive attending UA. Him at a school, and a hero school, no less. He'd never make the cut. I think I understand what they saw in you. You're stronger than you think. Izuku. Yes, you'd need a little help and a lot of hard work, but so does everyone else. That's why we're going to UA in the first place, to learn and grow and improve. I know you can do it too. I'm not so sure. I'm weak, useless, worthless, perfectly capable of anything you put your mind to. The decision is yours, but in my opinion, it'd be amazing to have you as a classmate. All those other kids and teachers wouldn't know what hit them. You really think so? Could I really be so strong? Xiaochen put a hand on his shoulder. Of course, after all, you're the best friend I've ever had. Shouto was dreading the next few months. There were now 5 months until the entrance exam, where he'd have to spend several days slaving away as a scorer. Then he'd have 2 months before the end of the school year. His class was already getting antsy, excited to start their second year at UA. Once that mess was over, there would be a blessed 2 weeks before the start of the next year where he'd be doing absolutely nothing outside his regular patrols. And oh, was he going to do some impressive nothing? He was fantasizing all that nothing when his phone went off. Netsu, I need to speak with you. Please drop by my office at your earliest convenience. Shoot, there goes his afternoon. He finished getting ready for the school day and left for UA with nary a pause in his irritated grumbling. I'm gonna have to put off grading those essays, though I already know they'll be barely passing at best. Why does that rodent always give me the troublemakers and the idiots? The oh-so-helpful part of his brain that replied because you're good at whipping them into shape clearly didn't get the memo that this was brooding time. The day dragged on, only adding to his irritation and exhaustion. By the final bell, everyone was avoiding him due to his aura of exasperation as he trudged through the halls. He slammed open the door to the principal's office. Netsu was, unfortunately, unperturbed. Aizawa-san, right on time. Tea. Shouto dropped into the waiting chair and pointedly ignored the waiting cup of tea set in front of him. He huffed. I'm here. Get on with it. His cats were waiting for him, after all. Of course. One moment, please. The mammal pulled out a small remote and punched in a numerical code. A short beep indicated that the code was accepted, and command executed. He recognized it as the remote Netsu used to turn off all the cameras and microphones in his office. There for security and evidence in difficult situations. If they were turned off, this was clearly a very important and highly confidential matter. I called you here to discuss the Izuku project. Problem child number 2 was a highly confidential matter. Moreover, a project. A Netsu project. That can't be good. He wisely decided not to mention that. And this warrants disabling surveillance. A serious look and a nod. Yes, a socially stunted child with a powerful quirk who has already broken the law on numerous occasions. This is a very precarious situation, one which requires delicate proceedings. I trust you have not told anyone about him. I see your point, and no. Anyone who's asked about our meetings with Todoroki was told there were issues regarding his admission we were addressing. I've never mentioned the other kid. Good. We'll need to keep him under wraps as long as we can. We can't hide his existence forever, though he's done a good job at that so far. We just need to make sure he's firmly on the path of heroism before then. You say that, but we don't even know if he'll agree to enroll. Netsu grinned. Oh, he will. I'll make sure of that. That kid better be careful, or he'll end up wrapped around the principal's paw pad. He pretended he wasn't slightly terrified, and continued. So what's the plan for this project? Assuming he agrees. Kid's got enough issues to fill a barge. The jovial demeanor returned, and Shouto could once again see that glimmer of amusement in those beady black eyes. That's why there's a lot to do between his acceptance and the start of the new term. I've separated the necessary preparations into 3 categories: physical fitness, intellectual proficiency, and social essentials. Physical fitness is obvious. He needs to be in decent shape for the hero course. I'd like you to oversee his training, and Todoroki-kun will be welcome to join as well to keep him motivated. Shouto nodded. Figures he'd give me another job to do. Goodbye, 2 weeks of nothing. The principal continued, unaware of his silent mourning. The intellectual proficiency plan is my domain. According to the information we have, young Izuku is highly advanced in some areas and completely remedial in others. He'll be studying with me in his weaker subjects to catch up with his peers, and will continue his lessons with me through the school year. He'll need to take a placement test, and I'll finalize his schedule based on the results. Fair enough. Netsu took a sip of his tea before continuing. Lastly is his social essentials training. And this is the most important. Hence, this will be a joint effort with you, me, and young Todoroki. We need to prepare him to interact with his peers, and begin helping him with his mental affairs. I'd like him to undergo regular and mandatory therapy sessions throughout his enrollment. But it will take time and effort on our part before he'll willingly discuss sensitive topics with anyone, let alone a therapist. This all sounded good, but how are we supposed to accomplish that? It's a miracle he agreed to meet us in the first place, and when he did he was glued to Todoroki's side and never spoke a word. That was fine for then, but he won't connect with his classmates like that. Naturally, that's why I'm hashing out a step-by-step plan to acclimate him to social interaction. He'll also be going through behavioral coaching to help him with his phobias and impulse control. You've put a lot of thought into this. The principal folded his paws on the desk in front of him and lowered his head in contemplation. I had to. Izuku-kun has unknowingly given us quite the ultimatum. If we succeed, we gain a powerful ally. But if we fail, best case scenario he gives up on reality and continues as he was. Worst case he turns to villainy. And we go up against a child with a highly versatile quirk who hates the entire world. No pressure. Seems failure isn't an option. Shouto was snapped out of his musings by a knock on the door. Perfect timing. Would you let Todoroki-kun in, please? What's he doing here? He should be here to inform us of Izuku's agreement. He gave the principal his best side eye before opening the door to reveal problem child number 1. How did Nedzu? He planned this, didn't he? Hello, Principal Nedzu, Aizawa-san. Thank you for your help. Of course, I presume those incentives and talking points for Izuku I sent you helped. So he was bribing the kid to attend. No wonder he was so sure he'd accept. Todoroki's voice was full of awe as he said yes. I don't know how you did it, and I can't thank you enough, but yesterday he finally said yes. He wants to come to UA. Deku stood outside the gates of UA once more, this time in exercise gear. Xiaochen was similarly garbed next to him, as they waited for Aizawa to show up and let them in. He was about to begin his heroics course preparatory regime, pre-heroics for short. That Principal Nedzu had designed especially for him, apparently, if it went well. Not only would Deku be admitted to the hero course, it might also become a special program at the school for people who need extra help getting into heroics. Nedzu seemed pretty excited for it. Deku still could hardly believe he agreed. All those incentives might have helped. Unlimited access to all facilities after school. A high-end apartment on school grounds to use at his leisure. All-you-can-eat gourmet food made by Lunch Rush, a famous hero chef. Still not as cool as Boundless, but pretty darn good for reality. Don't misunderstand. Deku did not agree so he could become a hero. He stopped caring about that ages ago. He agreed for the new experiences this would give him, that he could then recreate in Boundless if he wanted. More than that though, he'd miss Xiaochen if he went to UA without him. And Shu just wasn't measuring up. Shu was good, but he was missing something, and whatever that something was, it made all the difference. The gate opened to reveal the dead-eyed gaze of Aizawa. You're both here. Good. Since it's a Sunday, we've got a full day ahead of us. Physical training in the morning, studying before and after lunch, then socializing practice this afternoon. Did you both eat breakfast? 2 nods. All right. Make sure you eat every day we have training. Don't want you passing out. Come on, we're heading to Gym Beta. Gym Beta was massive, with an indoor track, weight machines, floor mats, and every kind of gym equipment Deku knew existed, along with a few he didn't. He was taking in the sight before a gruff ear drew his eyes to Aizawa throwing something to him. He fumbled, but caught it nonetheless. It was a whiteboard, complete with marker and eraser. We understand you aren't comfortable with talking, but having Todoroki read your replies will be inconvenient. So, if you need to tell us something, you can use that. If you like, we can teach you sign language too. We won't make you talk if you don't want to. Sign language. Xiaochen must have seen his confusion, because he leaned over and whispered it's a way to talk using hand gestures, commonly used by the deaf and the mute. Might be a good idea. And I can learn it too. Talking with my hands. Sounds quiet. He uncapped the marker and wrote a barely legible line like that and showed it to Aizawa, who nodded. All right, I'll inform Nedzu. Now, let's do some stretches. Then we're going to find out where you are physically. Stretches, laps, sprints, side hops, long jump, ball throw, grip strength, test after test after test. By the end, Deku was exhausted. Xiaochen had done well in each event, while Deku, well, Aizawa said he definitely needed work, but that's why he was here. He promised he'd get Deku's scores up considerably by the start of term. Then, he slowly put a hand on his shoulder. You did great. Keep up the good work. Now both of you go get showered and changed, then meet Nedzu in the lounge. The UA changing rooms were neat. The cool water of the showers chilled his heated body and relaxed his overworked muscles. He hadn't exercised like that in a long time. Deku couldn't help but swipe the nice shampoo they had stocked. It smelled like the ocean. The two boys meandered down the hall, gym bags over their shoulders and whiteboard in Deku's arms. When they reached the lounge, Xiaochen went to knock on the door, only for it to swing open. Here you are. Come in, both of you. The lounge had been transformed into a comfortable classroom, with 2 desks, shelves of textbooks and various classroom supplies, and a massive blackboard. The principal was standing on a podium so he could reach the board. If you would please sit here, Izuku-kun. I have a special learning inventory for you to complete so I can see how you're doing academically. Don't worry about doing good or bad. Just answer each question to the best of your ability. Todoroki-kun, if you'd sit here you may work on any subject you so choose. In 2 hours, we'll break for lunch, and afterwards I'll begin teaching you boys sign language as requested. Having Shouchin next to him calmed his nerves considerably as he completed the learning inventory. He breezed through the math and science sections, but struggled on subjects like Japanese, English, history, government, and politics. Honestly, pretty much everything that wasn't math or science. So he likes numbers. Sue him. Numbers never hurt anyone. By the time lunch rolled around, Deku's brain was fried. Nezu had left to bring them their food, so it was just him and Shouchin. How are you doing, Izuku? He scribbled on his board and showed his friend, tired. This is hard. Shouchin smiled. Yeah, I bet. But you're doing great. We're halfway through the day. Think you can hold out a bit longer? Maybe. I'll try. That's all I ask. They had katsudon for lunch. It was almost as good as Mom's. As promised, after lunch Principal Nezu began teaching them sign language. And Deku actually liked it. It was nice and quiet. And he didn't have to write on the board or send a text to communicate. They'd only gone through letters and numbers, but it was a start. He figured this intellectual proficiency class could be fun. And the physical fitness course wasn't too bad either. It was the next part he wasn't so ready for. His schedule said the last course of the day was Social Essentials. Oh joy. At that point, they were rejoined by Aizawa-sensei, as Nezu explained what the course would be like. Social Essentials is the very first program of its kind, specifically designed to help those who struggle to fit in with society. I've structured it as a list of goals that, upon accomplishment, will bolster your confidence, teach you how to interact with your peers, and even overcome your fears. There is no deadline for any goal, though I would like you to have several completed before the start of school. Aizawa-sensei picked up where he left off. Each day we'll be attempting a certain task or goal. It's fine if you can't complete it. We'll just come back to it later. As long as you keep trying and keep making progress, no matter how little, you'll pass the course. Same with the other classes in pre-heroics. Nezu nodded. Yes, so no need to worry about failing as long as you give it your best effort. Now, Todoroki's task for the day is simple. Write a list of the people in your life who've been hurt by fire, directly or indirectly. Then, write at least a paragraph on how fire can be used for the benefit of those same people. You have an hour. Aizawa handed a pencil and paper to Shouchin, who nodded and immediately began writing, even as Nezu addressed Deku. Izuku-kun, your first goal is to have a conversation with either Aizawa or myself, your choice, without Todoroki. We'll be going across the hall when you've made your decision. You may talk about any topic of your choice. We're trying for the whole hour. Todoroki will be working, but if you can't make it we will return here and try again another time. Understand? An hour talking without Shouchin? Are they crazy? I can't do that. He was about to say as such when he turned to his friend. Shouchin was already hard at work in his assignment, but he still gave Deku a smile that said it all. You can do it. I believe in you. He'd be disappointed if I didn't even try. He grabbed his board and uncapped his pen. He can do this, but who should he pick? I could talk about physics with Nezu, but I'm not good at writing the kanji for all those scientific terms. I don't know Aizawa-sensei very well, but he's calm and considerate. He wrote Asawa and showed it. Aizawa nodded and guided him across the way. No one chided him on his misspelling. In the end, he only made it through 20 minutes of what's your favorite color and how many cats do you have before his nerves got the better of him and he asked for Shouchin. Everyone said they couldn't be prouder of those 20 minutes. The last 5 months have been going well. Too well. The problem children were both progressing by leaps and bounds, and Shouto was certainly proud. Todoroki was comfortable using a small flame, and Izuku was fine without his friend for up to 2 hours now and had even met a few other teachers. He hadn't met any students, since on school days pre-heroics had IP first so he could teach. After school was PF and C, and Izuku would use his quirk to teleport between rooms. That way no students were even aware that 2 middle schoolers were attending the secret new course, which Nezu decided would be announced at the start of the term. Basically, everything was peaky. Yeah, definitely going too well. The other shoe is gonna drop soon, I just know it. His grievous prognosis was interrupted by a knock on the door to the teacher's lounge. He was the only one in there right now, so he grudgingly got up from his chair and opened the door. There stood one of the second years, Tagata Mirio. The goofy blonde still had his hand up to knock when he registered Shota's tired stare. Ah, Aizawa-sensei. Long time no see. Tagata, why are you here? A look of confusion passed his face, before he smiled again. Too bright and cheery. Oh right, I forgot for a moment. I was passing by the lounge on the 3rd floor when I noticed its sign has been changed from lounge to pre-heroics, and even has a code lock and says no unauthorized entry. I was curious what changed. I suppose it was only a matter of time before someone noticed. He sighed. Think of it as the principal's new pet project. He'll be announcing it at the start of the next year. Tagata nodded in understanding. and was about to speak when Shouto cut him off with a warning. What's going on in there is currently top secret, even among most of the staff, so do not enter that room, even accidentally. No one is allowed in there without the express permission of either Nezu or myself. Got it. Tagata, having the fear of his wrath put in him, responded with a why yes sir. I won't tell a soul. Good. The problem children have enough problems already. They don't need any meddlesome upperclassmen. I really hope that was the other shoe. It wasn't. Shouto was thoroughly enjoying pre-heroics. His father was all too happy for his legacy to be accepted into a special, secret new program at UA and readily agreed to it. Naturally, Shouto never told him what the course was called or what it entailed. What his father didn't know wouldn't hurt him. He loved spending the days out of the house, training and studying with his best friend. Seeing Izuku make so much progress was well worth the effort. Even going through C was the most difficult part of pre-heroics, but also the most fulfilling. Each goal he accomplished felt like a major success, and with each one he could feel the weight on his heart easing. He hasn't told Principal Nezu or Aizawa-sensei about his father's abuse, but he had let them know of his distaste and distrust towards the man. He might tell them one day, when he was ready. Right now they were in IP, Izuku practicing his kanji and Shouto studying math. Aizawa-sensei was with them, watching the live feed of the entrance exam practical. The volume was turned down low, since Izuku still had issues with loud noises, but every now and then a boom could be heard. Izuku flinched a little each time, but continued with his work nonetheless. I wonder if this counts as part of C for him. He's doing really well. It was when he heard a long series of explosions and a soft show-off from his teacher that he looked up. A blonde kid with red eyes was blowing up robots left and right in an impressive display of raw power. Show-off is right, though I gotta say, he looks very familiar, almost like Katsu. Shoot, he whipped his eyes to his friend, who thanked the stars was immersed in his writing practice and hadn't noticed. Yet, he had to do something fast. Aizawa-sensei, may I go get a drink of water? Once his teacher turned around, he signed I need talk with you. URGNT off. Outside. He nodded. All right, I'm coming with you in case another teacher spots you. Izuku, keep writing. He turned off the live feed and followed Shouto into the hall. Izuku kept working. Once they were in the hall, and away from the pre-heroics classroom, Aizawa was the first to speak. What's this about? Shouto looked around to confirm they were alone before filling in his teacher. It's about that explosive blonde in the exam. His name wouldn't happen to be Bakugo Katsuki, would it? His teacher's eyebrows raised in surprise. Yes, how do you know? I feared as much. It's a good thing Izuku didn't notice him. He's the one who warned me about him. Warned you? What do you mean? Shouto took a few deep breaths to calm himself, just like he'd learned in C. Has Izuku ever mentioned his bullying while he was in elementary school? He could tell by the look in his eyes he knew where this was going. Bakugo was the main offender. And there's the other shoe. So problem child number 2's old tormentor was taking the entrance exam, and by the looks of it would almost certainly get in if his academic scores were anything more than abysmal. There's no telling what would happen if the two crossed paths, let alone wind up as classmates. The kid may have changed since Izuku's disappearance 7 years ago, or he may be even worse. There was simply no telling without meeting him. Either way, he didn't think Izuku was ready for a confrontation yet. Not for a while. I gotta tell Nezu. The kid's fear of loud noises and explosions makes even more sense now. Scarily so. He pinched the bridge of his nose to alleviate his oncoming headache, and addressed Todoroki. Okay, good job spotting that. You handled that like a pro. I need you to go back to the classroom and keep Izuku occupied. I'm going to inform the principal of our situation. Yes, sir. Thank you. Under any other circumstance, Shouto would have been proud of how surprised Nezu was when he slammed open his office door. There was a skeletal-looking blonde man discussing something with him, though Shouto could care less at the moment. Nezu, we have a major problem concerning the project. Shouto really didn't like that term, but until pre-heroics was announced, project was the code word for anything concerning the problem children. Thankfully, Nezu seemed to catch on to his "we need to talk now" tone as he dismissed his guest. I see. I'm dreadfully sorry, Yagi-san. We'll have to continue another time. It appears I have a pressing issue I need to discuss with Eraserhead. Yagi nodded. I understand. I'll let you handle this then. Just inform me of another time you're available so we can finish. Yes, of course. Have a good day. After the blonde had showed himself out, Nezu turned off his office surveillance and motioned for Shouto to start. Todoroki just informed me that Izuku's bully is an applicant for the hero course. Nezu's shock mirrored his own earlier surprise. Oh dear, that is quite a problem. Which applicant in particular? Number 481, Bakugo Katsuki. It explains a lot of Izuku's fears. I see. We can't let him in the hero course with Izuku, especially if he has a history of bullying. Unfortunately, I can only partially agree. What part of I tormented my classmate for years and traumatized him don't you get? I agree that he shouldn't be placed with Izuku. A confrontation is likely inevitable, but he's not ready for that yet, and especially not extended contact. However, for one, there is no proof of his bullying, no mark on his record or anything. So Izuku wasn't lying when he said the teachers never did anything. Shouto wanted to strangle them. But still, and two, if he is still as violent as he used to be, then I'd much rather he come here to UA where we can straighten him out, than at another school or worse, out in society causing further harm. I see your point. I still don't like this though. So what's your plan? A conniving smile stretched his lips, a surefire sign the principal was up to something. Simple. This is a year of unprecedented events. So why not add one more? Since our pre-heroic students should stay with you, and Bakugo should not be with them, well, for the first time in UAS history, the top-scoring student on the heroics practical will not be placed in 1A. Bakugo Katsuki was a teen who didn't ask for much, just to be the #1 hero, beating up all the villains, and to be the only kid from his middle school to make it into the hero course at UA. Come to think of it, didn't Deku want to? Nope, not finishing that thought. The quirkless nerd went missing years ago and hadn't been seen since. Katsuki had felt a little guilty at the time. But it wasn't my fault. Deku did it on his own. He had nothing to do with it. Right. No one ever confronted him about it, so he must be right. It was a few days after he rocked the entrance exam when his acceptance letter arrived. Katsuki knew he got in. That was a given, but he wanted to know exactly how awesome he did. He yelled to the hag that he was going to his room, before slamming the door shut and tearing open the envelope. A little disc fell out, and a projection began. I am here as a projection. No way. All Might was doing his recording. The #1 hero must have been impressed with his performance. He smirked. Young Bakugo, I will now present you with the results of your entrance exam. First, the academic portion. You scored well, with a 95%, easily passing. Now for your practical score. Take a look at this. A graphic of a chalkboard appeared behind All Might, with names and point values. With a grand total of 77 villain points, you took first place. He knew it. That means he definitely got into the A class. Normally, that would place you in class 1A. Wait. Normally. However, I've been informed that due to certain circumstances, he barely heard the rest of the recording. What the F? I quote him in 1B. Hey Izuku, wanna meet up and study? Izuku, sure, I'm trying out the dorm Nedzu set up for me tonight. It'll be more fun if you join me, especially since you have a dorm too. I do. Really? Izuku, yeah, there's a whole bunch of bedrooms here, but only 2 have names on them. Guess whose names? Well, I was not expecting that. Are they 4 pre-heroic students? That's nice of them. Izuku, yeah, now you can live away from your father. Now are you gonna come study or not? I could use your help with this history assignment I got. Be there soon, unless you can warp me. I'm in my room. One quick trip in and out of Boundless later, Shouto was in front of a large building with a massive sign that labeled it PH Alliance, so it was exclusively for pre-heroic students. Would the other classes be getting dorms too? Or was it just for this new program? Oh well, he could ponder that later. Apparently his historical knowledge was needed. Izuku tugged his hand and nearly ran inside. Shouto noticed. On their way in, a notice was plastered on the door. This dormitory is for pre-heroics course students only. No other entry without permission. Violators will be punished. Nedzu is really serious about this. They pressed on. The first floor was a lavish common area, with a kitchen, laundry room, lounge area, entertainment center, the works. It was not as luxurious as some of the things at home, but it was all nice and quite inviting. After receiving the grand tour, narrated by a flurry of signs, they moved up to the second floor, where it seems the dorm rooms began. Sure enough, the first door by the elevator had Izuku engraved on a nameplate on the door. Shouto was on the next door over. Izuku tapped his arm and signed me show you my room, before once more dragging him to his door. The room was spacious, and included a bed, large closet, bathroom, and even its own fridge. I see Izuku has already moved some of his mother's things. He remembered seeing that vase and those picture frames in the fractal apartment he'd become familiar with. He'd asked Izuku about them one time, since he noticed they weren't fractals, and he said those were real possessions of his mom's. He'd instructed Boundless to put the real items in their places anytime he brought up the apartment. Now, it seems, those mementos had found a new home. It's very nice, Izuku. I'll have to get my old man to agree to me staying here too. It looks quite comfortable here. But I believe you said you needed history help. Izuku nodded fiercely. And the next few hours were spent writing up a 1-page essay on the Second Industrial Revolution. Deku woke up to Shouchin shaking his back. Come on, Izuku. It's time to get up. It's the first day of school, and we of all people shouldn't be late. Oh yeah, Shouchin stayed the night with him in the dorm. He wasn't used to sleeping outside Boundless, but he'll admit it was nice to not wake up to a manifestation of his dream. And today was the first day of school too, right? He shot up out of bed. It's the first day. I'm going to actual school for the first time in years. I'm meeting people my age aside from Shaochan. Oh man, I'm not ready for. Shaochan must have understood his panic. You are ready. I'll be with you the whole time. Aizawa-sensei is our homeroom teacher. The other teachers are aware of our situation, and Bakugu's not in our class. You're going to do great. Oh yeah, Kaken made it in UA. That had been an unpleasant revelation, but he had been assured that they were not in the same class and would never be put together. And if Kaken showed any signs of aggression towards him or any other student, he would take mandatory anger management classes. Good. If I ever see him again, it'll be too soon. Once his panic was suitably abated, the two boys took turns getting ready in the en-suite bathroom. Within the hour, they were dressed in their uniforms, and Shaochan was fixing his dark green tie. He signed to his friend, careful to not get in his way. "We think you a tie color red, not green." He chuckled. "Yeah, you're right. They usually are, but apparently pre-heroic students get slightly different uniforms to distinguish them and allow easier access to the PH dorms, classroom, and gym." Principal Nedzu said there's a chip in the tie that unlocks the doors. He made them green in homage to the very first pre-heroic student. He smiled fondly. Any idea who that is? Thankfully, Deku had stopped blushing by the time they made it to the classroom. The massive door to one loomed over him, filling him with the fear he'd been trying so desperately to leave behind. But then a warm hand took his, and it wasn't so scary anymore. They slid open the door and walked in, side by side. They were not the first ones there. In fact, they purposely arrived only 2 minutes before the bell rang. Shaochan had said he was taking a big enough step as it was. No need to add unnecessary time to stress out. Deku looked around in fear and awe. So many new people at once. There was a blonde with a black lightning bolt in his hair, a boy with a raven head, a girl with headphone jacks on her ears. So many. When the anxiety started to take hold, he closed his eyes and followed the steps Aizawa had taught him. Spell your name backwards to reign in your brain, then circular breathing to reign in your body. Inhale through the nose for 5 seconds. Hold for 5 seconds. Exhale through an O-shaped mouth for 10 seconds. Repeat. By the time Shaochan had led him to their seats, his heart rate had slowed and he was back to normal. The girl next to them with the large black ponytail had barely waved hello before the door opened again and Aizawa-sensei rolled into class. Everyone else was murmuring confusedly as he stood up and peeled off his signature yellow sleeping bag. It took you all 8 seconds to quiet down. That's 8 seconds you wasted. Not very logical, if you ask me. I'm your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shouto. Now come with me. There's a school-wide assembly this morning, and I unfortunately have to attend. Aizawa-sensei didn't even wait for the students to follow before walking down the hall. The class scrambling after, the two green-tied friends loitered behind to avoid the rush. When they entered the hall, they could see it was packed with first years, all heading to the assembly hall. Deku turned to grin at his friend. "Won't skip this. Me Quirk go." The return grin was answer enough. The surprise on his classmates' faces when they saw the two already seated was priceless. Aizawa-sensei just raised a brow and sent a discreet "both you okay?" then nodded when he received 2 thumbs up. Once everyone was seated, all classes and years, Aizawa-sensei left their class and Principal Nedzu walked on stage. He hopped up on the podium and adjusted the mic before beginning the assembly. "Welcome students, both new and returning, to this exciting new year at UA. We're proud to raise such fine members of society year after year, and sincerely hope that you all succeed wherever you go in life. Now with the pleasantries out of the way, I can inform you of the purpose of this assembly. We, the staff of this fine establishment, have gathered you here for a wonderful announcement. Starting this year, I am honored to present to you a brand new program, designed as a joint effort between myself and Aizawa-sensei." At his name, their homeroom teacher trudged onto the stage, clearly displeased by being there, but understanding the importance. With his arrival, the principal continued. "This new program is called the Heroics Course Preparatory Regime, or Pre-Heroics, and is the first of its kind. Aizawa-sensei, if you will." The perpetually tired man stepped up to the podium as Nedzu stepped away. Pre-Heroics is a program designed for students who want to become the best heroes they can be, but need a little assistance getting there. Each student in the program receives an individualized plan and instruction in 3 major areas: physical fitness, intellectual proficiency, and social essentials. In other words, we train students physically, mentally, and emotionally to maximize their potential when they become pros. This doesn't mean they're weak or unsuited to heroics. It means they've encountered setbacks, realized their shortcomings, even just been dealt a bad hand in life, but they're strong enough to see their faults and seek to improve them with the help of their teachers. He leveled the entire auditorium with a glare. Anyone caught antagonizing a student because of their enrollment in pre-heroics will not only show themselves to be unheroic cowards, they will have to deal with me. He walked off the stage to complete silence. Once all the students could breathe again, Nedzu returned to the podium. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. Now, if any of you believe you would benefit from this program, come see either myself or Aizawa-sensei. We will gladly discuss the program with you to determine if it suits your needs. We have 2 students who have been in pre-heroics for several months now, and both have benefited greatly and continue to show progress. That could be you too, so talk with us soon for enrollment. As for everyone else, this new program will not affect your education much, if at all, though there are a few ground rules I will quickly go over now. First, students enrolled in pre-heroics will be wearing green ties with their uniform. As previously stated, bullying or harassment of these students is considered discrimination and will be severely punished. Second, there are a few facilities that are reserved for these students. They are clearly marked, and no entry is allowed for students not in the program without permission to enter. These facilities include the new dorm building, the former 3rd floor lounge, and gym previously known as Gym Beta. And lastly, pre-heroic students have their own schedules separate from the rest of their classmates. They will spend homeroom, as well as a handful of other periods, with their class, but the other periods are reserved for the pre-heroics courses. We ask that you be welcoming to them in your class and understand when they separate from you. Nedzu looked around the hall, locking eyes with the student body. Our hope for this program is to aid those who need that extra push to become wonderful heroes. We humbly ask for your cooperation in making UA the best place to get an education for students of all walks of life. He bowed, and slowly but surely applause filled the auditorium. Thank you, first years. We will begin the matriculation ceremony shortly. All others, you are dismissed back to your classes. The room was soon filled with the shuffling of feet and murmuring of upperclassmen. But Deku hardly noticed. He could only sense the questioning looks of his classmates who eyed his and Xiaochen's dark green ties, marking them as the students Nedzu had mentioned. What do they think about us? Are they judging us? Think we're useless? Or maybe they're jealous of the extra attention? What if? His mental ramblings were interrupted by Aizawa-sensei. Come on, we're leaving. Hey, but what about the ceremony? And orientation? A brown-haired girl called out. Indeed, to leave now would be unbecoming of UA students, agreed a boy with glasses, waving his hands up and down. Their teacher remained stoic. UA is known for its freelance teaching, meaning teachers can teach as we see fit. Matriculation is a waste of time, so we're going back to class. Once there, I'm passing out gym uniforms and we're heading to the field. A sadistic smirk grew on his unshaven face. We're having a quirk assessment. It seemed everything was different for pre-heroic students. In the changing room, there was a small section of lockers apart from the others that, once again, had engraved nameplates on them instead of numbers like the others. Next to the lockers was a couple of private changing stalls with dark green curtains and a sign labeling them as reserved for pre-heroics. Izuku seemed quite happy with the inclusion. I guess he's still nervous about changing in front of strangers. Nedzu was apparently really pushing dark green as PH's color. Even their uniforms had green accents instead of red. Shouto would have been concerned if he wanted to keep his enrollment in pre-heroics a secret. But what if someone doesn't want their peers to know? I should ask Aizawa-sensei or Principal Nedzu. Izuku certainly appeared nervous about it. Yo, you guys get your own changing rooms. That's so cool. Shouto heard Izuku stop moving behind the curtain for a moment. He turned to see a classmate with black hair and oddly bulky elbows approaching their corner of the locker room as the other boys looked on. It would appear so. Is that a problem? He asked cautiously, unsure of the other's intentions. He shook his head vehemently. Nah man, not at all. I think it's neat. A boy with spiky red hair joined in. Yeah, it's like you guys are in this super elite club. I'm honestly a little jealous, unmanly as that is. That caught him off guard, and Izuku slowly slid out of the changing room in his gym clothes. The questions and comments kept coming. How did you guys get into the program before it was announced? Why are your uniforms different? Is it true you have your own dorms? You two are quite the enigmas, shrouded in a cloak of mysteries. And what are your special classes like? Okay, now he was feeling overwhelmed, and if he was stressing out, Izuku must be totally overwhelmed. Time to step in. We can answer your questions later, but if we're not on the field in the next minute, we'll have to face Aizawa-sensei's wrath. All the boys scrambled out at his warning. Once everyone was on the field, he could tell they all had questions, but their teacher spoke up before they could ask any. 10 minutes. That's how long it took you all to change and meet me here. I expect that to be down to 3 minutes by the end of term. Now, time for the quirk assessment. In junior high, all your fitness tests were done without quirks. This is illogical. Kendo, a ginger-headed girl, stepped forward. Yes, sir. He tossed her a softball. What was your score for softball throw in junior high? 49 meters, sir. Not bad. Now try it with your quirk. Kendo stepped into the chalk circle, and several students were audibly surprised when her hand grew to giant size, completely dwarfing the ball within. She reared the massive appendage back, sending a gust of wind into the class behind her, and pitched. Shouto noticed she threw in such a way that her hand would push air behind the ball. Good technique for a quirk like that. The ball sailed in the air, and when Aizawa showed the class her score, their jaws dropped. 362 meters. Wow, that looks like fun. Their teacher smirked in a fashion that, by now, was very familiar to Izuku and Shouto. Aizawa's signature slightly sadistic. I'm about to give you grief because I can smile. They're in for it now. Fun, you say. Fine. Whoever takes last place overall will face expulsion. What? Expulsion? It's the first day. Aizawa relished in the despair for a moment, before turning to the two pre-heroic students. Shouto, Izuku. This will be just like PF. Do your best and you pass. They both nodded. Izuku clearly glad for the lesson pressure, before another classmate spoke up. What? The special ed kids just have to do their best and won't be expelled. How's that fair? Izuku's cheerfulness faded, and their teacher's eyebrow visibly ticked. He whirled around to face the kid who spoke, a really short boy with purple balls on his head. Shouto already didn't like him. He'd been looking for something in the locker room with a creepy smile, kept eyeing his female classmates like meat, and now insulted both him and Izuku. It seemed Aizawa-sensei was of a similar mind. Life isn't fair, and these two know that better than most. That's what pre-heroics is for. I already know they have potential, and they've already shown me their willingness to develop it. You all haven't, so either suck it up and show me what you've got, or get your stuff and leave. The kid mumbled something about spoiled and acting out for attention before their teacher's glare shut him up. Anyone else have something to say about how I teach the pre-heroics kids? No? Good. First up is Aoyama, Ashido, and Asui for the 50-meter dash. Aizawa-sensei had them all do the dash in groups of 3, called in alphabetical order, except for Shouto and Izuku. Last for the dash is PH. Shouto, Izuku, give it your all. They lined up side by side, gave a fist bump, and at the call of go, took off. Shouto skated on his ice, while Izuku simply sprinted. Shouto, 3.6 seconds. Izuku, 5.1. You've improved a lot. Their teacher smiled and ruffled Izuku's hair, who absolutely beamed at the attention. That was one thing they'd learned early on. Izuku was starved for affection and blossomed with positive reinforcement. Shouto thought he heard a cry of he acts so different for them from his classmates in regards to their homeroom teacher. The tests continued much like this, with Shouto excelling in quite a few tests with his eyes, and Izuku completing the tests normally with average scores. He could hear mutterings of what's his quirk, and why hasn't he used it? Confused as to Izuku's lack of an obvious quirk. We gotta fix that, before someone accuses him of being quirkless. After all, that was what led Izuku to be bullied in the first place, and Shouto was not going to let that happen again. When it was time for Izuku's ball throw, he signed "You want show quirk. We think your quirk helped throw." Ball gone. Izuku's eyes lit up, and he nodded before stepping in the circle. He missed Aizawa's secret thumbs up to Shouto. Everyone watched as Izuku held the softball in his hand, before it simply vanished. Shouto and Aizawa both smirked at the astounded gasps of the class. Wait, when did he throw it? Where'd it go? What's his score? Their teacher turned the screen around to show error. Considering it's now on a separate plane of existence, I'll count that as infinity. WHAAT. Izuku smiled and brought the ball back, tossing it to their teacher. Shouto was pretty sure his classmates were going into hysterics. It was pretty hilarious. When Aizawa-sensei revealed the results, Shouto had come in second while Izuku was last, and clearly upset about it. He could see that grape-headed kid was preparing to say something, and Shouto was about to step in, when his teacher squatted down next to Izuku. It's okay that you came in last, Izuku. He put a hand on his shoulder as Izuku sniffed, about to cry. These kids have had a lot more practice than you have. It just means you need to keep working hard. Do you remember the scores you got the first time we did this? A sniffle and nod. And you've improved in every test. Heck, I bet if we compared how much improvement everyone's made in the last year, you'd have them all beat. Either way, I can tell you gave it your all, and I couldn't be prouder of you. Izuku, openly crying at this point, wrapped his arms around the first teacher who had ever believed in him, and mouthed a silent thank you. Everyone could only stare in shock as the teacher who had just threatened expulsion hugged the crying boy back. This kid was going to ruin his reputation. When he'd first met Izuku, Shouto was skeptical. The kid was a shoplifter who'd given up on the world. Not the sort of person you really want to hang out with. But then he learned more about him, and realized he hadn't given up on the world had given up on him. Shouto got to know him more, and saw a side of Izuku he hadn't before. Peeking through that scared, closed-off front was a bright, intelligent, endearing child, just waiting to astound the world that tried to snuff him out. He watched the kid learn and grow and fight back against his fears, working hard for his future. Suffice it to say, he'd grown attached. It was a similar story for the Todoroki boy. He'd more or less stumbled into Shota's life, wanting to save his dear friend. Then of course Shouto noticed the kid had his own problems. The boy was originally solely focused on Izuku, but with the pre-heroics program, he was paying attention to his own emotional needs too. He knew Shouto had been living a life not his own for many years, so to see him becoming his own person was a beautiful thing. All this meant he couldn't help but spoil the two problem children. At this rate, he could kiss his hard-earned reputation goodbye. I'll just have to change it from don't mess with me to don't mess with me or my PH kids. Once Izuku released him, eyes still moist, he stood up and turned to the gobsmacked class. No one's getting expelled today. But be warned, if at any point I think you're not giving it your all, or have lost your potential, I won't hesitate to boot you out of the hero course. There's plenty of capable students in Gen Ed who'd love to take your spot, so guard it well. The next 3 years are going to be grueling, pushing you to your limit again and again. If you can take it, then by graduation you'll be capable pros. If not, you can show yourself out. He summoned his best fear-inducing smirk. Welcome to the hero course. Go change, grab a syllabus, and head home. Shouto, Izuku. The two looked up at him. We'll be doing physical fitness later today, so don't worry about showering. Once you're changed, meet me in the pre-heroics classroom. A yes sir from Shouto and a nod from Izuku, and Shouto left for the school. Now, what does Nedzu have planned for intellectual proficiency today? Once their teacher was out of sight, the class erupted. Dude, you sent the ball to another dimension? So manly. Awa. It was so cute when he hugged you. Are you feeling okay? Here, let me make you some tissues. Everyone, Sensei said to get changed. As UA students, we must not loiter about. It's okay, Ida-kun. School's done for today, so it's fine to socialize a bit. So what is your quirk exactly? They need to calm down before Izuku gets overwhelmed. Shouto put his hands up in a placating gesture and addressed the class. I understand you all are curious, but we would appreciate it if you calmed down. We'll be glad to answer your questions, but not if you're overbearing. That seemed to snap them out of it. As the flood of words died down, several even had a sheepish expression. He turned to Izuku. You ready? Meet them. Not ready? Okay, meet future. Me ready if you stay. Yes, me need interpret. He smiled. Izuku smiled back. True, true. Me happy you here. Shouto blushed. Same. He turned back to the class, who seemed completely lost at their silent conversation. First, I'll introduce us. My name is Todoroki Shouto, though I prefer to go by my given name. This is my close friend Izuku. He doesn't like to talk, so don't ask him to. He communicates through sign, writing, or text. If you need an interpreter, I can, and Aizawa-sensei can as well. We'll take some questions now, though we won't answer anything we're uncomfortable with. Oh, I have one. A pink-skinned girl had her hand in the air, jumping up and down. What's your quirks? Mine is cold, half hot. I can produce ice from my right side and fire from my left. Though I'm still working on controlling my fire, so I don't use it much. He looked to Izuku for permission, and with his nod, continued. Izuku's is called Boundless. He has access to a pocket dimension he controls with his thoughts. When the ball disappeared, that was him sending it to Boundless. His explanation was met with oohs and ahs. The kendo girl was next to speak up. How long have you two known Aizawa-sensei? I met him at the recommendation exam. Izuku met him a few weeks later. He's one of the teachers for pre-heroics. He leads physical fitness, or PF, and helps with social essentials, C. He also fills in for Principal Nedzu, who teaches intellectual proficiency, or IP, when he's busy. Basically, by this point we both know him rather well. The bulky boy was next, though he signed rather than spoke. PH, like what? So he knows sign too, and might be a selective mute like Izuku. Pre-heroics is certainly not for everyone, but it's been a huge help for me and Izuku. As they said in the assembly, it's designed to help prepare you for hero work when a regular heroics course isn't enough. When we started several months ago, I had been suppressing my fire, vowing to never use it. Now, I'm slowly learning to accept it as a part of myself, and training to use it effectively to save people. I don't know who I would have become if I hadn't joined, but I don't think I'd like him very much. As for Izuku, it's helped him a lot too, likely even more than myself, but that's his story to tell when he's ready. Feel free to ask us about stuff later, but right now we should go change. Izuku and I still have class, after all. By the end of his speech, quite a few classmates were in tears, including most of the girls and a handful of boys. It was a beautiful moment, until Minter ruined it. Are you two really so weak and stupid you need to be babied? Or are you just pretending so you can be pampered and hog all the teacher's attention? A stunned silence passed over the class, before cries of indignation rang out. Hey man, not cool. Yeah, lay off. What's your deal, dude? There must be great darkness within you. Have you no sympathy? Shouto was very glad for the things he'd learned from the internet and see, as it prevented him from encasing the boy in a glacier. He steepled his hands together in front of his face and closed his eyes. Deep breaths. You are better than your father. You are allowed to feel angry, but express your anger in healthy ways. Do not let your heart take over your mind. Once he was sure he wouldn't yell the moment he opened his mouth, He turned to his friend, Izuku. It showed how much he had grown as well, when Shouto saw no tears on Izuku's face, though his hands, clenched in fists, were shaking. His first day back at school, and he's already being picked on. I hope this won't discourage him. It's okay. You and I and Nezu and Aizawa all know that's not true. You go ahead, get changed, and head to class. I'll handle this. Izuku nodded and disappeared. With his shaken friend out of the situation, Shouto returned his attention to the sneering Mainta. The rest of the class was once again silent, waiting to see his reaction. I don't know what makes you think you can say that when you don't know a thing about us. You don't know what we've been through, what we've had to overcome. You don't know that the old me would have snapped and attacked you for saying that. You don't know how brave Izuku is for even being here. When the last time he went to school, he was endlessly tormented by everyone around him, including someone who used to be his friend. So we have flaws. Last I checked, everyone does. Pre-heroics isn't for people who need help because they're weak. It's for people who need help because they're strong enough to see those flaws and brave enough to admit they can't fix them alone. I don't need you to like us. I need you to stop talking like you understand us, when clearly you don't. And if something that comes out of your mouth causes my best friend to pull away from the help he needs. He stepped closer to the other and glared into his eyes. I will do everything in my power to hold you responsible. With that, he stormed off, hoping to be changed and out of the locker room before anyone else arrived. This was definitely going to be a long year. Principal Nezu had arrived to lead IP a few minutes ago, so Shouto had just been relieved to do some necessary paperwork, but not before Shouto had arrived, several minutes late, and informed him that Mainta had once again insulted him and Izuku, which Izuku confirmed. Shouto had noticed his lecherous gaze towards the female students too, so he was already on thin ice. I should ask the other teachers how their students reacted to the pre-heroics announcement tomorrow. He was just thinking about how best to ask, when a hesitant knock caught his attention. He opened the door to find a purple-haired kid with dark eye bags he recognized from the entrance exam. 0 points, and no signs of quirk usage, must be non-physical. A shame. Can I help you? The kid rubbed the back of his neck nervously. Are you Aizawa-sensei? Yes. Why? He looked to the floor and shuffled his feet. I'm Shinsu Itoshi, in class 1 degrees Celsius, and I'm interested in joining pre-heroics. To say Shouto was surprised would be a bit of an understatement. He hadn't expected someone to come up to him about PH the day it was announced. He figured it would take some time for people to think it over, and even then most of the first few applicants would likely be Wanna kids, since they'd be interacting with Shouto and Izuku the most. But Shinsu was here already, a 1 degrees Celsius student who's probably never met either of the PH boys. He should probably stop standing there gawking and see what the kid has to say. All right, follow me. He led Shinsu down the hall to the guidance counselor's office. Hound dog, we're borrowing your office, said Hiro. Counselor made a gruff sound of approval as the two walked past him and into the private office. When the staff had been informed of the pre-heroics program, it was agreed that Hound Dog's office would be available for these discussions because of its privacy. Shinsu, whose tired gaze rivaled his own, slumped into a free chair across from the desk while Shouto sat next to him. I am not getting dog fur all over my hero costume by sitting in his chair. Once they were both settled, he began the process he designed. Okay, kid, this may be hard, but I need you to tell me why you believe you should enroll in pre-heroics. Shinsu nodded, and with a little hesitation laid out his story. I've wanted to be a hero pretty much my whole life. I still do. I even tried for the hero course exam, but I'm useless against robots. My quirk is villainous. Ever since it manifested, I've been told time after time that my quirk makes me a villain, that I could never be a hero. I want to help people, and I want to prove to them that I can be a hero despite my quirk. You said this morning that pre-heroics is for people who want to be heroes but need some extra help. The entrance exam made me realize I need that help. There was clearly a lot of emotional baggage here. He seemed to have a decent reason to seek him out, too. Now to see if PH is what he needs. I see. And what is your quirk? A look of fear flashed across his face before he returned to his blank facade. Brainwashing. I can control people who verbally respond to me. Shouto could tell he expected to be shot down, or vilified, or pointedly ignored. Too bad I'm not gonna do any of that. That sounds incredibly useful for heroics, and not at all villainous. Yeah, I know. Wait, what? Over the span of my career, I've had a lot of cases that would have been a lot easier if I could just tell the villain to surrender, or release the hostage, or even take out his accomplices. You could end fights before they began, with absolutely no collateral damage. Trust me, kid, your quirk has great potential. Shinsu looked at him like he'd hung the stars in the sky, before shaking his head and frowning. You don't understand. I could tell people to commit crimes, to kill each other. I could tell heroes to help the villains. Have you? No, I would never. Then you're not a villain. Simple as that. Yep, lots of emotional baggage. Shinsu looked like he needed to beef up a bit too. He was too scrawny to be fit enough for hero work. So far, it seemed Shinsu had come to the right place. He was checking all of Shota's mental boxes for PH qualifications, severe mental, physical, or emotional needs, check. Willingness to join, check. One more question. How far are you willing to go to become a hero? If we give you the chance, will you be able to put in the effort? Shinsu looked him dead in the eye. I'll gladly do whatever it takes. Strong work ethic, check. And lastly, compatibility with the program and its members. One way to find out. Good. Come on. His serious face morphed into confusion. Where are we going? There's one last thing I need to see before I decide to enroll you or not. We're going to the pre-heroics classroom. Izuku and Shouto should be in here, doing IP right now. Time to see how Shinsu acts around them, and what he thinks of their schedules. With Shinsu behind him, he knocked on the door to the pre-heroics classroom. Boys, it's Aizawa. I've got a potential pre-hero I'd like you to meet. Mind if we come in? A moment of quiet before Shouto called out, "We're open." He opened the door to see his two problem children hard at work, and Nedzu grading yesterday's assignments. They all turned to the new face, who was shifting nervously again. Aizawa, a prospective pre-hero already. You certainly work fast. Can it, Nedzu? He came to me. Boys, this is Shinsu Hitoshi. The problem children waved. Nice to meet you. I'm Shouto, and this is Izuku. Nice to meet you too. If you don't mind me asking, why did you say you were open? I thought the door was electronically locked at all times. Shouto was about to answer, but Nedzu beat him to it. That's one of our code words we established. We want the pre-heroics facilities to be safe places for our pre-heroic students who have special needs that must be accommodated. Hence, we recently established a list of code words and regulations. One regulation is to always announce oneself before entering this room, and if someone is in here, do not enter without their permission. Young Shouto, would you mind explaining the code words to our guest? The bi-colored boy nodded. Of course, sometimes our needs can be hard to put into words, so we came up with a bunch of code words to quickly and easily explain how we're feeling. For instance, open is short for I'm open to you, meaning I'm okay with your presence, or you're welcome to come in. If I wasn't, I'd say I'm closed. Shouto wished he could get away with that all the time. I need to tell Hisashi that one, so when he's about to burst my eardrum or I need a nap I can just say closed and leave it at that. The awestruck look on Shinsu's face showed he felt similarly. That's cool, so you can just say that you're closed, and people will leave you alone. Just like that. That's the idea. It's still pretty new, so no one outside this room knows it yet. Shouto nodded. We'll be teaching the code words to everyone involved with pre-heroics and its members, so they can be used throughout the school. Nedzu, do you mind if they take a break to talk with Shinsu about the course? By the time they were done telling Shinsu about PH, both he and Nedzu were convinced he should join, and the principal was already writing up curriculum for him. The boys all got along too, especially Shinsu and Izuku. The purple-haired boy left UA with a smile on his face, and a promise that he'd receive his new green tie within the week. Now it was time for him to go back to paperwork, as much as he didn't want to, but before he left, one hand ruffled dark green hair and the other red and white hair. You both did really good today. Izuku, you met a lot of new people, and didn't let your fear take over. Shouto, you did a great job communicating, and handled your anger well. I'd definitely call that a pass for C for both of you. How are you feeling? I'm still a bit angry at Minta, but as long as he doesn't insult us again I think I can forgive him. Other than that, our class seems nice and I'd like to get to know them better. Tired, scared past, many new person. Shouchin with me, feel better. Shouto smiled at the name sign Izuku had come up with, and as he tapped on each side of his chest, to symbolize his friend's half and half quirk and appearance. Shoto's was an Aizawa that swept in an arc by the neck for his capture gear. Nedzu was the sign for mouse with an N. Izuku's was an I moved in a circle over the heart. That had been a fun day for the boys, coming up with name signs for all sorts of things. The memory of their excitement warmed his heart. These two were making him go soft. I'm glad. Now finish your assignments. I won't have you two slacking behind, and we've still got training to do. Your scores today were certainly improvements, but there's still lots to do. Once Nedzu relieves you, get changed and start your warm-ups. I'll meet you at the gym. Yes, sir. Thumbs up. Definitely going soft. It took Izuku, his name is Izuku, a moment to realize that annoying sound was his alarm and he was supposed to get up for school. Yesterday was absolutely exhausting. There were so many kids in his class, so energetic and outgoing and loud, he was almost overwhelmed, and very glad it was only a half day because of the matriculation ceremony. Then he met Hidachin, who was joining pre-heroics. He seemed nice, if a bit grumpy, and his quirk was so cool. Why anyone thought it was villainous was beyond him. No one ever needed to brainwash him to hurt him before. As tiring as yesterday was, today would be even longer. It was their first normal day, after all. The Izuku would have to be with his class most of the morning, if he remembered correctly. I should probably make sure. Once he was clad in his uniform and dark green tie, He pulled out his individualized schedule Nedzu had given him. I'm with Wanna all morning except for English, and PH after lunch, then back with Wanna for foundational hero studies. In other words, it was going to be a long day. Izuku warped to Xiaochen's room once he was ready for school. His friend was packing his supplies in his bag. But he stopped when he saw his tie. Xiaochen sighed fondly as he fixed it. With the tie corrected, they conversed in sign as Xiaochen finished getting ready. You need learn tie. Me learn why. You tie. He playfully smacked his head. Okay, you teach me? Yes, future. Thank you. Me father asked live DORMS yesterday. Yes, Xiaochen's father agreed to let him stay in the dorms. That was great. He was so lonely when he woke up this morning. But if Xiaochen was his neighbor, he did the sign for applause and hugged his friend, a massive smile on his face. Xiaochen would be safe in the dorms, and they'd be with each other all the time, once they were both ready. He took Xiaochen's hand and popped into Boundless. He began materializing breakfast for them, and when they sat down at his fractal home's table, Xiaochen began the conversation. How are you feeling about today, Izuku? That sounds like something Aizawa-sensei would ask. A little nervous, but nothing too bad. Everyone seemed nice yesterday. I mean, everyone except Minta, but they were a little overwhelming. I understand that. It was a lot to take in all at once. Even I was feeling overwhelmed. You handled it so well, talking with them like that. He laughed. Yeah, thanks to C. They've had me working on my communication skills along with my fire. Cool. You're getting so much stronger, Xiaochen. You are too, Izuku. He blushed as his friend smiled fondly at him. I mean, when we first met Aizawa-sensei and the principal, you wouldn't do anything in reality without me. Don't get me wrong, I love your company. But seeing you manage on your own makes me happy. He's happy. Why would he be happy? Does he want to leave me? Why? Xiaochen stopped for a moment, bite of omelet halfway to his open mouth. He seemed to think about his words carefully before answering, You're my friend. I want to see you get stronger, braver. I want us to be able to hang out. Then when we have to do something else, we can leave while knowing we'll both be okay on our own. What does that mean? So you still want to be my friend, and will keep being my friend? A look of shock crossed heterochromatic eyes. Of course I want to keep being friends. It's because we're friends that I want you to succeed, to live your own life apart from mine. I don't understand. Everyone I've ever cared for either left me behind, or are always there, ready to be reformed out of fractals. How can someone care for me and leave me at the same time? He must have noticed his lack of comprehension, because he tried to clarify his point. It's like, he looked at their breakfast. Eating. It's kinda like eating. You need to eat, and you like to eat, but you don't eat all the time. There are other things you need to do, or want to do, but that doesn't make food any less filling or delicious. If you ate all the time, you'd be overfull, food wouldn't be as good anymore, and you couldn't, say, go swimming, or sleep, or anything you can't do while eating. Ukaoe. Xiaochen nodded resolutely. Relationships are like that. They're great and good for you, but if you spend all your time with one person, it's not good anymore. You can spend a lot of time together, just not all of it. If you aren't willing to be apart for a while, you lose your own life to the relationship. It's not as great anymore. It's unhealthy for both of you, and you miss out on all the things you can only do without them. There's things you can only do alone, and things you can only do with someone else. Always being together, or always being alone. Either way means you miss out on a lot of what life has to offer. You can only have the best experience by having company and alone time. Oh, I think I get it. But I better keep working on Shu, just in case. With breakfast finished, Izuku and Xiaochen appeared right in the Wanna classroom, 3 minutes to the bell. Eek, when did you two get here? They had apparently hopped into existence right next to a brunette girl talking with a blue-haired, bespectacled boy. Just now, Izuku's quirk is really good for fast travel. You should refrain from scaring your classmates like that. Plus, you are barely on time. As UA students, we should strive to all be in class at least 10 minutes beforehand. The loud twosome startled him a bit, but he supposed he did startle them first. He gave an apologetic smile and signed sorry. Me appear, don't know people where. Ooh, thankfully, Xiaochen interpreted for him. He said he's sorry. When he uses his quirk to teleport, he only knows where he will appear, not where people are in that area. We didn't mean to scare you. We just weren't aware we'd show up right next to you. Ah, I see. Please excuse my rudeness. I am Idatenya, and I'm Uraraka Achako. Nice to meet you. Shouto and Izuku, right? Izuku used the introduction he'd been practicing. Hello, my name Izuku, Izuku. Nice meet you. He just introduced himself and said it's nice to meet you. That's his name sign. Xiaochen did the eye in a circle over his heart. It's a sign we came up with so we don't have to fingerspell his name every time. Feel free to use it. They'd agreed beforehand that other people were allowed to use their name signs. I'm Shouto, and this is my name sign. He tapped an S on the left then right of his chest. Ew, that's so cool. Apparently their conversation had been overheard, and now several students were practicing the name signs. Come on Izuku, let's get to our seats. Aizawa-sensei should be here any minute. Homeroom was over, and next was English. Izuku looked at his schedule. He wasn't ready for high school level English yet, so he was going to pre-heroics for his beginner's English with Nedzu. Xiaochen was staying with the class. He tapped his friend's shoulder. Me go to PH English with Nedzu. You stay. Yes. Me want go to with you, but need stay. You enjoy. See you later. Xiaochen will be okay. I guess a break from class would be nice. He waved and got up, remembering to bring his whiteboard. Their neighbor, Yaorazu, he remembered, seemed surprised. Oh, Izuku, correct? Where are you going? He took off the cap of his marker and wrote, I'm in pre-heroics for this class. An orange-haired boy read the board as well. Hey, you get to skip English, Izuku. Gotta say, I'm a bit jealous. Well, now the whole class was paying attention to him. Great. He flustered about a bit before erasing his board and writing not skipping. I'm not very good at English, far behind. So Nedzu teaches me. Not very good at Japanese either apparently. Izuku flushed in shame at Minta's comment. He doesn't understand. Xiaochen said to not let his words stop me. He said I should stand up for myself. I'm still learning, getting better. Are you? Ooh, snap. What a manly comeback. Nice. With words of encouragement from his classmates, Izuku walked to pre-heroics with a small smile on his face. They'd just finished math when the lunch bell rang. Suddenly, Izuku found himself surrounded by classmates. Hey, can we eat lunch with you guys? He stopped breathing for a second before he felt a familiar shoulder tap. Blue and gray eyes watched him with concern as hot and cold hands began to sign. They want to eat with you and me. Me stay. Open. Closed. He took deep breaths and steeled his nerves. Open. Xiaochen beamed at him before turning to their classmates and saying, okay, should we eat here or the cafeteria? A few of the more situationally aware students looked hesitant. Kendo finally spoke what was on their mind. Would the cafeteria be okay? We understand if that's too much right now. They care about how we feel. Thanks for the concern, but it's fine. There's a special table blocked off from the others specifically for pre-heroes and their friends. It's nice and private, so we'd be comfortable there. That's how several students from WANA found themselves walking down a little used staircase to the back of the cafeteria, where a secluded table labeled reserved for pre-heroics waited. Izuku was excited to see Hitachin already there as they approached. He looked up and waved, but paused when he saw the group of kids behind him and Xiaochen, who broke the stalemate. Hello, Hitoshi. We had some classmates who want to get to know us better. Are you open? The group behind him waved, but thankfully didn't approach. They hadn't been told of the code words or policies put in place for pre-heroes yet, but they seemed to be following Xiaochen's lead. Thank goodness. I don't want to make Hitachin uncomfortable when he just joined. Sure. Before they could sit down, an incredibly loud voice called out, Hie, Todoroki, I found you. Hie, Todoroki, I found you. There was a sudden gust of wind, and Xiaochen was being hugged by someone Izuku had never seen before. Who is that? And why does he know Xiaochen? It's been so long. I'm glad you made it in. Who am I kidding? I knew you'd make it in. Xiaochen's brain restarted, and he finally responded to the boy who had lifted him up and was swinging him side to side in the hug. Oh, we met at the recommendation exam? Correct. It was. Inasa. Correct. I'm so glad you remembered me. What are you doing all the way back here? This is the pre-heroics table. It's secluded, which makes it more comfortable and emotionally safe for us. Pre-heroics. Oh yeah, they talked about that yesterday morning. Why are we sitting here though? Izuku, Xiaochen, and Hitachin all looked at each other, getting the silent permission to share their mutual situation. Hitachin was the one to voice it. Because we're pre-heroic students, everyone looked to the insomniac. While the WANA students were busy interrogating him, Inasa stared at Xiaochen's dark green tie, stunned. You're a pre-heroic student. I thought you were in 1A. I'm in both. 1A is my homeroom, and I spend most of the day with them. I just have a few periods and supplemental courses that are PH only. Everyone left the duo standing there as they sat down and continued talking to Hitachin. Izuku sat down as well, but he kept his ear on the suddenly quiet conversation behind him. I don't really like him. I need to make sure he doesn't hurt Xiaochen's feelings. Why are you in pre-heroics? You seemed so strong at the exam. I'm strong physically, but there are parts of me that I need help to strengthen. As Aizawa-sensei said yesterday, pre-heroics isn't for people who are weak, it's for people like me who need specialized care and attention to overcome our hardships. The hero I want to be is someone I can't become without a little outside assistance. A moment of silence. Inasa must be processing what Xiaochen said. You better not insult him again. Oh, I see. That's so cool. You're working hard to be a great hero? Huh. Yes. Can I eat my lunch now? I'll have to ask my fellow pre-heroes if you can join us, but I'm sure they'll say yes. That's okay. I'm going to sit with my 1B classmates and get to know them better. I just wanted to say hi. Bye. And with that, Inasa almost flew out of the PH Nook and into the crowded cafeteria. Izuku brought his focus back to the table, only to find half of his class with bentos out and the other half standing up, no doubt to go get their own lunch. Once Xiaochen sat down, he addressed his coursemates. I'll place the order for lunch rush. What would you two like? Curry. A urger, please. Xiaochen pulled over a small console that lit up when it was in front of him. He typed in their orders. A short chime sounded before a digital voice spoke from the console. Your order has been placed and will be delivered to you in 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you. Hidachin laughed at the astounded expression of the one student still at the table, chopsticks in the air and jaws hanging open. The invisible girl was the first to get over her shock. You guys get to order your food and have it delivered? That's so cool. I'm jealous. Izuku pulled out his board and wrote Nedzu and lunch rush. No, lots of people is scary. We can order so we don't have to go in line. He showed the table, and a girl with long green hair spoke. That's understandable, Kiro. It's only natural you'd want to avoid crowds if they make you nervous. Uraraka continued for her. Yeah, that's super considerate of UA. It seems they're doing all sorts of things to help you guys out. Hidachin smiled. That is the point of PH, after all. Izuku and Xiaochen were heading back to 1A. They'd just finished an IP period together, and now it was time for 1A's last class, Foundational Heroics. When they entered the classroom, quite a few students greeted them. Welcome back. You guys joining us for heroics. How was IP? They had barely sat down when All Might burst through the door, coming through the door like a normal person. I don't think that's normal. Everyone else, even Xiaochen, seemed awfully excited to have All Might teaching foundational heroics. Izuku had been obsessed with the hero when he was little, before his mom died, and life just kinda stopped being great. He supposed it was kinda cool to have the #1 hero teaching him. All Might Sensei told them to change into their hero costumes before hitting a button that opened a panel on the wall, revealing a rack full of suitcases. 2 of them were a dark green. When they had grabbed their cases and made it to the changing room, they saw that the locker next to Xiaochen's had Hitoshi engraved on it now. Nedzu sure works quick. Izuku went into a changing stall and opened his case. His costume was pretty simple, but it would serve its purpose well enough, he supposed. It was a lavender jumpsuit, with pearlescent highlights down his arms and legs, as well as around the logo on his chest. The logo he designed was a mass of triangles in a spiral, colored in pale greens, bright blues, and deep purples. It reminded him of the fractals of Boundless. He had a silver belt with matching boots and gloves. Topping it all off was a lavender visor and metal mouthguard, complete with respirator, that hung around his neck. He had been assured that the entire costume was fireproof. Ooh, your costume is so colorful. I love it. Why those colors though? Uraraka approached him as soon as he made it to the training grounds. Xiaochen, whose costume was a dark blue shirt and pants, with white boots and a brown belt, was behind him. It was simple, but suitable. Maybe I should help him come up with something a little more distinct. Izuku was about to answer Uraraka when Xiaochen beat him to it. It's based off the natural colors and patterns of Boundless, right? Correct. Boundless ... that's your quirk, right? That other dimension you control, or something. He nodded. Me like your clothes. Pretty. Like space person. He likes your costume too. Says it's very pretty and looks like an astronaut. She beamed at both of them. Thanks, she's nice. Before they could continue their conversation, All Might Sensei called for everyone's attention, and next to him was Aizawa Sensei. Are you teaching foundational heroics too? Said man glared at his class, irritation evident on his face. No, I've got enough on my plate. I'm only here today because somebody missed the staff-wide briefing on teaching the pre-heroic students. Nedzu told me to come make sure that somebody doesn't mess up egregiously and fill him in on what he missed. All Might coughed into his fist, obviously embarrassed at being called out like that. I told you there was a robbery. I couldn't just leave it. There were several pros on the scene already, and they had the situation handled. And cough into your elbow, not your hand. It's unsanitary. Izuku silently chuckled at the unfortunate target of Aizawa's ire, thoroughly admonished. All Might finally gathered himself and began class. Greetings, future heroes. You all look wonderful in your costumes. Today, we'll be doing indoor team battles. Aizawa Sensei's glare was enough to silence the class that was on the verge of asking a million questions. All Might nodded in thanks to his coworker and continued the explanation. Teams of 2, 1 villain and 1 hero, battle it out over possession of a nuclear weapon. Heroes must capture both villains or touch the weapon within the time limit to win, while villains must either capture both heroes or keep control of the weapon until time runs out. Teams would be decided by lot. Sounds fun. I wonder who my partner will be. On Team A, we have Kirishima and Ashido. Team B, Eda and Siro. Team C, Hagakura and Takoyami. Team D, Midori. Pre-heroes are called by their given name unless otherwise specified. Aizawa cut in. Oh, sorry. As I was saying, Team D, Izuku and Minta. Nope, vetoed. Xiaochen spoke up as well. I second that veto. I see. Very well, let's try again. Team D, Izuku and Kendo. Phew, that was close. Seems he wasn't the only one relieved, as he overheard Minta quietly say, at least I won't be paired with a sis. That stung a little. At least I'm not paired with a jerk. Why does he have to say those mean things about us? Before the thoughtless words could injure him more, Kendo, who apparently overheard as well, moved over to him and placed a clearly telegraphed hand on his shoulder before whispering he doesn't know what he's talking about. We'll be a great team, and I look forward to working with you. He wiped his now misty eyes and gave her a wobbly smile and a nod. Team E, Minta and Sato. Team F, Gyro and Yaoyorozu. Team G, Asui and Shouto. Team H, Kaminari and Koda. Team I, Shoji and Uraraka. And Team J, Ajiro and Aoyama. Everyone meet up with your partners. He was glad to be with Kendo, and to see Xiaochen with Asui. They both seemed really nice and cooperative, so he supposed this exercise shouldn't be too bad. Well, I guess it also depends on who we're up against. With everyone in their teams, All Might, under Aizawa-sensei's watchful gaze, began to draw the lots for matchups. First match is Team B as villains versus the heroes, Team D. First match is Team B as villains versus the heroes, Team D. Oh, he's going first. Great. Ada and Zero headed into the building to prepare, while Kendo turned to Izuku. We have 10 minutes to strategize before the exercise starts. Do you have any thoughts? He pulled out his whiteboard. I think Ida will place the bomb, while Zero will set tape traps. I agree. They may stick together by the weapon, or they may separate. We should come up with plans for both scenarios just in case. Both are good at mobility. Either would make good guards. True. Maybe we'll be able to come up with an idea if we discuss our quirks. Mine is Big Fist, which allows me to grow my hands to giant size, increasing their power. Bundles. I have a pocket dimension I control with my mind. It lets me teleport people and objects, store things, and make anything within it, but stuff I make isn't real outside it. Whoa, that's so cool. So you can do just about anything as long as you're inside it. Even teleport. He nodded, and wrote only to places I've been, before he stopped. He wrote again. I have an idea. Need to ask Sensei. He looked over to where the teachers were, and clapped his hands to get their attention. Aizawa's smirk when he signed his idea sent shivers down his classmates' spines. Xiaochen looked surprised and proud. When prep time was up, Kendo and Izuku were standing outside the building for the exercise. They walked over to the door, but did not enter. With a nod from Kendo, Izuku disappeared. It felt good to be in Boundless, even if only for a moment. He appeared next to Aizawa-sensei in the observation room, to the shock of his classmates. Wah, Izuku, what are you doing here? He ignored the electric blonde, focusing on the screens. Realization dawned on a few faces, even more when Kendo was seen speaking into her comm. Okay, Izuku, what floor is the bomb on? He turned his own comm on, and tapped the mic 3 times. 3rd floor, tap once to confirm. 1 tap. Got it. Now who's with it? 1 tap for Ada, 2 for Zero, 3 for both, 4 for neither. 3 taps again. Both are with the bomb. Tap once to confirm. 1 tap. Great. Proceeding with the plan. He reappeared next to Kendo with 2 pairs of scissors and a bucket of soapy water he'd prepared during prep time. Good work. Do you mind keeping the bucket in Boundless until we reach the 3rd floor? He nodded, and the bucket vanished. They went inside, easily snipping through the tape traps Zero had set to slow them down. They went straight to the 3rd floor, quickly finding the room where they were guarding the bomb. As they approached the hallway he'd seen in the observation room, he motioned to Kendo to be quiet. When they sneaked over to the room, they could hear Ida attempting to monologue as a villain while Zero laughed hysterically. They waited for when Ida had his back to the door, chastising Zero for laughing at him, to jump through the doorway. Surrender, villains. Zero shot his tape at them, which Kendo caught in her now massive hands. Ida attempted to run at Izuku, who grinned. I'm ready for ya. He materialized the bucket in his hold, and dumped the contents on the floor in front of him. Surprise. All his traction lost. Ida tried to skid to a stop, but was carried forward as he slipped, about to hit Izuku. Look out. Crap. His speeding classmate slammed right into him, knocking them both to the floor. Izuku, are you alright? Kendo shouted, fists full of tape. Their brawl had stopped briefly to check on their respective teammates. Though it soon continued, Izuku sat up, holding his right side that twinged in pain. Ada was recovering too, and was about to wrap him in capture tape, but Izuku vanished before he could. That was too close. I need to be more careful. Fortunately, he'd seen where the bomb was and was thus familiar with its location. He smiled at the swirling fractals of Boundless that matched his costume. I want to appear right next to the weapon. He stuck his hand out to the side before he had even finished materializing. His classmates hadn't even turned around before All Might called out across their comms. Clear. Heroes win. He walked with his classmates back to the observation room. Izuku, that was great. Your plan worked so well. Well, until the point it is slammed into you. He picked up his whiteboard. Yes, I learned my lesson. Don't trip an enemy when he's running towards you. An astute lesson, though your spelling still needs work. Did I injure you at all when we collided? He shook his head no, though his hand subconsciously found its way to his side again. I see. That is good to hear. See. Zero spoke up next. But man, you really got us when you warped to the weapon like that. Though, I'm curious. Why didn't you do that at the start of the exercise? At this point, they'd returned to the observation room. And everyone tuned their ears to the question a lot of them had. That's gonna take a lot of space to write. Luckily, when he turned to his friend, he understood the silent plea and explained for him. Izuku's not really teleporting. He's going in and out of Boundless. Since it works using his subconscious, he has to have a really clear idea of where he wants to appear, preferably having been there. He didn't know where you were at first, but he knew where this room was, so he came here first. Even then, he knew where you were but wasn't familiar enough with the building to get a precise location like that. So, he played it safe until he saw the weapon, had you both distracted, and could easily slip away before you discerned his destination. Everyone's heads turned to him, and he nodded with a smile as if to say, yep, he's completely right. Yaoyorozu was the first to respond. That makes sense. After all, I can't make something unless I know what it's made of. If your makeshift teleportation relies on your thoughts, it's only natural you need to know quite a bit about where you're going. There were murmurs of agreement, until All Might regained control of the class. Thank you young Shouto and Yaoyorozu for the explanation. Now, who was the MVP of this match? Izuku raised his hand. Yes, Izuku. He set down his board and signed. Kendoshi work with me. Work hard. Okay me not talk. Fight. Good team person. Aizawa sensei interpreted for him. He says Kendo was MVP. She worked with Izuku, even if it was difficult. She didn't mind him not speaking. She did the fighting and was a good teammate. Said teammate blushed, as All Might agreed. Great observation, young Izuku. Young Kendo did indeed do an excellent job of working with her partner. Now, time for the next pair. Izuku didn't pay much attention to the next battle, because he was approached by Aizawa sensei and Shaochin, who came to congratulate him on his win. Nice work, Izuku. That was a solid plan, and clever thinking asking me if you could return to the observation room during the exercise. Just make sure you time your trip hazards better. It was also quite mature of you to point out Kendo as MVP. Her MVP true. Yes, your reasoning was solid, but I bet a lot of these blockheads would have said you were. You did a great job. And don't worry about your literal slip-up. I did the same thing first time I tried a move like that. Shaochin smiled and chuckled softly at that. I'm pretty sure every pro's done that at least once in their career. At least you got it out of the way already. They chatted like that for a few more rounds, until All Might called out the next matchup. Next up is Villain Team G versus Hero Team E. Shaochin's going against Mainta. He waved frantically to his teacher. I know, Shouto, I can call a veto again if you'd like. I appreciate the concern, but there's no need. His smile turned mischievous. I'd like the chance to prove his prejudices are completely unfounded. Izuku put his hand on his best friend's shoulder with concern in his eyes. Shaochin's smile turned fond once more as he replied, don't worry, I'll be doing my best, so he won't beat me easily. I'm not going down without a fight. They had 10 minutes before the heroes entered the building. Shouto was paired with Asui, a strange-looking girl with long green hair. He chose to put the bomb in the center of the 4th floor, one below the highest floor. That way, should they come in from the bottom, there was plenty of time to capture them or prepare themselves, and if they climbed the building to go top down, they'd still have a chance to get ready or stop them. Asui-san, can you explain your quirk to me? Call me Tsu, Kiro. He nodded. Tsu, then. My quirk is frog. I can do just about anything a frog can, like climbing walls or having a long tongue. That's really useful. Nice. I have a plan, but I'm not sure if you'll like it. When their 10 minutes were up, Shouto was in the room with the weapon, listening to the comm. Sato is entering the building from the ground, while Mainta is climbing up the wall. Kiro. Great. You still out of sight. I'm around the corner of the building like you suggested, so they haven't spotted me. It looks like Mainta is going all the way to the top. He just passed the 5th floor. Good work. Come back inside, and I'll commence phase 2. Once as Tsu crawled in through the open window, he motioned her closer to him. I know this is our best defense, but you're right, I don't like it, Kiro. Sorry. He thought for a second, recalling all the work he'd done in C&PF in regards to his quirk. If you stay close to me, I can help you keep warm. She gave him a questioning look, but obliged him. He froze the entire building, including a massive wall in the doorway, with only a small circle around them spared from the ice. Inside that circle, he placed his left hand on Tsu's shivering back, spreading a carefully controlled warmth through their circle. From there, it was a simple waiting game. He knew from yesterday that Shouto had some kind of strengthening quirk, and would probably be able to break out of his ice. Minda would have no such luck unless he somehow avoided being frozen in the first place. Now he was waiting to see if Shouto would go release his teammate, or try to get to the weapon. He'd be almost out of time either way. How are you holding up, Tsu? Are you warm enough? I'm alright, Kiro. When do you think they're going to show up? They heard the crunch of a fist against the ice wall. I'd say right about now. They looked at each other, nodded, and sneaked over to either side of the door, capture tape at the ready. The rhythmic crunching of punch after punch did not drown out the soft "how much longer till you break it. We gotta beat that wuss and show the chicks how strong we are. And the strained almost crunch there, but I'm crunch running low on sugar. Of their opponents. The moment the ice wall broke, Shouto wrapped his tape around the receding fist, and Tsu leapt through the opening to tackle Minda. They rolled on the floor, Minda trying to stick Tsu with his balls. With the confirmation of Shouto has been captured, from all might, Shouto ran to support his teammate. Tsu, back up. She jumped off the boy on the icy floor, sticking to the wall of the hallway. He slammed his right foot down, and encased Minda's limbs in ice. Tsu walked over and stuck a piece of tape over the captured boy's mouth. Minda has been captured. Villains win. He walked over and thawed Minda. Stop underestimating us pre-heroes. Keep being prejudiced, and you're gonna get the rug pulled from under you. He mumbled a reply, but the tape made it indiscernible. Tsu held up her hand, and Shouto high-fived her as they walked back to the class. It had been a few days since the battle trial, and everyone seemed to be adjusting to Izuku and Xiaochun's pre-heroic status. They no longer questioned when Izuku would leave after homeroom, or practice his kanji during science, or read 4th grade-level books between classes. They never batted an eye when Xiaochun left during modern literature, or would occasionally light a small flame in his hand while taking deep breaths, or say his positive self-talk lines in the mirrors of the boys' bathroom or locker room. It helped that Kendo had apparently taken a shine to them, accompanying them around school. She answered questions about them, helped them, even fended off people with rude comments. All three pre-heroes appreciated her presence, and when Koda joined PH he was inducted quickly into the squad and under her protection as well. She was sorta like a big sister to the entire PH course. Now it was the end of the week, and Aizawa-sensei rolled into class with an announcement. Alright class, today we have something very important to discuss. The entire class was on edge. You need to pick a class rep. It's something normal. Izuku could almost hear the relieved cry of his classmates. He raised his hand. Yes, Izuku. Class rep what? A class representative is like the leader of the class, making sure everything goes smoothly and everyone is getting along in school. The ensuing murmurs of his classmates, intrigued by his confusion, were quickly silenced by Aizawa using his quirk. When his eyes no longer glowed red and his hair dropped down, he resumed. I don't care how you do it, as long as it gets done. Also, Kendo, I need to speak with you for a moment. He walked out of the room, Kendo right behind him, as the class erupted into verbal chaos. Izuku was just glad to have his quirk back. The first time it had been erased, he panicked at losing his connection to Boundless. It left no lasting effects on the quirk thankfully, just prevented him from accessing it. It still made him anxious every time it went away though. Aizawa-sensei said that soon he'd have him practice staying calm with his quirk erased, so if something like that happened in battle he wouldn't freak out. He wasn't looking forward to that lesson, as important as he knew it was. By the time Aizawa and Kendo returned, Ida had convinced everyone to vote, with the only people to receive multiple votes being Yaoyorozu, Ida, Kendo, and Xiaochun. Their teacher looked at the tally. Sorry Shouto, but you and Izuku aren't eligible for this, seeing as you're only in this class half the time. Xiaochun sighed in relief. That's fine. I was thinking I have enough to deal with already, and was about to withdraw anyways. Aizawa nodded. True. And as for Kendo, well, why don't you explain why you're no longer in the race either? She walked up to the front of the room, looking somewhat embarrassed and happy at the same time. I will not be acting as class representative because I've just been offered a different position. From now on, I am the Pre-Heroics Inter-Class Ambassador and Relations Specialist. An ambassador. That's so cool. Wait, wasn't she already sort of doing that? The class oot and awed at her impressive title as Aizawa went on to explain. She'll be acting as a liaison, a go-between for the pre-heroics and regular courses. She'll be aiding PH's integration into the school, helping pre-heroes succeed in and out of class, and fostering positive relations between the courses and students. It's a tough job, but I'm sure she can handle it. That's so cool. Good luck, Ambassador San. It really suits you. What a waste, for such a pretty girl to spend her time with those losers. It wasn't as loud as the others, but Minda's comment still resounded through the room. Kendo, I forgot to mention, but your job starts now. The ambassador is permitted to use force when dealing with particularly unruly students. Thank you, sir. She walked up to the grape head and whacked him with her giant fist. As ambassador, I kindly ask that you refrain from making rude comments about the pre-heroics course and its students. She sent a huge smile to Xiaochen and Izuku. I look forward to working with you. By the time lunch rolled around, Kendo was joining the 4 pre-heroes at their reserved table with a dark green arm and that read ambassador. Nedzu sure does work fast. Once their food had been ordered, Xiaochen filled in Hitachin on the morning's happenings. Inter-class ambassador? Huh, cool. Kendo beamed. Yes, I can hardly believe Aizawa-sensei trusted me with such an important task. I'll have to do my best to live up to his expectations. I'm sure you'll do great. I mean, you're already friends with the entire pre-heroics course, so that part's done. Izuku waved to Xiaochen to get his attention. Kendo give name sign. Oh, right, Kendo. As you already know, part of our established code of conduct is to call each other by our given names unless told otherwise. As our ambassador, this'll go for you too. We need to get you a name sign as well. A look of realization came over her. That's right. Well then, you all have permission to call me Itsuka. I have no idea about a name sign, though. I suppose I need to start sign language too. Izuku thought for a moment, then waved again. He put his hand in an I shape and brought it next to the top of his head before pulling down, representing her signature hairstyle. Itsuka, like hair. Koji nodded furiously in agreement, while Xiaochen asked Itsuka, what about that? It signifies your ponytail. I like it. It's nice and simple, and easy enough to recognize. Everyone practiced the new name sign for a bit, before Hitachin spoke up. Wait, I don't have one, and we don't know Koji's either. Duh, how could he forget Hitachin and Kachin? Koji signed me have name sign before placing both hands, in a K hand shape, on his shoulders, moving them in and out like the sign for animal. The rest of the table mimed him. Now, what to do about Hitoshi-kun? Xiaochen put his hand to his chin and thought. You like cats, right? Cats are better than most people, so yes, aside from you all, they are my best friends. I have 3. How about the sign for cat with an H hand shape? He demonstrated, brushing his first 2 fingers against his cheek twice. You mean my identity will be forever associated with cats? Yes, please. They were enjoying their food and teaching Itsuka the sign alphabet when an alarm went off. It's too loud. No, calm down. Calm down. Everyone was panicking, crowding together to reach the exits, shouting about an intruder. Too loud. Too many people. It's too loud too. He could vaguely hear someone calling for him, but his mind wouldn't register the familiar voice. I need to get out of here. When the alarm went off, the entire cafeteria broke out into pandemonium. Everyone else was preoccupied with evacuating and a possible intruder, but Shouto's thoughts immediately turned to Izuku. He could see the panic and fear in those vibrant green eyes. Shouto had learned about dealing with panic attacks in his online research all those months ago, but he was hoping he'd never need that information again. Izuku's been making so much progress, I forgot how easy it might be for him to relapse. He approached his friend. Izuku was sweating profusely. Heart pounding, breath shallow, eyes darting back and forth, hands squeezed against his ears and gripping his hair. Shouto made sure not to touch him lest he make it worse, and began speaking. Izuku, can you hear me? You're okay, just breathe with me, in ... and out. Izuku was too far gone. He made no indication he'd even heard Shouto, let alone follow his instructions. Before Shouto could try something else, Izuku vanished to boundless. When the alarm stopped and the students calmed down, Shouto was rejoined by his coursemates who'd been swept away in the chaos. Hitoshi was the first to notice their missing member. Where's Izuku? He's in Boundless. He was panicking and I tried to help him, but I couldn't. I couldn't do anything. I failed my first friend. Itsuka placed her hand on his shoulder, smiling sadly. At least you tried. You were the first one to notice and respond to his fear. He was too far gone into his own head to realize it, but I know some part of him recognized your presence and appreciated it. We can't always stop a panic attack, but we can be there for him when it's over. He took a deep breath, exhaling it as a sigh. You're right. I need to tell him the coast is clear. The others looked confused, though Hitoshi was the only one to voice it. But he's in Boundless. How are you supposed to contact him when he's in another dimension? He grinned at his new friends. You really think Izuku and I could have become such good friends if we hadn't figured that out already? You can. How? He pulled out his phone. Simple. I text him. Izuku, it's okay. The danger is gone. Take a deep breath. In, and out. One more time. In, and out. Keep it up. I know you can do it. Are you sure he'll check his phone? What if he's still panicking? Itsuka's concern was valid, but unneeded. He doesn't have a phone. He set Boundless to send and receive cell signals. Any calls or texts to his number are sent directly into his brain. Only if he recognizes your phone, though. Shouto only got to enjoy his friend's odd expressions for a second before his phone finally buzzed. Izuku, is it over? Yeah, everything's okay. And everyone's calmed down. Class will start soon. Time in or time out. Izuku, time out, at least for a little bit. Me, gotcha. Can you text Aizawa and Nezu? I'll tell the other teachers, unless you need some company. Izuku, that'd be nice. Me, alright, pick me up in the cafeteria in 2 minutes. He put his phone back and addressed the lingering group. They were the last ones in the cafeteria. He's calmed down now, but still pretty shaken. Itsuka, please tell our teachers that Izuku's taking a time out, and I'm his support. Hitoshi, Koji, go ahead to class, he'll be alright. Timeout means ... he just needs a break from everything, right? So he should be back soon. He nodded. That's right. He's texting Aizawa and Nezu, but I'm counting on you to inform everyone else. Itsuka's expression went from concern to determined nearly instantaneously. Got it. This is a perfect first job for the pre-heroics ambassador. As soon as the others were gone, Shouto felt a tense hand grasp his, and the familiar sensation of entering Boundless. His feet hit the multicolored sand of Izuku's favorite scene. The glistening shoreline. He looked to his friend. Izuku was noticeably paler than usual, and his hands were trembling slightly. That alarm really spooked him. He took the shaking hand and slowly led Izuku over to the pier, gently tugging him to sit down. Shouto took off Izuku's shoes and his own, then slowly lowered their feet to the water. You doing okay? Izuku breathed deeply. Yeah, I just ... need some time. That's understandable. You had a pretty serious panic attack. Can we talk about it? In a minute. Take your time. Izuku was looking at the ocean, focus split between it and whatever was running through his head. The ocean turned purple, then fizzy, then warm, then clear, then ice cold. He finally settled on a bubble bath ocean before he spoke. I almost handled it. I think if it was just the alarm, I would have been okay. It was sudden and loud, and certainly scared me, but I'd almost calmed myself down. But then everyone else started running and screaming, and all I could think is too loud, I need to go and wound up here. That was a tough situation. I thought UA students would know to evacuate calmly, but I guess we're all still kids prone to high emotions and bad judgment. I tried to snap you out of your panic, but couldn't before you left. Were you still panicking when you got here? Izuku sighed, as he kicked his feet in the gentle suds that now smelled like lavender. A little. Just being in Boundless helped, since it was quiet. The tingling feeling of entering Boundless was enough to kinda snap me out of it. At least enough so Boundless didn't freak out. I hate it when that happens. Memories of fire. Too hot. Burn me to ash came unbidden to his mind. He shuddered. I agree. That's gotta be the one downside to a pocket dimension controlled with your mind. If Izuku's brain was out of control, so was Boundless. Do you still think I can be a hero? Even if an alarm is enough send me into a panic. Oh geez, this really unsettled him. He must think he's a failure. Let me ask you this, do you think I can be a hero? Of course, Shaochan, you're gonna be an amazing hero. Even though I'm still afraid of my fire. Well, yeah, you won't use your fire all the time anyways. And you've been working so hard to get over your fear. Gotcha. He looked Izuku in the eyes to make sure he had his full attention. And how is your situation any different? How are your struggles that different from Aizawa working despite his dry eye? Or Hitoshi fighting back against Quirk discrimination? Or Nezu being judged because he's an animal? Izuku looked away, but Shouto wasn't done. Before I met you, I'd been trained to believe that a hero cannot show any weakness, that in order to be a hero, you have to be strong enough to not have problems. But you and Aizawa-sensei and Principal Nezu and everyone at school has taught me the truth. Just having your own problems doesn't make you less heroic. It only does if you let them stop you, if you let them convince you to give up. But if you keep going despite the obstacles, work hard to overcome the issues you can fix and accept the ones you can't, that's what makes a true hero. His friend was silent. He let the silence hang for a moment, allowing what he said to sink in. Do you remember our first day at pre-heroics? Yeah. Do you remember what my first social essentials assignments was? You were writing about how fire can be good, I think. I heard Hitachin had to do something similar with his brainwash Quirk. It seemed so long ago, and yet like it was yesterday. Close. I first wrote a list of people in my life who'd been hurt by fire. Then I wrote a paragraph of ways fire could be used to help those same people. Nezu asked me to do it again the other day. That caught Izuku's interest. Really? Why? He chuckled softly. I was wondering the same thing until after I did it. Nezu pulled out that first one I wrote and had me compare them. And he smiled at the now fond memory as he continued his story. The list of people hurt stayed the same. But for the second part, the first time I only had a handful of sentences, one short paragraph. The second time, I almost filled the page. Wow, that's so impressive, Shaochan. Izuku's eyes were alight with joy, watching him in awe. I'm glad he's not thinking about his panic attack anymore. Thanks. Do you remember your first assignment? He rubbed the back of his head, an embarrassed blush on his cheeks. I was supposed to talk with Aizawa-sensei for an hour without you and only made it 20 minutes. Once he'd finished recalling, his hand left his head and fell in his lap. Izuku looked down and twiddled his thumbs, his feet kicking in the now rose-scented and colored ocean. And the last time you did that, what was your record? 3 hours. Shouto put his warm left hand Izuku's lap, stopping his twining fingers. And that was what? A month ago. He did the mental math. That's like a 900% increase. Actually, it's 800%. You divide the difference by the starting number, not the ending number. Fine. Okay, Mr. Math and Science Whiz. 800% increase. But still, that's an incredible achievement. You say I've been working hard, but you've been working harder than anyone I've ever known. The only thing that can prevent you from becoming the person you want to be is yourself. So stop letting yourself stop you. The silence returned. Izuku was mulling over Shouto's words, and he didn't want to interrupt. He noticed, but didn't comment, when the pier beneath them seamlessly became the sandy beach. Shouto dug his toes in, while his friend let it run through his fingers. Izuku was the one to break the quiet this time. You know why I like this beach so much? Color him intrigued. All right, I'll bite. I've noticed it's your favorite scene. Why? When I was little, there was this beach near our apartment that my mom would take me to when the weather was nice. I loved it there, the warm golden sand, the cold blue ocean. It was our own little paradise. But then, trash started washing up on the shore in large amounts, and people used that as cover for illegal dumping. Really? That's not cool. He sighed despondently. Yeah, after my mom died, I went to go visit it again, hoping to find that somehow, something would go my way for once and our paradise would be back. Of course, by that point the beach was covered in junk, so much so you couldn't even see the shoreline. He didn't say a word, only put a hand on Izuku's shoulder in wordless comfort. I kept thinking how badly I wanted to see it again, and that somebody should clean it up, but no one ever did. I guess it was only natural that one of the first things I did when I got my quirk was have that beach remade from my memory. Every time I see it, I think of how that beach, though cluttered and obscured now, will always be beautiful here in my memory. The vibrant blues and purples faded from the sand, leaving only gold. The ocean stopped bubbling and turned a dark blue. The bright crystallized sun gained a warmer, softer glow as it sank down to the horizon. He realized this was the paradise just as his friend remembers it. When they finally returned to class, no one said anything about their absence, though Itsuka sent them an understanding smile. Shouto moved his desk right next to Izuku's, continuing to provide support. Class continued as normal, though Shouto couldn't focus. He kept thinking of that memorial beach. It had been a perfectly ordinary scene, yet somehow all the more beautiful. Izuku was laying in bed when a text message flashed through his head. Aizawa-sensei, just a heads up, you'll be staying with your class after lunch. Foundational Heroics is going on a field trip that will take all afternoon, so stick with 1A. A field trip. Huh, interesting. I wonder where we're going. He mentally texted Xiaochan. Hey Xiaochan, did Aizawa-sensei text you about the field trip? Yeah, where do you think we're going? I bet it's somewhere on campus. We just started school after all, and there's not a lot of places we can do heroics training without a provisional license. That's true. I wonder what we're doing. I guess we'll find out. The four pre-heroes walked to the school together from the dorms. Kachan had just moved in, and Itsune would be soon. For now, she met them on their way to class every day. Speaking of, hey everyone, good morning. Yo, Itsune. Hitachan smirked when she choked in surprise. Itsune, where'd that come from? Hitachan decided to throw him under the proverbial bus. Izuku, he said yesterday that you were like a big sister, and as such has started calling you Itsune, as have the rest of us. Xiaochan stepped in to try and save Itsune from dying of embarrassment. Not all of us, really just Izuku and Hitoshi. You do act quite sisterly though. It didn't work. Itsune's face was red all the way to class. The morning passed normal enough, though it was tough for the pre-heroes to keep quiet about the impending field trip. They figured since it hadn't been announced to 1A, it was supposed to be a secret. They'd only been told to prevent schedule conflicts. By the time lunch came to an end, Izuku was practically vibrating in his seat, whether in excitement or nerves, he couldn't tell. Probably both. He silently snickered at his classmates' bewildered expressions as he walked back into 1A instead of PH. At Yaoyorozu's questioning gaze, he wrote a simple schedule change on his whiteboard and showed it to anyone who looked like they wanted to ask. Hey doofus, you spelled schedule wrong and your kanji looks like crap. Why don't you just talk like a normal person? At least then we can tell you to shut up when you say something stupid. He's just being a jerk. I'm not gonna cry, I'm not gonna. A tear rolled down his cheek. Gosh darn it, I'm crying. He didn't hear what his friends were saying, but they were interrupted by Aizawa-sensei. Alright everyone, we have a special class for foundational heroics today, rescue training. Excited whispers rippled through the students until they felt their quirks being erased. Everyone quieted again, he continued. As I was saying, you can wear either your costume or gym uniform, since some costumes may not be suited for this. Once you're changed, meet me in the parking lot, we're taking a bus. The changing room was filled with chatter as all the boys changed, but one voice sounded out through the others. I found it. He turned to see Minta, staring at the wall. No, more like looking through it. Why? The only thing on the other side of that wall is the girls. Oh, he tapped Xiaochun's shoulder halfway into his hero costume and pointed to the grape head. He watched as confusion, then comprehension bloomed on his scarred face and ice encased their peeping classmate. Minta's protests when ignored as Xiaochun walked over and knocked on the wall. Hey, can you ladies hear me? Yeah, came the muffled reply. You should know that there's a peephole in the wall here. I've stopped the offending peeper, but you should find something to plug the hole until Power Loader can fix it. Wow, really? Thanks for telling us. When they were all decked out in their costumes, they rejoined the girls outside the locker rooms and made their way over towards the bus. The conversation, perhaps inevitably, turned to what happened only a few minutes prior. Who was the one who told us about the hole? Hiraraka was the one to start it. It was Shouto, wasn't it? I heard the crackling of his ice, and it sounded like his voice through the wall. Yaoyorozu chimed in. The girls immediately began crowding around the bicolored boy, voicing their thanks and praising his chivalrous actions. Then Izuku got thrown under the proverbial bus again, this time by a flustered Xiaochun, traitor. Actually, Izuku was the first to notice what was going on. He alerted me to the situation so I could stop it. Wow, really? Thank you so much, Hagakure shouted as the girls swarmed him. Yeah, who knows how long he would have been watching if you hadn't spotted him. The first was Ashido, but Izuku was soon being hugged by the entire female population of Class 1A. Xiaochun had the nerve to grin at him. He tried to glare back, but it was nearly impossible with the ferocious blush that took over his face and spread to his ears. They only stopped gushing over him when they reached the bus. Ada urged everyone to make 2 lines for boarding, but the class rep's instructions proved moot when the bus was discovered to be of a different layout. He pouted the entire drive. I generally say what's on my mind, Kiro. Izuku. He turned his attention to Asui and tried to ignore how everyone's attention had turned to him. Again, he nodded to show he was listening. Why does it seem like you've never gone to school? He froze. Kaminari jumped in. Why do you say that? Just a thought I had. He didn't know what a class rep was. He's surprised by the bell and is far behind in a lot of subjects. Kirishima was next to join the conversation Izuku wished would just end. But wait, he's super far ahead in math and science. He helps Ectoplasm Sensei grade our math homework, and apparently Nedzu gives him physics problems that are doctorate level. Yeah, you're right. It's still weird though. And now Ashido's in. Soon the whole bus was buzzing with discussion. That's enough. You're asking questions that are likely quite personal. If Izuku wants you to know, he'll tell you. Otherwise, it's rude to pry into this sort of thing. That got everyone to finally stop. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. His classmates had stopped asking, but he could still see the curiosity shining in their eyes. If I don't tell them something, they'll just jump to their own conclusions. He pulled out his board, hesitated a moment, and began writing. Asui is right. I stopped going to school in elementary. It wasn't nice. I was bullied a lot and the teachers didn't care. So I stopped going. I'm good at math and science because I like them, and studied all the time. Things like kanji and history I didn't like, so didn't study. Xiaochun smiled at him proudly. Fortunately, before the rest of his classmates could respond, Aizawa-sensei called out, "We're here." That was good timing. Shouto thanked the stars the bus arrived when it did. He was so proud of Izuku for sharing a bit of his past with the class, but he didn't look quite ready for all the possible reactions. Shouto couldn't blame him, he wasn't ready for that either. But before the class could finish processing what they'd read, the bus had pulled up outside the USJ. 13 was waiting there for them. But no All Might. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped off the bus, his silent question was answered when 13 held up 3 fingers. For real, I'm gonna strangle that skeleton man next time I see him, number 1 hero notwithstanding. This wasn't the first time Yagi had missed an important engagement because he couldn't keep focused and wasted his time. He doubted this would be the last offense, either. He didn't pay much attention to 13's speech as they introduced his class to the unforeseen simulation joint, instead watching to make sure his students were listening. Their reactions were about what he'd expected. Until Izuku's shifted, he'd been listening, though clearly looking around the place. Thoroughly scoping it out, the kid had impressive attention to detail when his eyes locked on something behind Shouto. He looked curious, then concerned, then frightened as he waved frantically to Shouto and pointed behind him. He turned around. A swirling purple mist had appeared in the center plaza, and people were walking out of it. Well crap, a swarm of villains was infiltrating the building, while students were here, and one of them had a warp quirk. Luckily, so did they. Sorry Izuku, looks like I need to throw you under the bus. Izuku had been paying attention to 13. Really, he was just also paying attention to his surroundings. The facility they'd gone to for the field trip, USJ, he believed, was certainly impressive, and Izuku was determined to take in every detail. He supposed he didn't need to pay so much attention, but situational awareness isn't a habit he feels the need to break. Aizawa-sensei and Principal Nedzu seemed impressed with his attention to detail, and even said it'd be quite useful in hero work, so he figured he'd let himself continue. Naturally, that also meant he was the first to notice the strange black particles down in the plaza. One thing Aizawa-sensei had taught him was that people, especially heroes, need a balance between logic and instinct. Logic was important for understanding dangers, working out solutions, and keeping one's instincts in check. But instinct was there for a reason, namely getting oneself out of danger before logic has even registered it as dangerous. His instincts were shouting at him danger, danger, and by the time he was waving frantically at his teacher, his logic had caught up and said, yeah, this probably isn't good. Aizawa-sensei's look when he saw it only confirmed his suspicions. Villains were streaming through the now confirmed to be a portal, menacing jeers on their faces. Great. Fantastic. We're barely a week into school and already there's a villain attack. Sensei, is the exercise starting already? He really wanted to smack whoever just said that for being an idiot. Everyone stay close. Those are villains. A villain with pale blue hair and oh gosh, are those hands? Covering his body stepped out of the portal and began saying something about All Might. Izuku wasn't paying attention since his teacher was now crouching in front of him. Izuku, do you remember when we were discussing ways to use your quirk for heroics? He nodded, and one of those ways was the transportation of people, whether for evacuation or reinforcements. Oh, I see where this is going. He signed class leave, teach person arrive. Exactly. Can you do it? Don't know, many people. Alright then. He stood up and addressed the class. Everyone listen up. Kaminari, try and contact the school. Izuku, text Nedzu. Everyone else, gather up around him. He needs to be in contact with you. He may need to do multiple trips. If that's the case, non-combatant quirks go first. 13 and I will cover your retreat and wait for reinforcements. Let's get you out of here. You really think we'd let you? The black particles appeared behind them and formed a man, blocking the door. Greetings. We are the League of Villains, and we have come to end the life of the symbol of peace, All Might. He was scheduled to be here as well, yet he seems to be absent. Ah well, my job is to separate and torture you to death, and I will do just that. Aizawa-sensei activated his quirk, stopping the mist man. You really think I'd let you? Izuku, go now. He felt various hands fall on his person, but tried not to let it bother him as he thought me and everyone touching me will appear in boundless. The familiar sensation washed over him, though for some reason, much more intense than usual. He opened his eyes to see 5 classmates around him, gaping in awe at the crystalline void. Thankfully none of them had removed their hands, so with another thought Aoyama, Kaminari, Hagakure, Jiru, and Kachin were unceremoniously deposited in the Wana classroom. Izuku returned to USJ. When he arrived, he was the only one by the entrance. Aizawa-sensei was down in the plaza, knocking out villains left and right, 13 incapacitated behind him. The students were nowhere to be seen, though he could hear sounds of fighting all throughout the building. First things first, help any injured parties. He recalled the words of advice from his teacher. Izuku ran down the steps into the plaza, catching Aizawa-sensei's attention. Good job, Izuku. Now get 13 into Boundless and go find your classmates. He nodded in acknowledgement, though he doubted his teacher saw with his ferocious fighting. He ran over to 13, put a hand on their helmet, and sent them to Boundless. Next priority, his classmates. Where are they? While he was wondering where to start, he saw a massive iceberg erupt out of the landslide zone. Xiaochin, guess he knew where he was going first. He sprinted as fast as he could around the perimeter of the plaza, panting for breath but not daring to stop. That is, until a man jumped in front of him, pointing a finger at his head. Sorry kid, but no escape. The man was interrupted by white scarves wrapping around his face and pulling into his teacher's raised knee. Keep going. I've got you covered. Xiaochin met up with him just outside the landslide zone. Izuku, you're here. Aizawa-sensei knocked out the villain in his capture gear, before turning to Xiaochin. Shouto, I need you to escort Izuku and find the other students so he can get them to safety. He looked Xiaochin in the eye. I'm relying on you to protect him so he can focus on evacuation. Got it. He'd never seen his friend so serious as he was in that moment. Yes, sir. I'll keep him safe. Good. I'm going back into the fray. You two get moving. Xiaochin took his hand and ran towards the conflagration zone. I'm pretty sure I was the only one in the landslide zone, so let's go in a circle around the facility. Were you able to text Nedzu? He huffed a few times, thoroughly exhausted from all the running, before nodding his head. It certainly seemed like it went through. And even if it didn't, I'm sure the classmates I dropped off at the school will alert everyone. Izuku was already sweating by the time they reached their destination. The fact that destination was a burning mock city didn't help. He gulped down air and closed his eyes. I am okay, it's just fire, just fire. His sweaty hand was squeezed by a cool one. You okay? Before he could answer, he heard a voice call out. Anjiro, over here. We've got backup. He opened his eyes to see Shoji jogging up to them and Ajiro dropped down from somewhere. His friend put his right hand on his forehead, and it was blessedly cold on his heated skin. Are you two all right? We're going around so Izuku can evacuate everyone. We're fine. Shoji and I have been holding our own. We can help with the evacuation. I can find the others with my quirk. And Ajiro's a good fighter. I need to find someone good with first aid to help 13. He tapped Xiaochun's arm and signed me have hero THIRTE and hurt. Need help? He nodded. Do either of you know first aid? Their classmates looked at each other, then shook their heads. Guess we'll have to keep looking then. Is there anyone else here? No, just us two. All right then, let's keep moving. The group took off once more, heading to the flood zone. By this point, his legs felt like jelly and he was on the verge of hyperventilating. Man, I need to work on my endurance. At this rate I'm just gonna slow everyone down. His thoughts were interrupted by Shoji picking him up and strapping him to his back with his arms. Xiaochun smiled at him and patted his head. Get some rest. Izuku, you're doing great, but we need you to have the energy for your quirk. Think you can do that for me? He still didn't like it, but he supposed it was better than holding everyone back, so he relented. They found Asui, Yaoyorozu, and Minta on a sinking ship surrounded by villains in the flood zone. One iced over lake later, and the stranded classmates were sliding past angry popsicles to the evacuation squad. Thanks for the assist, Kiro. Yes, we're very glad to see you. We're gathering up all the students so Izuku can warp them out, but we need someone with first aid training to help 13, Ajiro explained. Yaoyorozu spoke up. I'm trained in first aid. I'll help them and anyone else who's injured. Xiaochun pointed to Izuku. They're in Boundless. Izuku can take you there and provide any supplies you need. Though anything he makes in Boundless can't come back to reality, it'll work as a stopgap. How do I ask for supplies? Izuku's been training his remote access to his quirk, so just say what you need out loud and he can make it form. Understood. With that, Izuku reached out a hand from his spot on Shoji's back. Yaoyorozu took it and vanished into Boundless. Xiaochun then turned to the others. I think we should start splitting up. Shoji, how many students are in each area? Said boy had turned his free arms into ears. There's 2 in Squall, 2 in Ruins, and 4 in Mountain Zone. All right, Izuku's running out of stamina. There was a derisive snort from Minta, so I'm taking him to the entrance. You guys split into teams of 2 and hit the other zones. Then rendezvous at the entrance for evacuation. If anyone is injured, send them our way. I'll go to the Squall zone, Kiro. I perform well in the rain. Shoji spoke as he released Izuku into Xiaochun's waiting arms. I'll go with you. The rain and wind won't stop me from finding our friends. Minta and I will head to the ruins, I guess. And why do we have to listen to your dumb plan? Heterochromic eyes rolled. There's no time for this. Just watch each other's backs and make sure everyone gets to the entrance. Got it. Good luck, Kiro. How you feeling, Izuku? Quite terrible, to be perfectly honest. Bad is what he weakly signed from Xiaochun's arms. He heard Yaoyorozu call for more supplies from Boundless and willed them into formation. As he did, the tingling sensation that had settled into his nerves worsened. What's going on? Hold on just a bit longer. We're at the entrance now, so get some rest before the others come. He was set down gently as Xiaochun looked out into the plaza. That's not good. Aizawa-sensei's getting tired. Izuku followed his friend's gaze just in time to see the handman rush forward and grab Aizawa-sensei's arm. He watched his teacher's elbow crumble away into dust. Aizawa-sensei quickly reactivated his quirk and kicked the villain away. So cool, Eraserhead. Unfortunately, I'm not the final boss. Izuku's eyes landed on a hulking beast with an exposed brain and bird beak. He is. Behold our anti-symbol of peace. Naomu, get him. No. The massive creature raced forward and punched his teacher. No. It grabbed his head and slammed it into the concrete. No. Izuku. His instincts were driving him forward, his exhausted body dashing into the plaza. I won't let you kill him. He's gonna teach me how to be a hero. If you asked Izuku when he instructed his body to move, he couldn't tell you. If you asked Izuku why he jumped up and sprinted into the plaza, he'd tell you it was simple. I couldn't let him die. Aizawa-sensei was the first teacher he'd ever had who actually cared about him. He was the first one to step in to defend him, the first one to say he was proud of him, and he told him that nearly every day. He was one of the first adults aside from his mother who saw potential in him, and he pushed Izuku to achieve that potential without pushing too hard. Suffice it to say, he was Izuku's favorite teacher, so when he saw that long black hair matted with blood and sticking to the concrete, he couldn't not rush in to save him. His adrenaline-filled body had forgotten about the aches, exhaustion, and tingles that prickled his nerves. He barely registered Xiaochun shouting after him. He paid no attention to the glowering villain or giant monster. He was solely focused on Aizawa-sensei's battered profile. A student running to protect his teacher. How cute. Sadly, there's nothing you can do. He ignored the handman and knelt next to Aizawa-sensei. Come on, sensei, you have to live. Yaoyorozu, I hope you know what you're doing. He instructed Boundless to warn her sensei incoming, before gently brushing his hand through bloody hair and willing him to disappear. The tingles got worse. Handman was certainly surprised. What? He's gone. You cheater. Heck. He began scratching furiously at his neck, drawing blood as the particle man appeared next to him. Shigaraki, this must be the child with a warping quirk I told you about. It could be problematic for us if he continues the path of heroism. Oh no, I don't like where this conversation is going. Izuku forced his legs to stand beneath him. I know. We'll just have to kill him now. Naomu. The Naomu turned to its master, and Izuku mentally prepared himself. This thing is fast, too fast. I have to time it just right. Wait for it. Kill this now. The Naomu was right in front of him by the time he vanished into Boundless. The tingles were getting more painful than annoying now. He saw Yaoyorozu patching up Aizawa-sensei to the best of her ability. He sighed in relief when he saw both teachers were breathing. Izuku walked over to her. I'm going to send you to the nurse's office. It's about to get dangerous in here. Think you can keep treating them there? You'll have to reapply the bandages and stuff. Yaoyorozu was taken aback at hearing him speak, though she didn't comment on it. Oh, yes, of course. He said nothing more, only placing a hand Yaoyorozu and sending her to Recovery Girl's office, then each of the teachers as well. All right, time to do something incredibly stupid. He thought back to the exact point he disappeared from, and made himself appear right next to it, arm outstretched. Izuku blinked back into reality, saw the angry villain across the way, felt the hulking muscles beneath his fingers, and ignored the pain filling his body as he willed the monster away. It was only after the Naomu was harmlessly floating in the void that Izuku's legs collapsed. Shigaraki screamed in rage. My Naomu. It's supposed to be the anti-symbol of peace. Where did you take it? You definitely cheated. Ugh, fine. I'll kill you myself. Shigaraki charged at him, moving surprisingly quick. Shoot, I don't think I can make it in time. He didn't have to. A wall of ice rose up in front of him, separating him from the man's outstretched fingers. Izuku, you're okay. Hot and cold arms embraced him. Please don't ever do that again. Sorry, but their reverie was short-lived, as the ice was quickly decayed away. Another kid. Get out of my so I can kill that brat in the girly costume. Come on, my costume's not that girly, right? Shouchin stepped in front of him protectively, ice and fire flowing from his body. I'm not gonna let you touch him. Shigaraki scratched his neck again, before glaring at the boy in his way. Fine, guess I'll just kill you too. Izuku struggled to his feet again, watching his friend fend off the fiend. Shouchin sent wave after wave of ice and fire. Shigaraki dodged the flames and dissolved the ice that came his way. It was a stalemate, until Izuku noticed black particles gathering in front of Shigaraki's fist and next to Shouchin's turned head. Shouchan. He once more pushed his protesting body forward, grabbing the wrist extending from the portal. The painful pinpricks flared as he thought Shigaraki and I will appear in a section of Boundless separated from the Naomu. His body gave out the moment they arrived, Izuku falling to the ground and panting heavily as waves of pain crashed over him. Shigaraki's red eyes whipped around quickly in confusion. Why you? Where'd you take me? Somewhere. Huffy, you can't hurt anyone else. Shigaraki stared at him, before standing up into a battle stance. I can hurt you. He ran towards him, but with a passing thought he was stopped in his tracks. Izuku had commanded the fractals of Boundless to crystallize around his opponent's legs, rendering him immobile. Don't think this trick will work against me. 5 dry-skinned fingers closed around the fractals, and nothing happened. What? Why won't it turn to dust? Izuku heaved a sigh. Because I told them not to. Shigaraki scratched his neck again, and narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? This is my quirk. You're currently in a pocket dimension where I am in complete control. I told the fractals to trap you, and I told them to resist your quirk. Shigaraki looked at him in surprise. Izuku sighed once more and laid back, the ground becoming soft and warm beneath him. Don't bother trying to get out by force either. I'm the only way in or out of this place, so you'll be here as long as I want you to be. Huh, interesting. And how long is that? Well, I figure the teachers are gonna show up soon. Shouchin will text me when that happens, and I'll turn you and your Naomu over to them. The Naomu's here. He turned the crystalline void into his favorite beach, now laying in the warm sand that matched his costume. Yeah, I put it in a separate area though, so it won't hear you. And you just control this place with your mind. Yep, I probably shouldn't be telling a villain this ... Oh well. Both were silent for a while, Izuku enjoying the sand and ignoring the pain, and Shigaraki pondering. A few minutes later, Izuku's brain buzzed with a text. And there's Shouchin's text. The pros arrived. I need to touch you to send you back. Don't use your quirk on me or I'll send you to an empty void. Fine. The pain flared again as he and his charge appeared in reality once more. He saw the pros rush to him, Shouchin's relieved smile, and Shigaraki's look of, is that admiration? Before the world went black, Shouto sat by the bed in the nurse's office, waiting for those green eyes to open. The whole event had been harrowing, and Shouto hoped nothing like that ever happened again, though he supposed he was going into a career field where high-stakes, life-or-death situations were common, even expected. But maybe those can wait until after we become pros. His train of thought was derailed when he heard shuffling from the bed. Blearily, Izuku opened his eyes, finally awake. "Welcome back, Izuku." His mouth opened to speak. "Yes, yes. Come on, it's okay to use your voice," before it snapped shut and a hand came up to sign. Darn it, so close, so close. Don't get him wrong. He didn't mind Izuku being mute if he wanted to. He just knew that Izuku wanted to talk, but fear had taught him a long time ago to keep his mouth shut in reality. To Shouto, Izuku speaking out loud outside of Boundless was a sign of overcoming his past. It just wasn't happening today, apparently. "Where? You're in Recovery Girl's office. How are you feeling?" "Head hurt. Body hurt. Much hurt. Tired." He gave his friend a small smile and quiet huff of a laugh. "I bet." Recovery Girl said, "You're going through severe quirk exhaustion. You've been out for about 18 hours, and should avoid using your quirk for the rest of the day." She said quirk overuse can be dangerous, especially for mental types like Boundless, so you need to give your body and mind plenty of time to rest. Izuku looked down to the sheet pulled up over his body, then up to the ceiling, likely processing the news Shouto just gave him. Recovery Girl walked into the office then. "Oh good, you're awake. How are you, dearie?" He said he's in a lot of pain, mind and body, and very tired. "I told him what you told me. A lot of pain, HM. Tell me, Izuku, have you ever had quirk exhaustion before?" Green curls rubbed against the pillow as he shook his head. "First time, huh? Must be rough." She handed him a pen and paper. "Could you describe what it feels like?" Izuku poked his cheek with the pen in thought, then began writing his sloppy kanji. "I have a really bad headache, like a hammer in my skull. I also feel like lots of needles are stabbing me all over, and my bones feel sore." "Eesh, that sounds bad." Recovery Girl wrote on a clipboard, likely notating what Izuku wrote. "I see. I suppose it makes sense, given that your quirk is an interesting cross between mental and physical." Shouto put his hand to his chin, pondering something. "That needle sensation, is it like the feeling we get whenever we enter or leave Boundless?" "Only worse." Izuku nodded fervently, apparently glad he made the connection. Recovery Girl wrote on her clipboard again. "All right, as I'm sure your friend has told you, you're suffering from severe quirk exhaustion. The only cure is plenty of rest for your mind, body, and quirk. I'll release you this afternoon, but you must go straight to your dorm building. No exercise, no hard thinking, and absolutely no using your quirk. I want you back in my office first thing in the morning for a checkup." "Understood." More fervent nodding. "Good. Shouto, I want you to keep an eye on him and make sure he rests. Also, the police would like to get your statement on the events of yesterday. They'll be here soon, but if you're not up to it we can postpone." With that, and one final warning to rest, she left the two alone. "Class okay. Teach person, Aizawa." "Oh yeah, I should probably tell him what happened after he passed out. Everyone's fine, thanks to you. None of our classmates were seriously injured, and both Aizawa-sensei and 13 are on their way to a full recovery. If you hadn't contacted the school so soon, or got the teachers out of there that quickly, there's a good chance we'd have suffered some casualties. You saved all of us, Izuku. You're a hero." A quiet sigh of relief was followed by a small blush on freckled cheeks. "Here, I'll fill you in on what happened after you disappeared with the hand villain." Shouto watched his friend vanish along with the villain who'd almost killed him. "Izuku, Tamura." The foggy villain was apparently just as surprised as he was, calling out for the blue-haired man. Yellow slit eyes narrowed at him. "Where did your friend take him?" He took a battle stance facing the other, though his opponent seemed hesitant to fight. "Even if I told you, I doubt you could reach him, warp quirk or not. You'll just have to wait till Izuku brings him back, which will probably be once I tell him reinforcements are here." He sent a wave of ice at him, though as expected, he warped out of the way. He tusked, looking at the now empty plaza. "Shouto, you're all right. Where's Izuku?" He turned to see Itsuka, along with Kirishima, Tsu, and Shoji, running up to him from the squall zone. Before he could answer, Ajiro and Minter returned with Uraraka and Sato in tow, asking the same question. He took the leader of the villains to Boundless. Gasps of shock arose from the group. Uraraka shouted, "Then what are we standing around here for? We need to help him." Minta, legs shaking, crossed his arms and shouted back, "No way. If you want to get yourself killed, be my guest. But I'm not putting my life on the line for that freak. I say good riddance." How could he say that? What did Izuku ever do to him? He clenched his fists in rage. He knew this probably wasn't the time to lash out against a classmate, but he'd gone too far. Do you even realize he probably just saved all of our lives? He not only evacuated a number of less combat-oriented students, not only rescued our teachers who likely would have died without him, not only took on the leader with a terrifying quirk, but also moments before removed a giant monster apparently designed to kill All Might. He stalked forward, ice and fire creeping up his arms. He grabbed the front of Minta's costume with an icy hand, not even realizing the rest of the students still in the USJ had joined their group. Do you really think any of us could beat something like that? But Izuku just took it out of play like it was nothing. And now he's alone with the two biggest threats and there's nothing we can do about it. Yet you have the nerve to say good riddance. Itsuka placed a hand on his shoulder, drawing him out of his rage. Calm down, Shouto. You said Izuku's in Boundless, right? Can he defend himself in there? He took a deep breath, releasing Minta's collar and getting his quirk back under control. Yeah. As long as he can think, he'll have the upper hand. And as long as that Shigaraki guy isn't an idiot, he'll realize Izuku is the only way out and won't attack him. He'll probably come back and release Shigaraki once I text him the pros are here. Then let's trust that he's okay and wait for the pros. A few minutes later, the teachers arrived. He informed them of the situation with Izuku and told them to be ready to apprehend the villain. Then he pulled out his phone and, with a silent prayer for his friend to be okay, sent him a text. A second after he hit send, the stress lifted from his shoulders as Izuku appeared next to a quickly apprehended Shigaraki. The stress came back when his best friend crumpled to the floor, then lessened somewhat when he saw that he was only unconscious and visibly uninjured. His attention was returned to the pros when he heard them shout in surprise, only to see Shigaraki swallowed up by a black and purple portal. Oh yeah, they forgot about that guy. As the villain disappeared once more, Shouto got the dreadful feeling that this was just the beginning, a prelude to something much bigger than anyone had anticipated. Oh well, he'll cross that bridge when he gets to it. For now, he just needed to support his best friend. Izuku listened carefully to his story. He was noticeably upset at Minta's harsh remark, and disappointed that Shigaraki had gotten away in the end, but after some encouragement from Shouto seemed to accept that he'd done all he could. The whole thing was a nasty situation, but honestly, Shouto didn't think it could have ended much better than it had. The only ones with significant injuries were Aizawa-sensei, 13, and Izuku, and all three would be alright within a few days. No hero careers were ended short yesterday, though there would be lasting scars for quite a few of them. 2 hours after Izuku woke up, there was a knock on the door. With Izuku's approval, Shouto gave permission to enter. A heavily bandaged Aizawa-sensei and a stranger in a trench coat walked into the nurse's office. Aizawa-sensei, are you alright to be walking around? His reply was muffled by the bandages. I'm fine. This is Detective Naomasa Tsukachi, said man nodded in greeting. He's here to take your statements. I'm here to hear them as well. And for emotional support. You boys open. I guess it's that time. Huh. I am. Izuku, Shaochin, Aizawa, stay. Yes, we can stay. Open. Shouto helped Izuku sit up in the bed and held his hand as the adults sat in the available chairs across from them. As Aizawa said, I'm Detective Naomasa. My quirk is called Human Lie Detector, which, as the name implies, informs me if someone is lying. I don't think you boys would lie about the villain attack, but I want you to know my quirk is a courtesy. Thank you for agreeing to talk with me about what happened. Now, if you could start from the beginning. And so the two boys told the detective what happened, with Shouto telling most of it, and Izuku writing down the details only he knew, as well as what went on in Boundless. Shouto and Aizawa-sensei were both relieved to read that Izuku had detained Shigaraki immediately, and the Naomu was separated from them. That relief vanished from his teacher when Shouto told him what was going on outside at the time. The detective stayed professionally neutral through the entire story, and only spoke once they were done. So this Naomu, is it still inside your quirk? The room was quiet, except for the scratching of pen on paper. Yes, I don't think it's moved. I think it only takes orders from Shigaraki. Do you need me to bring it out? Shouto spoke up as soon as he read that last sentence. Oh no you don't. You've got severe quirk exhaustion, remember? You used Boundless in a lot of ways you're not used to for extended periods of time. I mean, teleporting so many people, even multiple at a time. Remote usage, creating and maintaining separate zones in Boundless. Even now, holding a living creature in there for almost an entire day. I understand you want it out, but if you do it now you'll just make yourself worse. Have you been monitoring it through remote access this entire time? Izuku shook his head. Aizawa-sensei jumped in the conversation. You better not be. You said so yourself it only takes orders, so just leave it alone and rest your quirk. The detective can wait until you're better to apprehend it, right? Of course, no need to push yourself even farther for us. With statements taken, and a promise to come back and apprehend the Naomu later, the detective bid them farewell and left. Izuku looked about ready to pass out again, so Aizawa-sensei gave him an I'm proud of you, kid in a hair ruffle, before he and Shouto left the room to let him sleep. Once the door was closed, Shouto spoke. Sensei, I'm sorry. Aizawa-sensei didn't look surprised, but he asked anyways. What for? Is this a tactic for emotional growth, or is he genuinely curious? 4. Losing my temper with Mainta. I understand that it was definitely a bad time to turn against a classmate. That's an understatement. And that I let my anger get the best of me again. When he said we should just leave Izuku to die, I couldn't help but think. Unheroic thoughts. Aizawa-sensei crossed his arms as well as he could with the massive casts. Like what? Oh geez. Come on Shouto, it's just like social essentials. He took a deep breath. For a moment, I wished it was him stuck with Shigaraki and not Izuku. Would you have gone to save him if that was the case? Right now, I believe I would. But in that moment, I'm not so sure. Would I have left him to die? The cast gently smacked down on his shoulder. Thank you for telling me. You've certainly come a long way. The you from 6 months ago probably wouldn't have told me about this. Yes, you lost your cool. Yes, you had some less than honorable thoughts. Yes, you should have been focused on the situation at hand. But everyone, even the best heroes, get angry. What Mainta said crossed the line. And you have every right to be angry at him for suggesting your friend should be killed. He looked up. Into the one eye he could see through the white bandages. I think, given the situation, your reaction was understandable, not excusable, but understandable. You were stressed out, worried about your friend. And that wasn't the first time you two have butted heads. I know a lot of people who would have reacted even worse in those circumstances. Heck, even I would probably be pretty mad. What's important now is that you've realized your mistake, admitted it, and are wanting to do better next time. In that regard, you've already surpassed many heroes, including your father, and you're just going to keep getting better. I know it. He brushed a tear from his eye and gazed in adoration at the best teacher he'd ever had. Thank you. It was time to meet with Sensei. When that kid, Izuku, he thinks he heard that other brat call him, had brought him back into the waiting arms of the pros, he hadn't been worried either Kurogiri would get him out or Sensei would eventually. But now, Sensei had called for a debriefing of the mission. Now he was worried. The mission had been a colossal failure. Nearly all their associates had been defeated, the special maid Naomu was captured, and All Might hadn't even showed up. He just had to hope Sensei wasn't too mad. And maybe he'd like Tamura's discovery. Yeah, he'll like that. He walked into the bar, father in his pocket, and turned to face the TV in the corner while Kurogiri cleaned glasses behind him. After a moment, the TV turned on, with a message that said audio only. Tamura, it's good to see you uninjured and away from those pesky heroes. The gravelly voice of his mentor practically spat out the word that represented their enemies. I'm sorry, Sensei. We failed miserably. Failure happens, Tamura. You must simply learn from this failure and grow past it so you won't make the same mistake again. How is our standing after this loss? He scratched his neck idly. First off, All Might wasn't even there. Never showed, even when the other pros arrived. Sensei hummed, not very hero-like. Continue. The pawns we brought were useless, easily defeated by Eraserhead and a bunch of brats. Not surprising, as we went for quantity over quality. And the Namu. It knocked Eraserhead out of the game quick enough. He smirked at the memory of crushing bones. But it was captured in the end. And quite easily. That caught Sensei's attention. Oh, easily, you say. And why's that? He thought back to that curly-haired kid. And the fascinating quirk he possessed. Turns out that school's got their hands on a legendary weapon, a kid with the most versatile and potentially powerful quirk I've ever seen aside from yours. If we want to win against the heroes. He smiled at the black screen, schemes and plans already forming in his mind. We need this Izuku in the league. It was time to go back to school. Due to the unforeseen circumstances, the students of Wano were given a few days off to recuperate. Izuku especially had been practically bedridden since he woke up. Not because he couldn't move, but because Shaochan was watching him like a hawk and refused to let him do anything even remotely strenuous. He'd finally let him use his quirk yesterday to turn over the Namu, but not until after countless reassurances that his headache was gone. And he was fine, really, and bringing the Namu out wasn't going to land him in the hospital. I appreciate the concern, Shaochan, but calm down. Even telling him that quirk exhaustion, according to Aizawa-sensei, was something all heroes in training go through and nothing to worry about, as long as you don't let it get too bad or do it too often didn't work. If anything, it just made it harder to argue with Shaochan, who'd countered with I've suffered through quirk exhaustion numerous times, but never had anyone there to care for me. My father didn't care if I needed rest. I'm more susceptible to frostbite now, because I wasn't properly cared for all those times I overused my ice. I don't want you to go through the same thing, so I'm going to be the person I needed all those times for you. Oh come on, how was he supposed to argue against that? Now anytime he so much as thought about not properly resting, he felt bad. Playing the tragic backstory card as cheating, Shaochan. Thankfully, he was now walking out of Recovery Girl's office with the all clear. The painful tingles had finally gone away 2 days ago, and the migraine not too long after. He was so ready to go back into Boundless. He really needed a visit to the beach after all that. As he approached the door to 1A, his nerves made him pause. How would his classmates react to him now? They saw how weak he was, totally spent with just a bit of running, quirk exhaustion from just a few teleportations and remote access. Gosh, he'd spent the last 3 days lazing around. What if they don't like me anymore? Before his thoughts could spiral further down into the dark, he heard familiar voices calling out to him. Izuku, there you are. Sup, G good. Morning. He turned to see the entirety of the pre-heroics course walking towards him. Shaochin, Hitachin, Kachin, Itsuni, even Ama-senpai. It was apparently now a tradition for pre-heroic students to walk to school together. Although Izuku left ahead of them to see Recovery Girl today, it warmed his heart that they all came to see him. What did Recovery Girl say? Shaochin got right down to business. Tell me healthy. Body, quirk ready. He sighed in relief. Good. I'm glad you're all better. Please don't ever overexert yourself like that again. Izuku smiled sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head, while Hitachin chuckled. Yeah, for real. Welp, me and Amajiki-senpai are going to class. See you all at lunch. Ama-senpai gave a shy wave, still not used to the friendliness of his new coursemates, and slinked away along the wall, Hitachin right behind him. The rest of them stepped into 1A. Ah, Izuku, you're back. I'm so glad you're all right. You've had us all worried. You were so cool at USJ, taking on the biggest, baddest villains there all by yourself. So manly. Your bravery shined through into our hearts, banishing the darkness of fear with its blinding light. Your quirk is almost as sparkly as I am. Izuku was bombarded. At first, everyone was inquiring to his health or praising his heroism, but with Aoyama's remark the conversation was quickly directed to those who'd seen Boundless. Oh yeah, you guys got to go in Boundless, right? What was it like? Zero asked. Yaoyorozu was the first to answer. Absolutely fascinating. It was so pretty in there, and anything I needed just appeared. It was similar to my quirk in that regard, but all the bandages made in there went away when the teachers were brought back out. Although, where they had been bandaged the bleeding was still slowed or even stopped, which leads me to believe that physical objects made in Boundless cannot exist in reality, but the effects they have on real persons or objects remain. Well, that's pretty spot on. He nodded at her, to show she was correct in her assumptions. Before even more questions or comments could come, a mummified Aizawa-sensei slammed open the door. Get to your seats, class is starting. Aizawa-sensei, are you okay to be teaching? He glared through the bandages at the offending student. I'm fine enough to teach you brats. Now, I have a couple announcements to make. That caught everyone's attention. First of all, Izuku has informed me that he'd like to further train certain aspects of his quirk that require the presence of others. If any of you have spare time after school for the next few days, drop by the pre-heroics gym to help him out. A few murmurs could be heard, but were soon silenced as Aizawa-sensei continued. Second, as you may have noticed, Minto is not here today. That's because he's been suspended. Aizawa-sensei actually had to use his quirk this time to get the class under control. Not only has he repeatedly been rude and disrespectful to his classmates, it's come to my attention that some of his actions during the villain attack were unheroic. As such, the school has given him an ultimatum. If he cooperates, he'll be placed in Gen Ed and take required diversity and inclusion classes, as well as have regular visits to our guidance counselor, Hound Dog. Should he abide by these rules, he may be permitted to rejoin the heroics course next year. If he refuses these terms, however, he will be expelled. He wasn't going to lie. Izuku was kinda glad Minto wouldn't be in his class anymore. He'd done nothing but antagonize him and his friends, and cause trouble for the girls. I hope he learns from this. But that wasn't all, it seemed. Lastly, you all may have just survived a villain attack, but your trials aren't over yet. The tension in the air was palpable, as every student was on the edge of their seats. The sports festival is coming up. Izuku was in the PH gym, waiting for his help to arrive. While his body was stationary, his thoughts were running full speed through his brain. First of all, when he'd been going to lunch from the pre-heroics classroom, he'd apparently missed a bunch of students from other classes scoping out 1A. Shaochin had told him they wanted a look at their competition for the festival. The interlopers consisted of mostly 1B, though some Gen Ed students appeared to be there as well. He said it was quite a messy situation, with people thinking 1A was arrogant or even lucky to have beaten villains already. We could have died, and we're lucky. Apparently a lot of them were looking for Izuku specifically, rumors having gotten out that one student in particular managed to take out the strongest villains alone. That's not exactly how I remember it going, but okay I guess. Izuku was just glad he'd lucked out and avoided the whole thing, especially since Shaochin said Kaken was there. He really dodged a bullet. Then there was the matter of the upcoming sports festival. Aizawa-sensei said it would be a bit different considering the new course, and he'd be ramping up their physical fitness work accordingly, including training them as a group. Izuku would be lying if he said he wasn't a little bit excited at the prospect. The problem was this was a nationally televised event. if he was participating, which the imagined disappointment of all his favorite people made it almost certain he would. It wouldn't just be the whole school watching. The whole country would be watching him, the once supposedly quirkless boy with a history of theft who went missing over 7 years ago. Alive, well, and using his secret quirk. Yeah, there's a lot of ways this could go horribly wrong. Before he could continue to worry about it though, he heard a knock on the gym door. Izuku, we're here. You open. He walked over to open the door, only to see Shouchin, Aizawa-sensei, and a lot more people than he'd been expecting, honestly. He saw the entirety of one NPH in a crowd by the door. Aizawa-sensei was pinching the bridge of his nose in irritation as he explained. Apparently, everyone was free this afternoon and wanted to help, though I suspect quite a few just want to see Boundless. He turned his eyes to glare at the class, and sure enough several students looked away, embarrassed. And of course, your fellow pre-heroes wanted to help. Take whoever you want to work with today, and everyone else can go to Gym Alpha and do their own training for the festival instead of crashing yours. He glared at the gaggle of teenagers one more time before turning that familiar neutral face to Izuku. Izuku held up a finger to indicate them to wait for a moment, before jogging over to the bench to grab his whiteboard. He walked back to the door, pondering who he should train with today. By the time he returned to everyone's view, he was scribbling furiously. I want everyone to be familiar with Boundless in case of emergency, so I'll work with different people each day. Today, I'd like to start with PH and Aizawa-sensei. His teacher nodded, before turning to the group. All right, you read the board, the pre-heroics kids, and I will help Izuku today. The rest of you can use Gym Alpha for now, and we'll get your turn with Izuku another time. There were a few grumbles, but ultimately a grudging acceptance. By now, the students of Wana had learned that Aizawa-sensei's word was law, and none of them wanted to incur his wrath. The majority of the group had left, leaving only Shouchin, Hidachin, Kachin, Ama-senpai, Itsuni, and Aizawa-sensei to enter into the PH gym. So, Aizawa-sensei said you wanted to train your quirk, right? Hidachin began once the doors had closed behind them. Their teacher quickly took charge. Before that, we should make sure everyone has a good idea of what his quirk is and what it does. Shouto, you're the one who knows the most about it aside from Izuku, and less likely to go into the science behind it. Mind explaining? Just to make sure everyone's on the same page. Said boy nodded, then began his explanation. Izuku's quirk, Boundless, is a pocket dimension he can access and control with his mind. Outside of it, he can use it for things like item storage and cellular communication. He can also teleport by going in, then out of Boundless, though he must have a good idea of where he wants to go, preferably having been there. Inside Boundless, he can control everything, from materializing objects to changing the flow of time or even choosing whether or not there's gravity. Anything made in Boundless cannot exist outside it, and is based on Izuku's cognition, either conscious or subconscious, so he can't make something he's unfamiliar with. Any questions? Everyone aside from Aizawa-sensei, Shouchin, and Izuku himself was dumbstruck. Izuku saved them from their embarrassment with his somewhat legible kanji. It's probably easier to just experience it yourselves. And with that, the training began. Izuku could hardly wait to see his friends' reactions to Boundless. Once everyone had set down their things and met in the center of the gym, Izuku motioned everyone closer. Shouchin got the hint first. Taking his hand, he elaborated for the rest of them. Everyone needs to be touching him. He's going to take us to Boundless. Aizawa-sensei, ever the voice of reason, butted in. Hold on, isn't teleporting this many people at once what led to your quirk exhaustion in the first place? I understand wanting to push yourself, but let's slow down a bit. Start with 2 people aside from yourself first. That's probably a good idea. Flashes of Recovery Girl's cautionary tirade came to his mind. I don't want to have to go through that again. Itsuni agreed. That sounds like a good plan. Who's going first? Shouchin hadn't dropped his hand, so he wasn't too surprised when he said I'll go first. I'm already familiar with Boundless, so I can explain to everyone else. As for who goes with me, he looked to their teacher. Oh no, I'm going last. I'm mostly here to make sure you don't overwork yourself again. I need to be on standby in case something happens, and you will tell me the moment you start feeling any strain. Got it. Izuku's head flew up and down to appease his teacher. Good. How about you take Amajiki? He already looks ready to melt into the floor. Best to not make him wait much longer. Everyone turned to the senpai, who suddenly found the wall incredibly interesting. He'd only known the upperclassmen for a few days, but already reacted to this with the thought of that so like you, Ama-senpai. Izuku figured he'd help the poor, social anxiety-ridden teen and tugged Shouchin along by the hand, jogging over to him and tapping his shoulder. The dark-haired boy didn't move, except for turning one eye towards his juniors. Izuku smiled and held out his free hand in offering. If you're sure. A shaking hand met a steady one, and Izuku sent both him and Shouchin to Boundless. Shouto let the familiar tingles wash over him before turning to check on Amajiki-senpai. He appeared to be surprised and still anxious, but otherwise fine. They floated for a moment before he called out, "Hey, Izuku, can you hear me?" Boundless thrummed with energy for a moment before Izuku's voice rang throughout the void. Loud and clear, Shouchin. "Did Ama-senpai make it okay too?" "Ama-senpai," cute, said Senpai covered his face in embarrassment before the implications of what just happened registered in his mind. "Wait, was that?" He smiled and nodded before responding to his friend. "We're both here, though a little gravity would be nice." Hehe, whoops. One sec. Amajiki-senpai's worry was slowly being replaced with intrigue as their feet settled on the new ground. "Thanks, how are you feeling? Any strain yet?" "Hold on, Sensei just asked the same thing. I guess he's not good at multitasking yet." "Okay, I'm doing just fine. No lasting tingles or migraines yet. And the remote access is just taking a bit of my concentration. I'm about to send in Hitachin and Kachin, get ready to meet them." A few minutes later, Aizawa-sensei and Itsuka arrived with Izuku. Once they were all settled, Aizawa-sensei checked in with their host. "So this is Boundless, huh? Not bad, though a little colorful for my taste. How you holding up?" Izuku sat down and shocked everyone except Shouto when he spoke. "A little tired, but not bad." The tingles were definitely a bit stronger on that one, but still went away quickly. "Having this many people here takes a bit of effort, but it's not uncomfortable. It seems the strain on my quirk is exponentially proportional to both the number of people I use it on and how long I use it on them. Since when it's just me and Shouchin, I can use Boundless for hours and be fine. But I already feel the effort needed for this many people after a few minutes." Shouto snapped his fingers in front of the freckled face that had furrowed in thought. "Izuku, you're rambling." His friend stopped, looked up, and blushed in embarrassment. Hitoshi was the first to recover mentally and add to the conversation. "Well, now that we're all here, what's next?" I suppose I can help. You guys can train in here. The effects of what you do in here will carry over to reality, so Boundless is a great place to work out." Shouto agreed. "Yeah, I trained in here a lot for the recommendation exam. Time flows slower in here, so you can get more done in a day." Izuku can do all sorts of things to help too, like providing rough terrain for running, or an endless pool for swimming, even weights that gradually get heavier as you work. Itsuka jumped in next. "Oh, I see. That's a great idea. We can do all sorts of training in here, and it'll train Izuku's quirk at the same time. I'll supervise." "Izuku," Aizawa-sensei grinned at the greenet. "Give us the works." Suddenly, the void shifted and morphed into a smorgasbord of training areas, a miniature replica of the PH gym, complete with equipment, a small pool with flowing current, an obstacle course with a massive rock wall at the end, a combat arena with moving shadow opponents, and, of course, the familiar beach that would never end no matter how long you ran. Koji was the first one to voice the awe of the newcomers. "You make this?" Izuku beamed at his fellow pre-hero. "Yep. It took quite a bit of imagination, since I've never been in a place quite like this before. But I did use a lot of this while helping Shouchin. Just not all at once. Pretty impressive, kid. You'd be hard-pressed to top this." He rubbed his head and blushed at the compliment from their teacher. "Hee, thanks. You all can go anywhere you want, and if you need a modification, just ask. I can do anything as long as I have some knowledge of it." With several more compliments from the group, everyone split off to do their own training. Itsuka was sparring with the shadows, Hitoshi was running the beach, Koji was attempting the obstacle course, and Shouto was lifting the increasing weight. Aizawa-sensei was watching them, giving out pointers and asking Izuku for adjustments for them. Amajiki and Izuku were talking. Izuku had on his "I've got an idea" face, which could only mean trouble. "What are you up to?" "So your quirk lets you manifest traits of things you eat." "Why yeah eating octopus lets me grow tentacles but only before it's finished digesting." "Interesting. I wonder." Izuku held out his hand, and a tray of fractal takoyaki appeared in it. "Eat this." Ama-senpai gave him a curious glance before eating one. "Now try manifesting it." "Ooh, Izuku." He looked expectantly at his upperclassmen. "Yes, this doesn't feel like octopus." "Well, of course not. That's because it's made of fractals. It's a product of Boundless. What you just ate tasted like takoyaki, but it isn't. I just want to see if you can use your quirk on food with no nutritional value and no real counterpart and was never alive in the first place. Unless Boundless is considered alive, because it's a quirk." Before he could devolve into another ramble, Ama-senpai whispered, "Okay, I'll try." 2 pairs of eyes widened as the senior's extended arm sprouted massive fractals out of it, making it look almost like it were made of multicolored rock candy. "Whoa, it worked. Senpai, that's so cool." Ama-senpai flexed his crystallized hand, showing he maintained control of the limb. "It feels so weird. I've never manifested anything like this before. So he manifested a piece of my quirk. Does that mean, since you just manifested a piece of Boundless, a quirk that responds to the thoughts of the user, can you morph that arm into something else? Try thinking of something you'd like to manifest that isn't in your system already. He seemed to be on the same page. If his intrigued expression was anything to go by, he focused his gaze on his arm, and then the arm became the hoof of a cow. It worked. It did. Oh, try something you've never eaten before, but have a good understanding of its traits. The hoof became the paw of a cat, complete with claws. So he doesn't have to rely on prior experience, as long as he can imagine how it would manifest. Oh, now see if you can make it into something that isn't alive. I don't know about this one, but okay. The claws retracted, toes turned to fingers, and bright orange fur gave way to stone. Alma-senpai seemed as surprised as Izuku was. My arm is stone. Izuku's smile grew, excitement bubbling over. It really is just like Boundless. That means you can manifest anything you can imagine. Come on, mix it up. Give it a go. After several minutes of Alma-senpai's arm changing color, shape, size, and composition, the excitement finally waned a bit. I still can hardly believe my quirk was capable of all that in conjunction with yours. I've never been able to pull off those kinds of manifestations. Izuku hummed in thought. It's probably because I wanted it to work with your quirk. When I brought Shigaraki here, he couldn't dissolve the fractals because I told them to not be affected by his quirk. But when I gave you the takoyaki, I wanted it to work with your quirk. I think you were able to manifest anything you could think of because I subconsciously instructed it to obey your thoughts. So does that mean you could give other people control of Boundless if you wanted to? Give someone else control? I've never thought about that. I don't know. It's a shame you can only do this inside Boundless, though. It'd be super useful in reality. Alma-senpai quirked his brow. What do you mean? A couch appeared behind him as Izuku sat down. Well, you said you can only manifest stuff in your digestive system, right? The fractals don't exist outside of Boundless. The moment you leave, the takoyaki you ate will vanish from your stomach. Oh, he sat down next to him. Oh, great job, Izuku. You had him talking with you like no tomorrow and you just had to bring the mood down. Come on, fix it. But now we know that if we're ever in a fight together, I can just send you and the villain into Boundless, give you some food, and you'll be unstoppable. Plus, this was super informative for me. Just as the fractals don't exist outside Boundless, I can't manipulate real objects like I can fractals. He answered the unasked question. That means that think of it like this. Let's say I have two apples, one I made out of fractals, and one I brought from reality. If I think the apples are cut in half, then the fractal apple would be cut while the real apple would not. But if I made a fractal knife, both apples would be cut. So the state of fractals can be changed directly or indirectly, while real objects can only be affected indirectly. Does that make sense? Alma-senpai thought for a minute. I guess. Izuku smiled. Since I was able to make Boundless amplify your quirk, it's kinda like you're the first real thing to be directly affected by my quirk. You're super special, Alma-senpai. And then, Izuku saw something he didn't think he'd ever get to see. Alma-senpai smiled. Shouto was walking with his friends, back to their dorms, sans Izuku. Said Greenet was stopping by Recovery Girl first to get medicine for slight quirk exhaustion. He and Aizawa-sensei had made sure that as soon as Izuku mentioned a slight headache and tingles, the training was over. Then once everyone was back in reality, Aizawa-sensei had gone to check on the rest of 1A. In other words, Shouto was alone to handle his friends in the aftermath. I know you told us about it ahead of time, but Izuku talking still threw me off. Itsuka nodded along to Hitoshi's comment. Totally. I'm glad you gave us the heads up. Otherwise I probably would have made a scene about it. That's why I told you. If you all freaked out about him speaking, it wouldn't have helped him. I want him to know we're comfortable with him vocalizing without pressuring him to do so. That way, when he's ready, he'll talk to us. Amajiki-senpai surprisingly joined in. As still, UCC could have told us he was a rambler. Shouto blushed in second-hand embarrassment for his friend, while Hitoshi snorted. Yeah, he certainly seemed to be talking your ear off for a while there. Koji turned around to face the group. Boundless, Izuku brave? He is. Boundless is a safe haven of sorts for him. It's the only place where he leaves his past behind and acts truly like himself. He's much more comfortable in reality than he used to be, but Shouto left it at that. Though he could see from the others' expressions no more needed to be said. After all, they knew better than most that healing takes time, and some scars never fully fade away. Things continued in that way for the next 2 weeks. Everyone would train after school, sometimes in Boundless, with Shouto warning them ahead of time to not make a big deal about Izuku speaking. Everyone seemed to love the vibrant, versatile pocket dimension, some of the class even requesting to train there again and again. Izuku had confided in him that he liked people visiting, but sometimes it got a bit much and he wanted the place to himself. Which made sense, really. Boundless was like home to him, so naturally guests would overstay their welcome eventually. He told Izuku as much, and assured him the others would understand. But now, it was the day of the sports festival, and Aizawa-sensei had asked everyone to meet in the pre-heroics common room. Several more students had joined the program in the last few weeks, though Shouto hadn't spent much time with them. They had members in all 3 years, boys and girls alike, each with their own reasons for joining pre-heroics. So by the time everyone had arrived in the common room as asked, there was a wide variety of high schoolers waiting for their teacher to speak. Aizawa-sensei looked at the multiplying pre-heroes, verifying he had their attention before he began. As you all know, today is the sports festival. You've all been working hard, and I couldn't be prouder of all of you. That being said, this may be a difficult experience for some of you. He took a moment to lock eyes with certain students. Just remember, you're here so we can help you. If it's too much for you, that's okay. But I know that each and every one of you has what it takes to go out there and show the world who you are, flaws and all, even if you don't feel it yet. So whatever happens, I want you to give it your best shot. He waited, letting his words of encouragement sink in. Aizawa-sensei was really good at the whole encouraging thing, Shouto could tell. I'm going to show the world that I am not Endeavor's second coming. And I'm going to show Izuku that we can be heroes together. With his words etched into their hearts, Aizawa-sensei continued. Now, you all remember what we talked about last week, about the opening speeches. Various heads bobbed up and down. Well, I'll reiterate just in case. Usually the opening speech is done by that year's student representative. For first years, the kid who scores the highest on the entrance exam. For second and third years, the hero course student with the highest grade average. However, to promote the pre-heroics program, this year Nedzu wants you to do the speeches together as a team. You'll be separated by year of course, but aside from that you'll all go up together. You kids figured out your plans right. Let me hear them. Their teacher turned to Amajiki-senpai first. Since I'm the only third year I in pre-heroics. I asked Nedzu if my friends could come up with me for support. Good, so you won't be alone. Second years, one of the new members, a blue-haired Gen girl, Teryu, I believe, answered him. We worked together to write a speech, though haven't decided who'll say it yet. Okay, make sure you figure that out. First years, Shouto was the one to speak up, eager to share his friend's brilliant idea. Izuku thought we should all participate, so we're doing a collaborative speech. I'll be interpreting for those who prefer to sign since I'm the most familiar with it aside from Izuku and Koji. Everyone aside from the first-year students looked puzzled. Collaborative speech. Shouto grinned at his best friend, who was practically vibrating in excitement. Yep, and it's going to be great. The venue for the sports festival was impressive, to say the least. A looming stadium with hundreds upon hundreds of seats, winding hallways that never seemed to end, numerous rooms for all sorts of purposes, and countless people from family members to hero enthusiasts to well-known pros. But no sign of my father yet, thankfully. Shouto was desperately hoping to go the whole festival without running into him, because of the blessing that was the dorms. He hadn't seen the old man in weeks, and he wanted to keep it that way as long as possible. He just knew if he did, the flame hero would spout some utter nonsense about living up to my legacy, or surpassing All Might. Honestly, if the guy could just buzz off and let him go to school in peace, that would be fantastic. Though as concerned as he was about Enji, he was doubly so about Izuku. Shouto had learned a lot about Izuku's past over the months of knowing him, being bullied for his apparent quirklessness, the betrayal of his former friend, his mother's death, his father's neglect. Take into account that Izuku knew of his past and had a clearly expressed hatred of Enji. And Shouto's list of people to keep away from his friend at all costs totaled to 3, Midoriya Hisashi, Todoroki Enji, and Bakugo Katsuki, and 2 of them were practically guaranteed to be here today. As such, he consulted Aizawa-sensei and Principal Nedzu to come up with a battle plan in case things go south, and Shouto had sworn he'd follow it to the letter. 1. Keep tabs on Endeavor and Bakugo's whereabouts. 2. Keep Izuku in public areas, surrounded by his friends and classmates. 3. If Izuku does need to leave the presence of his friends and classmates, he will be accompanied by Shouto, who will serve as defense should anything happen. Honestly, he'd rather just have Bakugo not participate, or on a different field, but Nedzu had said that wouldn't be fair to him, that Bakugo had mellowed out a bit, and that this was a good chance for Izuku to face his fears. And Izuku agreed. If it wasn't for that, he'd have told the possibly rodent absolutely not. Either that jerk sits out or Izuku does. But if Izuku was feeling brave enough to do it, then how could I refuse? He'd just have to do everything he could to keep them apart. Shouto was pulled from his thought by the announcement calling all students to make their way to the field. He stood up from his chair in the PH waiting room, the others following suit, ready to leave when he felt a nervous tap. Izuku was beside him, fidgeting anxiously, before he held out his hand in a familiar fashion, the way that said, "Come with me." He smiled reassuringly, taking the offered hand and letting the tingles wash over him as he entered Boundless. "You okay, Izuku?" He shuffled, wringing his hands. "And not really. I was fine earlier. Even excited. Aizawa-sensei was talking about showing off to the world. And I was like, yeah, I can do this. But now that it's happening, just thinking about all those people out there." Green eyes, swirling with emotion and moist from oncoming tears, pierced his heart with their gaze. "Xiaochan, I'm so scared." Before those tears could fall, Shouto pulled him into a tight hug. "I know. It's okay to be scared. This is a scary thing we're about to do. I'm sure a lot of us are massive bundles of nerves right now. But I bet that once we get started, once we're focused on the events and each other, the audience will fade away, and it won't be so scary anymore. We've been practicing for this. This is no different from all the things we've been working on with Aizawa-sensei." He pulled from the hug, but kept his hands on Izuku's shoulders. "You've accomplished so much, Izuku. You don't know how much of an inspiration you are to me, to all our friends. Every time I struggle, every time I want to give up, I think of you. I think of you, who's been through so much but keeps going. You, who had the odds stacked against you but never gave up. You, who wakes up every day and shows me how you don't let fear control you anymore. So don't let it control you now. I'll be right beside you, cheering you on." One more tearful hug later, and the two returned to reality only a few seconds after they'd left it. With a nod to the other pre-heroes, and Izuku's hand in his, Shouto strode through the door and down the hall to the field. They waited at the opening for their course to be announced, listening to Present Mike and Aizawa-sensei commentate, and the management course, classes I, J, and K. Now, the particularly observant listeners out there may realize a few students are missing. Well, that's because they're part of UAS brand new course. Eraserhead, you're their teacher, right? Why don't you explain? A sigh came over the speakers. "Yeah, I am. These are kids who have the drive to become heroes, but need an extra hand to get there. They've realized there is something holding them back from reaching their potential, life circumstances, emotional trauma, mental illness, things like that. Things they won't let stop them. Things this course is designed to help them with. We equip them with the tools they need to succeed, and support them as they strive to overcome adversity. Far from broken, you're about to meet some of the strongest kids at UA." Well said. Now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Heroics Course Preparatory Regime, Pre-Heroics. A reassuring squeeze to Izuku's hand, and the seven of them walked out. Eyes immediately turned to them in their unique gym uniforms with the green accents. Shouto paid them no mind. Whether they approved of him and his friends or not didn't matter. What mattered was they were here, and they were going to be heroes. And now, your referee for the first-year stage. The 18-plus only hero, Midnight. Hoots, hollers, and wolf whistles accompanied their modern hero art history teacher as she strode onto the stage. "All right, I can feel the energy. Let's all have a good time, but first, the sportsman's pledge. Usually we'd have the student representative do it, but this year we're mixing it up to promote our new course. So come on up, all you lovely little pre-heroes." Just as they'd decided beforehand. All the first-year PH students lined up on the stage. Itsuka was the first to step up to the mic. "Hello everyone, my name is Kendo Itsuka, your pre-heroics ambassador. The students behind me have written this year's pledge together, and will be presenting it together as well. I proudly introduce, in order of appearance, Todoroki Shouto, Class 1A, who will also be interpreting for some students, Layla Balar, Class 1H, Kota Koji, Class 1A, Megumi Chiyoko, Class 1D, Shinsu Hitoshi, Class 1 degrees Celsius, and Midoriya Izuku, Class 1A. With that, Itsuka stepped back from the mic, and Shouto stepped forward. "We pledge to better ourselves for the sake of our friends." He stepped to the side to allow the others to speak, while staying near the mic for when he needed to interpret, to extend a helping hand to those in need. He spoke while Koji signed, to work hard and work together. He spoke for Chiyoko too, to push through each challenge we face, to not let the past define us. He began to speak for Izuku, and to let ourselves be seen. But he stopped as Izuku dropped his hands and leaned forward into the microphone. "He's not ... is he? Well, he really..." And for the first time in many years, Izuku's voice made it out into the world. As into the microphone 2 words were whispered and heard. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.